welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. The grandfather clock in my study told midnight, its deep resonance enveloping the room with a sense of familiar solace. Glancing up from my weathered journal, I anticipated the usual progression to a single chime, yet the echoing of the clock persisted. Each melodious note seamlessly melded into the next, crafting a perpetual symphony that appeared to elongate time itself. The soft glow of the lamplight caressed my antique desk, casting a warm radiance that illuminated the tendrils of steam spiraling from my cup of chamomile tea. A subtle shift in the atmosphere gripped this night, not menacing, but rather a subtle alteration in reality, akin to a painting slightly askew on the wall. The darkness beyond the window exuded a denser quality than usual, almost viscous, as though it could seep through the glass at any given moment. Intrigued by the peculiar darkness outside, I stood up from my chair, compelled to investigate. The aged wooden floorboards murmured beneath the hush of my footsteps, their smooth grain comforting against my wool-socked tread. Drawing closer to the window, my reflection sharpened in the glass, yet an anomaly caught my eye. The mirrored image of myself appeared to lag behind my actual movements by the faintest fraction of a second, as if time itself struggled to keep pace with reality. The air grew heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, a scent unfamiliar to my abode. It wafted sweet and intoxicating, teetering on the edge of memory, evoking elusive recollections of summer evenings from my distant past. Meanwhile, the clock continued its eerie tolling, the intervals between each chime elongating like honey dripping from a spoon. Returning to my desk with the intention of documenting these peculiar occurrences, I was startled to find the words in my journal shifting before my eyes. The ink meandered across the pages like a dark river, weaving new patterns and narratives I could not recall penning. Amidst the cryptic writings, I discovered depictions of this very night, inscribed in my hand but detailing a future I had yet to traverse. A subtle flux in the room's temperature manifested, not discomforting, but rather in gentle undulations synchronized to the rhythm of my breath. Each exhalation imparted a mild warmth, while every inhalation bestowed a cool caress upon my skin. The shadows nestled in the room's crevices appeared to pulse in tandem with my breathing, expanding and contracting in a mesmerizing ballet. When I reached for my teacup, its touch felt simultaneously warm and cool against my fingertips. The liquid inside shimmered under the lamplight, creating constellations of ripples that evoked visions of stars traversing an infinite sky. Transfixed, I observed as each sip inexplicably replenished itself, the tea level remaining unchanged despite my imbibing. The gentle ticking of my wristwatch harmonized with the grandfather clock's ceaseless tolling, melding into a lullaby of time. I noticed a peculiar anomaly. The hands of my watch now moved in opposing directions, the hour hand advancing while the minute hand retraced its path. Yet this contradiction felt harmonious, as if I bore witness to time's fundamental essence rather than its conventional linear progression. Words materialized on the pages of my journal without my hand guiding them. Time is not a river, but an ocean. Reading these words, a profound realization dawned upon me. This night did not stretch endlessly due to an absence of conclusion. Rather, it unfolded infinitely, encompassing past, present, and future within a singular breath. The darkness beyond my window transformed into a welcoming void, devoid of menace, akin to a gentle embrace awaiting the world. Through its ethereal depths, fleeting glimpses surfaced, other iterations of my study, other junctures of this eternal night, all existing in parallel universes. My reflection in the window glass now moved autonomously, yet not in a disquieting manner. It chose different tomes to peruse, inscribed different verses, savored tea at disparate junctures, as if illustrating the myriad possibilities contained within this singular night. With serene acknowledgments, we as voyagers shared the same space across divergent timelines. Settling back into my chair, a profound serenity enveloped me. The grandfather clock's tolls had elongated to such an extent that each chime felt akin to a separate existence, encapsulating realms of experience within the silences between sounds. The night enfolded me in a cocoon of boundless moments, each one pristine and self-contained. I began to grasp that this night would never truly conclude, not because time had halted, but because it had expanded to unveil its genuine essence. Somewhere, I perpetually sat in this study, observing the darkness breathe, attuned to the clock's eternal tolling, existing within this immaculate moment that harbored all moments. Thus I lingered in this unending night, penning these words eternally inscribed, savoring tea that retained its warmth, witnessing time unveil itself not as a sequence of instances, but as an infinite waltz of the present. The darkness beyond the window pulsated with latent potential, the clock chimed its eternal melody, and I dwelled within this timeless moment, utterly tranquil within the infinite night. Story 2. Time appeared to halt on that autumn evening, the rain whispering its gentle lullaby on the rooftop of the ancient family abode. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the tender glow emanating from the floor lamp bequeathed to me by my grandfather. This lamp was more than a mere object. Its colorful glass lampshade wove enchanting patterns of light across the room. Yet, on that particular evening, a peculiar allure emanated from the shadows cast by the lamp, captivating my gaze in a way previously unexperienced. The silhouettes dancing on the walls seemed to possess a life of their own, crafting intricate designs unknown to my eyes before. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of light, a mere illusion conjured by the wariness of the day. However, the longer I observed those shadows, the more I discerned their defiance of natural laws. When a gust of wind nudged the lampshade, the shadows did not mimic its motion but swayed to an enigmatic rhythm of their own. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and approached the lamp, drawn by a magnetic curiosity. The glass exuded a peculiar warmth, pulsing almost imperceptibly, hinting at a concealed secret within its geometric patterns. Running my fingertips delicately over the lampshade's surface, I discovered a detail previously unnoticed. A symbol etched faintly into the lamp's metal base, softly aglow in the light. As the shadows continued their silent ballet, more defined shapes emerged. Graceful human forms, trees dancing in an unseen breeze, and elusive creatures materializing and dissipating like fleeting dreams. It felt as though the lamp was not projecting mere shadows but memories, narrating tales of a bygone era through the cryptic language of light and darkness. Mesmerized, I lowered myself to the floor, utterly entranced by the surreal spectacle unfolding before me. The shadows seemed to acknowledge my presence, drawing closer as I leaned in and receding as I withdrew. Occasionally, a distant melody, akin to a whispered serenade, intertwined with the enigmatic dance, enveloping me in a sensation of tranquil wonder. As the night progressed, the projected figures grew more elaborate, blending mundane scenes with fantastical moments. A child at play transformed into a soaring bird, a seamstress morphed into a dancing butterfly. The lamp endeavored to communicate through its ethereal medium, spinning tales that straddled the realms of reality and reverie. Then a revelation struck me. Amidst the shifting shadows were glimpses of my own childhood, memories thought long forgotten but now vividly resurrected on the room's walls. I witnessed myself as a carefree child frolicking in the backyard, my grandfather unveiling the lamp's magic for the first time, and other recollections surfacing from the recesses of my mind. Outside, the rain persisted, a soft melody harmonizing with the shadowy performance. as if all elements conspired in a harmonious, silent symphony. In that timeless moment, I found myself adrift in a sea of serene contemplation. The figures began to slow, their movements languid like dancers concluding a graceful performance. The shadows softened, their edges blurring, yet their allure remained undiminished. It felt as though the lamp tenderly whispered the concluding verses of a bedtime tale, preparing to resume its guise as a mundane furnishing. When I rose from the floor, I noticed the rain had ceased, leaving behind a tranquil hush that enveloped the room. The shadows, once vibrant storytellers, now retreated to being mere projections of the lamp. Yet a subtle shift had occurred. Gazing at the ancestral heirloom, I grasped that I would forever view it through altered eyes. I pondered the countless narratives this lamp harbored, the untold memories and dreams awaiting projection on future tranquil nights like this one. Drifting onto the couch, I surrendered to the gentle light's embrace, letting it guide me into slumber. In those final moments of wakefulness, a solitary shadow caught my gaze, the figure of my grandfather, his smile a silent assurance that some mysteries are meant to be savored, not unraveled. Story 3. The mist enveloped my steps as I wandered down the winding path behind my grandmother's ancestral home. Though the morning had barely arrived, a deep darkness clung to this hidden place, defying the natural rhythm of daybreak. The air was heavy with moisture, carrying the rich, earthy aroma of decaying foliage, mingled with something more ancient and enigmatic, a scent that stirred a distant memory just beyond reach. This property had come into my possession a mere fortnight ago, and while the house exuded a warm welcome, it was the enigmatic garden that beckoned me with a silent allure. Stretching out behind the stately Victorian house, the garden was encased by weathered stone walls draped in velvety ivy. What struck me most profoundly was the way the towering trees arched overhead, creating a living canopy so dense that even the midday sun struggled to pierce through its shadows. For over 6 decades, this garden had belonged to my grandmother. Yet in all the years of my childhood visits, I had never seen her set foot within its boundaries. When I once inquired about it, she had merely smiled and replied, "Some places have a way of caring for themselves, my dear." As a child, I had dismissed her words as whimsical ramblings of age, but now, as I wandered through the perpetual twilight of this mystical space, her cryptic words held a newfound significance. My footsteps fell soundlessly upon the damp earth, as if the very ground absorbed the echo of my presence. The flora here flourished in a manner unlike anything I had ever witnessed. Pallid roses bloomed devoid of their customary hues, their petals emitting a soft luminosity in the dim light. Ferns spiraled in intricate patterns, their delicate fronds extending like tender tendrils towards me as I passed by. Yet, most mesmerizing were the mushrooms that dotted the ground in perfect circles, their iridescent caps pulsating with a subtle glow of their own. Venturing deeper into the garden, I observed a peculiar phenomenon among the plant life. Every blossom, every leaf, every blade of grass seemed to shy away as I drew near, only to gradually turn towards me once I had passed by. It was not the breeze guiding their movement, for within this sheltered haven, not a breath stirred. The motion was deliberate, almost inquisitive, akin to curious children peeking around a corner at a stranger. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient stone fountain, its basin dry yet untouched by the passage of time. Adorned with cryptic symbols unknown to me, the stone seemed to shift and undulate as I gazed upon it from different angles. Tracing a symbol with my fingertip, I was startled to find the stone warm beneath my touch, a gentle vibration resonating through my skin, accompanied by a distant, ethereal melody that caressed my senses. And then they appeared, the butterflies. Not the vibrant, kaleidoscopic creatures of common gardens, but ethereal beings of pure white, their translucent wings reminiscent of snowflakes caught in the soft morning light. Darting amidst the pallid blooms, they left behind trails of shimmering dust that hung suspended in the air, weaving intricate patterns reminiscent of celestial constellations. As I stood transfixed, I discerned a hidden order within the patterns, a script akin to forgotten dreams, a language that eluded the confines of consciousness. A chill descended, prompting me to draw my sweater close around me. Glancing at my watch, I discovered it had ceased its relentless march, time suspended within this timeless sanctuary. The light remained unchanged, unyielding in its eternal twilight. Yet I knew with a certainty beyond explanation that hours had slipped away unnoticed in this enchanted realm. Time here flowed languidly, akin to honey, thick and unhurried. In my grandmother's study, I had unearthed her diary, its pages bearing a single entry regarding the garden. It existed before us, and it shall endure long after. We do not claim ownership, it claims us. Some gardens cultivate flowers, this one nurtures secrets. Standing amidst the silent ballet of spectral butterflies and swaying foliage, the truth dawned upon me. I began to discern further anomalies, the absence of avian flight above, the shadows that danced independently of any visible light source, the transient blooms that burgeoned and withered within moments, only to bloom anew. This garden pulsed with a vitality that transcended the laws of nature, governed by enigmatic rules of its own creation. As dusk approached, though how I discerned this in the unchanging light remained a mystery, I retraced my steps towards the house. The path appeared altered, yet my earlier footprints lingered in the soft soil, bearing witness to my passage. Fresh blossoms had unfurled where none had existed before, their petals tightly closed, concealing enigmas not yet ripe for revelation. Before departing the garden's confines, I cast a final glance backwards. Amidst the veils of mist, near the dormant fountain, a figure reminiscent of my grandmother seemed to tend to the otherworldly flora that defied conventional growth patterns. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the figure dissolved into the swirling mist, leaving behind only the pale blooms and the eternal twilight that murmured a wordless, "Welcome home." That night, as I retired to slumber, a solitary white butterfly perched upon my windowsill, its wings casting shadows that morphed into fleeting words upon my chamber walls. Drifting into dreams, I pondered whether the garden had chosen me, as it had chosen my grandmother in days of yore. In the realm of slumber, the fountain's haunting melody serenaded me, unveiling the reason why certain places shunned the sun's touch. They harbored a luminance born of secrets older than time itself. Story 4. In the quiet sanctuary of my study, the grandfather clock stood as a steadfast guardian of time, its rhythmic ticking a comforting presence that enveloped the room like a gentle lullaby. But on a particular morning, as I immersed myself in the nostalgia of old papers scattered across my desk, a subtle shift in the familiar cadence caught my attention. The seconds seemed to linger, stretching out like strands of silk unraveling in slow motion. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of my mind, a fleeting illusion dancing at the edges of my perception. The soft morning light filtered through the heavy drapes, painting the wooden floor in a warm golden hue. My cup of tea exhaled wisps of steam beside the weathered journal, and outside, the autumn breeze whispered secrets through the rustling leaves. Yet, when I reached for my pocket watch to anchor myself in time's embrace, a peculiar heaviness gripped my hand, as though the very air had thickened around me. The watch's hands quivered in a suspended dance, hesitating between two moments without progressing forward. Blinking in disbelief, I rose from my chair to find the world around me ensnared in a delicate stillness. Dust motes hung motionless in the sunbeams, frozen mid-air like tiny stars in a celestial ballet. The steam from my tea lingered in a ghostly swirl, defying gravity's pull. Even the curtains stood frozen, captured in a moment of quiet elegance by an unseen force. Yet the silence that draped over everything was not oppressive but rather serene, as if time itself had paused to take a breath. Each step I took reverberated through the suspended atmosphere, creating ripples of unseen energy that echoed like whispers in the silence. Drawing near the window, I beheld a world transformed into a living tapestry of frozen moments. A bird hovered mid-flight, wings outstretched in a timeless display against the canvas of the sky. Below, autumn leaves hung suspended in mid-descent, frozen in a dance of perpetual descent. Even a neighbor's cat perched on the garden wall, its tail curved in an elegant arc that defied completion. Instead of fear, a sense of wonder and curiosity enveloped me in this surreal interlude. I wandered through my home, each frozen detail a testament to the beauty hidden in the mundane. Water droplets hung in the air like crystal orbs, and every clock stood still, their hands pointing to a moment that refused to pass. In the kitchen, the morning newspaper lay suspended, its headlines fading into insignificance within the frozen tableau. Returning to my study, a shiver traced its gentle path down my spine as I noticed a peculiar anomaly. While everything else remained locked in time's embrace, my reflection in the antique mirror above the hearth moved in eerie harmony with me. Yet, there was a subtle distortion, a hint of something otherworldly in the mirrored image that beckoned me closer. The reflection's gaze held a wisdom foreign to my own, a silent understanding that transcended the bounds of reality. And for a fleeting moment, a ghost of a smile flickered across the mirrored lips, independent of my own expression. Time, that elusive master, held no sway in this suspended reality. Hours blurred into moments, minutes stretched into eternities, and I found myself seated once more at my desk, pen poised above the blank page of my journal. What words could capture a world where time had shed its invisible chains? Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the frozen tableau began to thaw. Dust motes quivered in anticipation, the tea's steam dissipated into the air, and the curtains stirred with a newfound life. With a tentative swing, the grandfather clock's pendulum resumed its measured cadence, signaling the return of time's flow. The bird outside completed its flight, the cat's tail unfurled from its frozen curve, and the autumn leaves resumed their gentle descent. Normalcy reclaimed its hold on the world, yet a subtle shift lingered in the air, a whisper of the surreal that had briefly touched my reality. To this day, the mystery of that morning remains unsolved, a fragment of time suspended in the recesses of memory. The grandfather clock continues its steady march, and life follows its predictable course. But in moments of stillness, when the mirror catches the light just so, I catch a glimpse of that other self, the one existing in a realm where time stands frozen in tranquil beauty. And I wonder if, in that parallel existence, a version of me still wanders through a world of suspended moments, finding solace in the quiet embrace of eternity. Story 5. In the hushed embrace of the night, the snow descended with a gentle whisper, draping the world in a cloak of pure white that glimmered softly beneath the muted glow of the street lamps. As a guardian of the night, my duty as a watchman afforded me the privilege of witnessing this ethereal display in utter solitude as I wandered the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient museum. The time-worn wooden floors sang a familiar tune beneath my feet, harmonizing with the faint hum of the heating system. Pausing before a grand window on the second floor, I beheld the delicate ballet of snowflakes pirouetting through the air before alighting on the earth below. Yet, amidst this serene scene, my gaze was drawn to a peculiar sight in the museum's inner courtyard. A figure moved among the skeletal trees, but it wasn't the presence of this unexpected visitor that stirred my senses. It was the absence of any trace left upon the fresh snow in their wake. Instinct led me to the surveillance room, where a multitude of screens cast a bluish aura upon the walls. I scrutinized each monitor intently, seeking out the enigmatic figure once more. And there, amidst the visual interference, I spied the elusive silhouette on a screen displaying the courtyard. Determined to unravel the mystery, I ventured forth. Descending to the ground floor, the museum seemed to hold its breath in an eerie stillness as my footsteps reverberated through the empty chambers, echoing off the glass cases safeguarding priceless relics. The air crackled with a static energy, foretelling the arrival of the inexplicable. Peering through the glass doors that led to the courtyard, I witnessed the snow's relentless descent. And there, amidst the swirling flakes, the figure reappeared. A man cloaked in darkness, moving with an uncanny grace that defied the natural world. His steps made no sound, no imprint upon the pristine snow. With trembling hands, I retrieved my flashlight, its beam passing through the figure as if he were but a specter, casting eerie reflections upon the snow-laden ground. As he turned towards me, his visage blurred and indistinct, as though fashioned from the same nebulous substance as his form. Approaching the courtyard door, torn between duty and primal instinct, I pressed my palm against the cold glass, grounding myself in the reality of the moment. The figure advanced, the chill in the air deepening, my breath materializing in wisps before me. The hallway grew colder, frost creeping along the glass in delicate tendrils. A strange phenomenon unfolded behind the figure, distorting reality itself, objects losing their solidity, leaves suspended in unnatural suspension. As the man halted before me, his gaze wordless yet laden with a strange familiarity, a sense of ancient recognition enveloped me, though we were strangers in this realm. Raising a hand towards the glass, his gesture held no malice, almost a gesture of greeting. Intricate frost patterns bloomed upon the glass, weaving a cryptic message in an ancient tongue. Before I could decipher the enigmatic symbols, distant bells tolled, drawing my attention away. Upon turning back, the figure had vanished, leaving behind an undisturbed blanket of snow in the courtyard. The frost on the glass melted, tears of water tracing a path downwards. In the days that ensued, I combed through the security footage repeatedly, uncovering only the silent descent of snow in the empty expanse. Yet, on nights veiled in snowfall and silence, when the museum slumbers beneath a quilt of stillness, I find myself drawn to that same glass door, a silent sentinel awaiting the return of the enigmatic figure who leaves no trace. In those fleeting moments, when light dances with snowflakes in perfect harmony, I catch glimpses of a formless presence amidst the cascade. And in those whispers of the night, I ponder if that encounter was a harbinger of greater mysteries, a reminder of truths that elude our understanding, enigmas that leave no visible mark, much like the man upon the pristine snow. Story 6. The Tranquil Sea. The night draped the sea in a rare tranquility, a stillness that beckoned me to the wooden porch of my humble abode. Wrapped snugly in a woolen blanket, I sat, entranced by the gentle melody of waves caressing the shore. The full moon cast a silver path upon the water, a shimmering invitation to explore its depths. In that moment of quiet contemplation, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A soft, green glow, almost ethereal, swaying amidst the waves near the shore. Rising from my rocking chair, its faint creak blending with the night's hushed symphony, I followed the call of the mysterious light. The salty breeze kissed my face as I descended the weathered steps, the warm sand comforting my bare feet despite the late hour. Drawing closer to the water's edge, where the waves tenderly kissed the land, the greenish glow sharpened into focus. An antique glass bottle, its elegant form cradling a yellowed piece of paper within. Gingerly I lifted the heavy bottle, its surface cloaked in a patina of salt that rendered it opaque in places. Moonlight danced through the glass, casting hypnotic reflections. The cork stopper, sealed with cracked black wax, stood as a testament to time's passage, yet it held firm. Returning to the porch, the gentle glow of the oil lamp illuminated my find. Placing the bottle on the worn table, I settled into my favorite armchair, the sea's melody now a captivating symphony in the background. With deliberate movements, I began to peel away the aged sealing wax, its remnants crumbling like ancient memories. The cork, Remarkably preserved, yielded to my touch, releasing an intriguing fragrance, a blend of seaweed, aged ink, and a hint of something indefinable. Within the bottle, a paper, delicately rolled and bound by a faded blue ribbon, awaited my gaze. Untying the knot, my hands trembled with anticipation. The resilient paper unfolded, its sepia ink revealing a message of ages past. The words, a dance of elegance and distortion, spoke of a realm where time flowed like a meandering river and light held secrets untold. Sketches of unfamiliar constellations and lunar cycles mingled with the text, each stroke hinting at a hidden truth. At the page's bottom, a perfect spiral captivated my sight, its subtle movement entrancing. As I delved deeper into the message, the oil lamp flickered mysteriously, casting elongated shadows that danced to the sea's rhythmic chant. The air thickened, time slowing to a languid pace around me. The sea's whispers transformed, weaving a forgotten melody that resonated with my very being. The ink, clearest at the message's end, spoke of a realm where dreams intertwined with reality, where time ebbed and flowed like a spectral tide. A chilling realization gripped me as the message concluded with a haunting phrase. If you are reading these words, it means you too have been chosen. I lifted my gaze from the paper to the moon. Its glow intensified, casting an otherworldly hue upon the water below. The bottle on the table pulsed with a green light, a rhythmic heartbeat that seemed to echo the sea's ancient song. Carefully, I resealed the message within, leaving the cork aside. Gazing out at the horizon, I pondered the countless souls who may have stumbled upon similar mysteries, drawn by the sea's enigmatic call. As the night waned into dawn, the stars mirrored upon the tranquil waters, and a sense of transformation lingered in the air. Whether it was the sea or I who had changed, I could not discern, yet a newfound awareness whispered within me. Remaining on the porch until daybreak, I listened to the sea's murmurs, a chorus of ancient secrets that wove through the morning light. The bottle, its green glow fading with the sun's ascent, stood as a silent witness to the mysteries of that fateful night. Though the true meaning of the message eluded me, a profound shift had taken root within my soul. And on nights when the full moon graced the sky, I glimpsed that ethereal green glow dancing upon the waves, a reminder of mysteries best left undisturbed in the ocean's depths. Story 7. The night enveloped in a hushed embrace, shrouded in a mist that turned the street lamps into faint, twinkling stars. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I idly observed the shadows waltzing across the walls of my study, their intricate dance orchestrated by the flickering flame of a candle on the side table. The aged wooden floor exuded a familiar scent, a nostalgic reminder of a life well lived, while the gentle cadence of the pendulum clock punctuated the silence. In a moment of quiet contemplation, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. Amidst the familiar shadows swaying harmoniously, there lurked one that moved with a subtle defiance. While the others pirouetted in harmony with the flame's flicker, this particular shadow seemed to possess a will of its own, tracing an enigmatic path along the wall. Initially dismissing it as a trick of my fatigued mind, worn down by endless nights of toil, I closed the book resting on my lap and rose to investigate this anomaly. The shadow, sensing my scrutiny, hesitantly retreated into the room's dim recesses. Drawing closer to the wall, I scrutinized the textured surface intently. Though the irregularities naturally birthed small shadows, the one that captivated me was distinct, denser, more tangible, as though fashioned from substance rather than mere absence of light. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the wall where the shadow had lingered, only to find the surface unnaturally cold, a stark contrast to the ambient warmth. In the ensuing days, peculiarities continued to unveil themselves. The shadow manifested at odd intervals, always in solitude, always in the twilight realm, where shadows teetered on the brink of existence. Sometimes it materialized in the hallway, other times in the kitchen, perpetually embodying a curious and almost bashful demeanor. One evening, while engrossed in writing at my desk, a presence brushed against my senses. Not a disconcerting sensation of being watched, but rather akin to the stealthy presence of a cat observing silently. Turning slowly, my gaze alighted upon the closed door of my study, upon which the shadow was cast. This time, it held its ground, observing me with a contemplative stillness. And then, a revelation struck me. The shadow bore no origin. While conventional shadows are born of tangible objects, this one existed in isolation, an entity unto itself. I commenced a silent dialogue with the shadow, a communication devoid of words but rich in gestures and movements. It reciprocated in its own enigmatic manner, weaving intricate shapes on the wall, fleeting semblances of letters that dissipated before comprehension could dawn. At times, a semblance of a message surfaced, while at others they dissolved into meaningless arabesques. Gradually, its presence evolved into a soothing familiarity, a nocturnal companion, a custodian of the twilight hours. As sleep eluded me on restless nights, I sought out its ethereal presence, anticipating its distinctive dance amidst the mundane shadows. It became a silent confidant, a sentinel of the nocturnal realm. Despite delving into research, consulting ancient tomes, and seeking counsel from experts in the occult, the shadow's enigma remained unsolved. Theories abounded: physical anomalies, residual energy manifestations, but none encapsulated the essence of its existence. Now, seated in my armchair, penning these lines, I glimpse the shadow's gentle movements in my peripheral vision. It has seamlessly woven itself into the tapestry of my existence, a riddle embraced without unraveling its mystery. I often ponder if, in its ethereal realm, it too contemplates my essence, if I am to it as inscrutable as it is to me. The candle on the side table flickers, heralding the shadow's imminent retreat into darkness, only to resurface when a new light births its existence anew. And so I remain here, a solitary figure in dialogue with a bodiless shadow, locked in an eternal exchange of silent whispers in the tranquil embrace of the night. Story 8. The doorbell remained silent on that autumn afternoon, a gentle knock echoing through the quiet house like a whisper. Raindrops tapped against the window, creating a soothing melody as I curled up on the couch, enveloped in a cozy blanket. With a sense of calm, I rose to investigate the soft sound, assuming it was just the wind playing tricks. Opening the door revealed an empty porch, save for a neatly squared, unmarked brown package resting at the threshold. My name, elegantly scripted in ancient calligraphy, adorned the package, beckoning me to unravel its mystery. The cardboard felt smooth and dry, an odd contrast to the rain-soaked world outside. Intrigued by its weightlessness, I carried it inside, where the silence deepened, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the old clock and the gentle patter of rain. Seated once more, I scrutinized the package, noting its flawless edges and mysterious fragrance, a blend of aged books, black tea, and sandalwood. A subtle movement, barely perceptible, stirred within, as if the very air inside shifted with unseen energy. As daylight waned, casting elongated shadows throughout the room, I hesitated to disrupt the tranquility with artificial light. The package seemed to radiate its own soft glow, absorbing and reflecting the fading light in a mesmerizing dance. Tracing the seams with my fingertips, I discovered warmth lingering in certain spots, following an enigmatic pattern. A distant memory surfaced, recalling a similar package from my past, long forgotten, yet strangely familiar. The rain intensified, tracing familiar paths on the window, mirroring the warmth detected on the package's surface. Lost in contemplation, the room's temperature subtly shifted, reaching a harmonious balance that defied explanation. As I pondered the significance of these peculiar occurrences, my touch left faint, luminous imprints on the cardboard, a silent interaction between material and warmth. Lost in this ethereal display, I was unaware of the passage of time until evening enveloped the room in a serene twilight. The package emitted a delicate, almost imperceptible glow, prompting me to leave it untouched on the table, a silent guardian of its own secrets. In the days that followed, the package remained a silent enigma, its presence marked by a subtle glow and elusive scent that evolved with each passing hour. The allure of the unknown kept me captivated as I questioned the origins and contents of this mysterious gift. Perhaps, I mused, the true magic lay not in unraveling its secrets, but in embracing the wonder it evoked, a perfect mystery to be cherished, not solved. Even now, on rainy autumn evenings, the memory of that enigmatic package lingers, a symbol of intrigue and possibility. I imagine, somewhere out there, another soul contemplates a similar package, their name inscribed in elegant script, pondering the timeless choice between unraveling the mystery or letting it dance undisturbed in its silent sanctuary. Story 9. The gentle patter of rain on the roof of the ancestral home weaved a soothing melody as I sifted through the final remnants of my grandmother's legacy. The air hung heavy with nostalgia, a blend of old wood and swirling dust caught in the golden hues of the setting sun peeking through the cream curtains. Each item I unearthed seemed to whisper tales of days long gone, painting vivid memories in the quiet room. Amidst the sea of belongings, I stumbled upon a weathered, dark, leather-bound photo album. Its corners were worn, yet the touch retained a tender softness that only time could impart. Placing it delicately on the antique oak table, the pages exhaled a faint scent of age and history. Black and white snapshots unfolded before me, capturing snippets of family history, weddings, birthdays, carefree summer days, smiles frozen in time, echoing through generations. The rustle of pages harmonized with the rain's gentle rhythm on the window panes. A particular photo in the album caught my eye, a snapshot from a summer lunch in the garden of the old house. Among familiar faces sat my grandmother, radiant in a floral dress, surrounded by her siblings. Soft shadows played on their joyful expressions under the warm sunlight. But amidst the familiar faces, a mysterious figure stood apart. Clad in a flowing dress and a wide-brimmed hat casting shadows over her features, she remained an enigma. Curiosity tugged at me, urging a closer look. Turning the photo over, a single elegant script caught my gaze. Summer 1956. No name, no explanation. A chill swept through the room as daylight faded into twilight, casting a veil of uncertainty over the scene. Switching on an old table lamp, its warm glow bathed the room in a soft embrace. Returning to the photo, a disquieting detail unfolded before me. The mysterious figure's shadow defied logic, stretching in an unnatural direction, as if touched by a different light source. A memory stirred within me, a hushed conversation between my mother and aunt, speaking of a woman who had vanished without a trace after a brief presence in the family's history. The rain's melody intensified, casting a hypnotic spell as I fixated on the photo. The figure seemed to sharpen in focus, beckoning with an untold message. A faint whisper of words etched in the corner caught my eye. She always sees. A chill crept down my spine, urging me to unveil the hidden layers of this mystery. Returning the photo to its rightful place, a magnetic pull kept me bound to the open album. How many untold stories lay dormant within these walls? How many secrets had the camera lens captured and locked away in time's silent embrace? Night descended, cloaking the house in a serene hush. Nestled in an armchair by the window with the album in my lap, I drifted into a reverie. Who was she, this enigmatic woman? What visions had she beheld, and did her gaze linger still? With a heavy heart, I left the album open on the table, the mysterious photo exposed to the night's quiet gaze. Casting a final glance from the threshold before retiring to bed, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Was it a mere trick of the light, or had the figure shifted, her gaze meeting mine in the dim lamplight? Perhaps some mysteries are destined to remain shrouded, safeguarded within the yellowed pages of an ancient family album. forever whispering secrets in the night's soft embrace. Story 10. The November breeze danced with the brittle leaves on the path, while I gazed at the outline of the forsaken mansion against the dreary sky. Known as the house that time forgot, it held a history shrouded in mystery, once a home to an unknown soul from a distant era. Approaching the weathered gate, my hand met the chill of the wrought iron bars. The air carried a scent of damp moss and cool stone, wrapping the neglected garden in an embrace of wild overgrowth. Despite the neglect, the mansion exuded a forlorn elegance that lingered in the air. As a real estate agent tasked with assessing the property, I ventured into the realm of the unknown. The current owner, a recluse residing overseas, sought to part ways with the house he had inherited without ever setting foot inside. The garden revealed a peculiar sight, faint paths amidst the tangled foliage, hinting at recent visitors. Yet the neighbors insisted that the property remained untouched by human presence. Pushing open the front door, a soft creak echoed through the stillness within. The interior lay bathed in a bluish hue, filtering through the closed shutters, casting a veil of mystery over the space. Dust hung heavy in the air, mingling with the faint aroma of aged timber. Each step I took reverberated through the silent halls as I wandered through the main salon, where veiled furniture stood frozen in time, draped in spectral sheets. Ascending the staircase, the polished wooden handrail guided me along a corridor lined with closed doors. Room by room, I captured the vacant interiors on film until I reached the final chamber. A bedroom, frozen in time, bore signs of recent disturbance amidst the layers of dust. A silver brush lay beside strands of dark, fresh hair, untouched by the passage of time. The meticulously made bed hinted at a recent occupant, leaving a ghostly impression in the stillness. Just as I prepared to depart, a flicker of movement in the mirror caught my eye, a fleeting image of a feminine figure seated on the bed. Startled, I turned to find the room devoid of life, yet an undeniable presence lingered in the air. Descending the stairs hastily, I felt a weight upon me, as if unseen eyes watched my every move. As I made my way towards the exit, a haunting melody floated down from the upper floors, a melancholic tune that tugged at my senses. Was it the wind playing tricks, or a figment of my imagination? Closing the door behind me, I left the mansion in silence, the garden still and the shadows lengthening. Days passed as I compiled my assessment report, detailing the mansion's condition and potential. Omitting the unearthly occurrences, I concluded with a cryptic note. The property possesses a unique allure that may captivate a discerning buyer. The house lingered on the market, a beacon of enigma in the neighborhood. Returning to the estate, I would pause by the rusty gate, drawn to the enigmatic mansion. Each time, a spectral figure flitted through the upper windows, a silent sentinel waiting in the dimly lit chambers. Perhaps the secret of the never-inhabited house lay not in its emptiness, but in the eternal presence of a solitary soul that refused to depart, forever bound to its shadowed halls. Story 11. I stirred from slumber to the soothing sound of a pendulum ticking with unwavering precision in the deep shadows. Its rhythmic beat resonated through the stillness, akin to a mechanical heart setting the cadence of time in this enigmatic realm. Slowly, my eyelids fluttered open, revealing a room cloaked in the soft, dusky light of twilight. Nothing appeared familiar to me in this place of mystery. I found myself reclined on a weathered burgundy velvet couch, its plushness giving way to the wear of time. A peculiar fragrance lingered in the air, a mingling essence of aged wood, dried blooms, and a hint of an elusive aroma that eluded recognition. Faint light filtered through opulent brocade curtains, casting whimsical patterns upon the faded Victorian wallpaper. Gradually adjusting to the dimness, I began to discern the intricate details of the room. Antique dark wood furnishings stood sentinel-like in the corners, exuding a silent elegance. A mammoth bookshelf dominated one wall, adorned with untouched leather-bound tomes from bygone eras. On a small table adjacent to the couch sat a delicate porcelain teacup, wisps of steam still rising from within. Rising languidly, I felt the protest of my muscles as though I had been in a deep slumber for an eternity. Each step I took on the Persian rug echoed softly in the stillness as I made my way to the window. Drawing back the heavy curtains, a misty garden unfolded before me, where shadowy forms of trees and shrubs swayed gently in the evening breeze. A disconcerting revelation awaited me in the reflection on the glass. Garments not my own adorned my form. A pristine white linen shirt, an ornate brocade vest, and velvet trousers, all impeccably tailored yet of a vintage style. My hands trembled slightly as they grazed the fine fabrics, sensing their quality beneath my fingertips. A flicker of movement in my peripheral vision diverted my gaze. Turning towards the room's interior, I found stillness reigning supreme, with only the pendulum maintaining its relentless tempo, seemingly measuring the passage of time that flowed differently in this place. With a curious resolve, I ventured beyond the room's confines. The door yielded with a muted creak, unveiling a long, dimly illuminated hallway. Portraits of unfamiliar faces adorned the walls, their gazes appearing to track my cautious advance. The aged wooden floor groaned beneath my weight, every footfall amplified by the pervasive quietude. Ascending a staircase to the upper level, I perceived a gradual descent in temperature. The banister, cool to the touch, evoked a sense of eerie familiarity. Upstairs, a row of closed doors lined the hallway, each bearing a brass nameplate inscribed with cryptic markings indecipherable in the dimness. It was then that a melody reached my ears, a delicate piano tune, almost imperceptible, wafting through the air like a gentle zephyr. The music seemed to emanate from the final room at the end of the corridor, yet as I drew nearer, the notes dissipated, becoming ethereal whispers. Slowly pushing open the last door, I found an empty chamber, save for a grand piano draped in a pristine white sheet. No one occupied the piano stool, yet the atmosphere hummed with the ghostly reverberations of the mysterious melody. Approaching the instrument, I gingerly lifted the covering, revealing a swirl of dust dancing in the dying light that filtered through the window, casting an otherworldly aura. Nestled amidst the ivory keys lay an aged, yellowed photograph. With gentle hands, I retrieved the picture and scrutinized it in the waning daylight. The image depicted the very room I stood in, but frozen in a time long past. Seated at the piano was a figure that gave me pause. It was me, garbed in the same attire I now wore, though the photograph bore the marks of a century gone by. Descending the staircase, an unusual tranquility enveloped me despite the surreal circumstances. The pendulum's steady cadence persisted, now seemingly synchronized with the rhythm of my own heart. Settling once more upon the couch, I noted that the tea in the cup still emitted a gentle warmth. Peering into the amber liquid, a realization dawned upon me. Perhaps I had never truly awakened, or perchance I had stirred into a dream conjured by another soul long ago. The pendulum continued its measured beat, tallying the seconds of a time that may have never existed, within a dwelling that seemed to possess a deeper understanding of me than I did of myself. Savoring a sip of the tea, its familiar flavor soothing my senses, I beheld the mist outside as it enshrouded the garden, blurring the boundaries between reality and reverie. And in that moment, a certainty gripped me. I was meant to linger here, in this unfamiliar abode that had awaited my arrival for eons. Story 12. The first time I became aware of the phenomenon was on a serene autumn evening. Seated in my study, engrossed in the pages of an ancient tome, a subtle change in the natural light caught my attention. The gentle glow filtering through the window began to wane in an unconventional manner. Raising my eyes, I beheld a sight beyond belief. The sky above my dwelling slowly darkening, while the world outside basked in the warm hues of the setting sun. A peculiar contrast unfolded before me. like an invisible veil cloaking the heavens exclusively over my roof. The air carried the scent of moist earth and fallen leaves, while a delicate breeze caused the lace curtains to dance in a mesmerizing rhythm. Their soft rustling fashioned a soothing melody that seemed to harmonize with this enigmatic spectacle. In the ensuing days, the occurrence repeated itself without fail. Each evening, as the sun embarked on its descent towards the horizon, that segment of the sky above my abode would adopt deeper shades compared to the rest of the celestial expanse. It appeared as though a patch of the heavens had been painted with strokes of gray and midnight blue, forming a surreal juxtaposition with the brilliant azure backdrop. I found myself captivated by this display, spending hours in the embrace of the old velvet armchair by the window. The aged wooden floor whispered beneath my shifting weight as I followed the progression of this celestial mystery. The room grew cooler, a thin veil of condensation decorating the window panes with abstract patterns that seemed to dance alongside the shadows. One day, amidst my contemplation of this enigma, a new development captured my attention. Amidst the darkened expanse, tiny points of light flickered into existence and faded away, resembling stars that chose to illuminate solely for my benefit. Their movements lacked a discernible pattern, yet their dance possessed a hypnotic quality, almost musical in nature. The silence of the house accentuated their presence, while the rhythmic ticking of the hallway clock seemed to synchronize with their ethereal ballet. With the passage of weeks, I observed subtle reactions from the objects within my home to this phenomenon. The antique mirrors reflected a gentler, more embracing light. Shadows elongated in peculiar formations, evoking ancient symbols. The plants on the windowsill flourished luxuriantly during these moments of selective dimness, drawing sustenance from this unique twilight. One evening, as I sat in my study, a faint touch grazed my shoulder, akin to a caress carried by the breeze. Startled, I turned around only to find emptiness. The fragrance of aged books and weathered wood permeating the room intensified, momentarily suspending time. The distant ticking of the clock echoed as though from a distant realm. I commenced a diary to chronicle these events, meticulously recording every subtle shift in the darkness intensity and the accompanying phenomena. My entries overflowed with detailed accounts of the evolving light, the shifting shadows, and the imperceptible yet palpable vibrations in the air. During these moments, my script grew more elegant and fluid, as if guided by an unseen, enigmatic force. On the stillest nights, I fancied hearing a melody emanating from that darkened portion of the sky. Indescribable in words, it resonated as a sensation within me. It seemed as though the darkness harbored an ancient music, a cosmic lullaby known solely to my dwelling. As time passed, I embraced this enigma rather than fearing it. My home transformed into a conduit between the mundane world and something profound, something vast. While the world outside continued its daily rhythms, I found solace in the embrace of these gentle shadows, in the interplay of light and darkness that unfolded uniquely for me. Thus, night after night, I observed the sky darkening solely above my abode, understanding that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled. My dwelling evolved into a haven of marvel, a realm where the ordinary intertwined seamlessly with the extraordinary. In this perpetual dance of light and shadow, of known and unknown, of reality and reverie, my home stood as a sanctuary where wonders unfolded in silence. Story 13. The wooden floor softly murmured beneath my feet as I wandered down the hallway, bathed in the twilight of a setting sun. Grandma's house held a unique way of speaking, each creak and groan of the floorboards telling a story of its own. The air carried the comforting aroma of lavender, mingled with the scent of aged wood, a familiar blend that had accompanied me through all the summers of my youth. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the air. My steps halted in front of the weathered attic door, a detail catching my eye that had previously escaped notice. The white paint, worn and chipped, bore peculiar markings etched into its surface. Drawing nearer, I realized these marks were not mere haphazard scratches left by time's passage. They seemed purposeful, forming a pattern as though someone or something had sought to convey a message from within. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting amber hues through the hallway windows and painting elongated shadows on the walls, the only sounds were the steady ticking of the grandfather clock below and the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the wind outside. Tentatively, I reached out to trace the markings with my fingertips, feeling the rough texture of the scratched wood beneath my touch. The patterns were precise, almost geometric in their arrangement. Some marks were deep, while others barely grazed the surface, hinting at multiple instances of their creation. I pondered how many times I had passed by that door, oblivious to its hidden language. Grandma had never mentioned any strange occurrences from the attic, yet a memory surfaced of how she always avoided ascending those stairs. A chill breeze brushed against my neck, causing a shiver to run down my spine. The hallway appeared elongated, the shadows denser than before. With a steady hand, I retrieved the aged brass key from its hook on the wall. It was weighty and cool to the touch, its once intricate floral designs now faded with age. Inserting it into the lock, I hesitated, feeling a slight resistance from the internal mechanism as I turned the key. A faint noise caught my ear, akin to a slow, deep breath, almost imperceptible, seeming to emanate from beyond the door. My heart quickened its pace as I froze in place, the sound vanishing into the silence that enveloped the house. Trembling, I illuminated the door's surface with my phone's flashlight, unveiling previously unseen details hidden within the shadows. The scratches formed a circular motif, a spiral winding upon itself. At the center, series of numbers caught my gaze, delicately etched as if on the verge of disappearing. Struggling to decipher them, a fragment of a memory surfaced. Grandma had once spoken of a hidden diary within the house, containing secrets of our family lineage. Though she never disclosed its location, her distant expression during those conversations hinted at a precious safeguarding of its contents. Outside, the wind rose in intensity, causing the aged windows to groan in protest. The shadows in the hallway appeared to sway in response to some spectral melody. A connection between the numbers on the door and the elusive diary tugged at my thoughts. Yet a hesitation held me back from turning the key further. Was it instinct that stayed my hand, or the wisdom passed down by generations of women in my family? Retreating slowly, I thought I discerned a faint scratching emanating from the attic, a gentle and methodical sound as if a clandestine message was being inscribed. Casting one final glance back at the door, the fading light of dusk lent a subtle glow to the scratches, as though they held a luminescence of their own. That night, nestled in bed, I mulled over the mysterious numbers etched on the door. Transcribing them into my notebook, I vowed to return the following day to unravel their significance. However, upon awakening, the attic door presented itself in pristine condition, devoid of any visible markings. Only the brass key hanging on its hook seemed to retain a peculiar radiance, hinting at a concealed secret not yet ready to be unveiled. Since that day, each visit to Grandma's house finds me pausing before the attic door. At times, I swear I see the scratches reappearing in the dim light, or catch a whisper of that slow breath from beyond. Yet I have refrained from opening it anew. Certain enigmas, it seems, are best left undisturbed, safeguarded in the quiet of an ancient home and within the memories of those attuned to its murmurs. Story 14. In my new abode, a curious detail caught my eye right away: the arrangement of doors in the hallway. Each door led to its expected destination: the bathroom with its vintage tiles, the bedroom adorned with faded wallpaper, the kitchen boasting worn linoleum flooring. However, the final door, painted a shade darker than the rest, held a secret within. Behind it lay a semblance of a basement, yet no stairs descended into its depths. This anomaly came to light during my initial week in the house, as the winter winds whispered through the aged window crevices. Standing at the threshold, I peered down to the concrete floor below, about 8 feet deep, bathed in the glow of a lone hanging bulb that never seemed to be switched on by anyone. The space appeared immaculate, almost unnaturally so, with sleek walls and corners that melded into shadows despite the illumination. My real estate agent had never mentioned a basement, and the property listing made no mention of one. Upon contacting her, she sounded perplexed, affirming that she had shown me every room during the viewing. Describing the mysterious door and the site below, her confusion only grew. She vowed to consult the original blueprints and revert to me. In the ensuing days, I found myself inexplicably drawn to that door, swinging it open at various times. The light remained constant, casting an unwavering glow over the concrete, regardless of the hour. At times, I'd fetch a chair and perch in the doorway, legs safely anchored on the upper level, observing the interplay of shadows in the basement's corners. The air wafting from below carried a faint aroma, not the expected musty dampness, but a cleaner scent, reminiscent of fresh laundry or morning frost. One evening, as I sat with a cup of chamomile tea, a new sight greeted me. Nestled in the center of the basement floor lay a wooden toy block, the kind children play with, adorned with a faded letter A. I knew with certainty it hadn't been there during prior checks. The block's presence posed a glaring question. How did it arrive there sans stairs? I embarked on documenting changes within the basement. Some mornings, the block had shifted a few inches from its prior spot. On other occasions, it had rotated to display different facets. Yet, no sound emanated from below, not even the usual settling noises typical of old dwellings. The light maintained its unwavering vigil, never flickering, never dimming. Following 3 weeks of scrutiny, a call from my agent interrupted my reverie. Her voice quivered with unease as she revealed uncovering the original blueprints. According to the designs, no basement door existed in the hallway, only a solid wall. While conversing with her, I approached the door and found it exactly where it had always been, its dark hue stark against the surrounding lighter walls. That night, I dreamt of the block. In my slumber, it multiplied, forming cryptic words on the floor below, words just beyond my comprehension. Rushing to the door upon waking, the basement harbored solely the original block, albeit shifted once more. Now positioned directly beneath the light bulb, it cast a perfect square shadow upon the concrete. Winter persisted outside, yet the basement remained unaltered, neither warm nor cold, neither bright nor dim. Occasionally, on eerily quiet nights, I fancied detecting a faint humming from below. Yet whenever I honed in on the sound, it dissipated, leaving me to ponder its existence. The block continued its deliberate migration across the floor. I began to suspect it was forming a pattern, though its significance eluded me. Charting its positions on graph paper, I connected the dots, yielding a shape that felt oddly familiar but elusive. As time elapsed, I adapted to my enigmatic basement. I refrained from attempting to enter it. A silent warning in my mind dissuaded me, yet I persisted in my observations. The enigma evolved into a source of solace rather than distress, akin to a tale unfolding at its own unhurried pace, indifferent to the reader's curiosity. Spring arrived, ushering longer days and warmer temperatures, yet the basement lingered in perpetual twilight. One morning, upon opening the door, the block had vanished entirely. The floor below lay bare, pristine as the day I first laid eyes on it. Seated in my chair for hours, I anticipated change, but none came. That night, I dreamt of stairs. Gracefully descending into the basement, they were hewn from dark wood that seemed to swallow light. Stepping down in the dream, the air filled with the distant tinkling of wind chimes. Upon waking, the basement door stood ajar, though I distinctly recalled shutting it before retiring. To this day, the basement remains devoid of stairs. Occasionally, I glimpse movement in my periphery as I pass the door, a fleeting shadow, perhaps something more. The block never resurfaced, but in the hushed stillness of night, I sometimes catch the faint sound of wooden toys clinking against concrete, resonating from below. I've learnt not to investigate when these sounds arise. Some enigmas, it seems, prefer to remain unsolved, content to inhabit the realm between reality and dreams. Story 15. The autumn mist draped the streets like a soft gray shroud, transforming each streetlight into a hazy halo in the darkness. It was a late night after a grueling shift when I first sensed it. A pair of headlights in the fog, trailing me at a steady distance. There was a subtle whisper in my mind, hinting at something peculiar about how that car matched my every move, turn after turn. The gentle hum of its engine behind me felt like a calm breath, synchronizing perfectly with the rhythm of my journey. As I slowed down, it slowed down. When I picked up speed, it mirrored my pace. Peering through the rearview mirror, all I could discern was a shadowy figure, perhaps a sedan, its headlights resembling vigilant eyes that never strayed from me. The road meandered through the quiet neighborhood, the still houses exuding a sense of peace that clashed with my mounting disquiet. I made a decision to test it. Instead of making my usual turn, I carried on straight, choosing a longer path. The car followed, maintaining that mesmerizing distance that now felt almost familiar. The soft patter of rain on the windshield created a soothing melody, a stark contrast to the situation at hand. Raindrops cascaded down the windows, further distorting my view of the ever-present vehicle behind me. I veered onto a side street, then another and another. The eerie dance persisted, as though we were tethered by an unseen bond. The headlights trailed me patiently, never drawing too near, never lagging behind. While the neighborhood slumbered in blissful ignorance, our peculiar nocturnal waltz continued. At a red light, I caught a glimpse of something more through the rain-splattered glass of the car behind me. A figure seated in the driver's seat, motionless as a statue. When I finally decided to head home, the car remained faithful as a shadow. I pulled into the driveway and cut the engine. In the sudden quiet, all I could hear was the rain drumming on the car roof and my own heartbeat. Through the rearview mirror, I watched the car come to a gentle stop several yards away. It lingered there, headlights ablaze as if in anticipation. Minutes ticked by like hours. Then gradually, the headlights dimmed. In the darkened street, I could still discern the silhouette of the vehicle. Summoning my courage, I stepped out of the car, shielding myself from the rain with my jacket. But when I turned to investigate further, the street lay empty. There was no sign of the car that had trailed me for so long. Since that peculiar night, whenever I drive after dusk, I find myself glancing more frequently at the rearview mirror. And on occasion, when the mist thickens, I swear I catch a glimpse of those familiar headlights in the distance, patient and watchful. I ponder if that car still prowls the night, tailing another unsuspecting soul, or if it bides its time to return and resume our enigmatic dance through the city's nocturnal labyrinth. Story 16. The night whispered its own melody, a symphony of soft sounds harmonizing with the gentle rain tapping on the rooftop. Stirring from slumber, a common occurrence of late, I found myself awake in the darkness, yet this night held a peculiar twist. On the nightstand, bathed in the faint moonlight seeping through the drapes, lay an unexpected object, an ancient brass key, adorned with intricate patterns along its edges. While unfamiliar to my memory, it exuded a sense of belonging, as though it had always been intertwined with my existence. Grasping it delicately, the key's icy touch sent a subtle ripple of chill through me. Surprisingly weighty for its size, the metal bore the aged patina that only the passage of time can bestow upon objects. Examining it in the dim glow, I noticed its design was unconventional. Devoid of the typical ridges seen in modern keys or the grooves of antiquity, its surface was smooth, almost worn down by centuries, yet retaining sharp floral motifs, interwoven with symbols reminiscent of a forgotten language. Compelled by an inexplicable urgency, I rose from the bed, drawn to explore the enigmatic presence of the key. The house seemed transformed by the night, shadows weaving new shapes in familiar spaces. Traversing the rooms, guided by the key's faint, ethereal luminosity that now emitted a subtle bluish aura, the wooden floor murmured beneath my steps. A fragrance of ancient timber and aged paper lingered in the night air. Each door I approached, I instinctively brought the key near, feeling a slight vibration resonate through my fingertips, as if it sought an intangible connection. It was within my study that a peculiar sensation enveloped me. The antique bookcase passed down from my grandfather seemed to hum in resonance with the key's presence. Drawing closer, I witnessed the key's glow intensifying, casting dancing shadows from the books on the shelves that flickered in synchrony with an unseen heartbeat. Tracing the key along the bookcase's edge, a deep, almost imperceptible sound reverberated, akin to a melody played on a long-forgotten instrument. The key's vibration heightened, eliciting a response from the wood itself, which quivered under my touch. Though no visible lock was apparent, the key appeared to have found its intended destination. Time slowed to a languid pace, the air thick with an ancient aura. Shadows moved with a sentient awareness, as if acknowledging my presence. The key's glow pulsated rhythmically, unveiling hidden patterns within the bookcase's wood, previously unnoticed. Driven by an inexplicable instinct, I pressed the key against the central panel. Without a visible slot, a sigh-like sound resonated as the wood surface rippled like disturbed waters, briefly revealing glimpses of faces and places from a forgotten era. As morning's light dispersed the night's shadows, I found myself seated at my desk, the key clasped tightly in my hand. The bookcase stood silent, its ancient dignity undisturbed, yet an undeniable shift had occurred. In the ensuing days, the key, now devoid of its mystical glow, retained its mysterious weight. On tranquil nights, a deep resonance seemed to emanate from the bookcase, as if beckoning to the key. However, I refrained from further exploration. Some doors, I've come to realize, are best left unopened, even when possessing the means to unlock them. Perhaps especially so. Now nestled in a velvet-lined drawer of my writing desk, the key rests in silent repose. Occasionally, amidst the profound quiet of the night, its faint call reaches my ears, prompting contemplation. I ponder whether it was the key that discovered me, rather than the reverse, and what other enigmas lie within a key bereft of a lock. Story 17. The night had enveloped the ancient house in a velvety shroud of quiet, broken only by the soft patter of autumn rain against the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a warm cup of tea in my hands, I found myself gazing absent-mindedly at the painting hanging on the wall across from me. An heirloom from my grandmother, the painting depicted a serene woodland scene at dusk. Though not a valuable piece, it never failed to captivate me with its melancholic tranquility. On this particular evening, bathed in the golden glow of the floor lamp casting dancing shadows, I noticed something peculiar. The painting appeared slightly askew to the right, a deviation from the straight alignment I had always known. Setting down my cup on the nearby table, I rose slowly, the wooden floor murmuring softly beneath my feet as I approached the wall. With delicate care, I straightened the painting, feeling the rough texture of the aged frame beneath my fingertips. Returning to my seat, I resumed reading the book I had momentarily set aside. The warmth of the tea and the soothing symphony of raindrops lulled me into a pleasant drowsiness. It was only after some time, when I lifted my gaze, that I saw the painting now tilted to the left. A subtle shiver ran down my spine as I pondered whether it was mere fatigue or a trick of light and shadow. Rising once more, this time with caution, I drew near to the painting, and there, a revelation awaited me. The colors of the sunset appeared more vibrant, almost pulsing, and the tree shadows had lengthened compared to before. With trembling fingers, I touched the canvas surface, noting its warmth as if it had absorbed the room's heat. Yet there was a peculiar quality to the way the paint caught the light. In the days that followed, my attention was drawn to the painting more and more. Each time I entered the room, it seemed to have shifted ever so slightly. Sometimes the change was barely perceptible, while other times it was striking. Not only did its tilt vary, but the very details within the painting seemed to subtly transform. The foliage would appear denser on one occasion, the clouds in the painted sky altered in shape on another. I took to photographing the painting daily, comparing the images meticulously. The variances, though slight, were undeniable. Within the painted woods, ephemeral details emerged and vanished. A hidden clearing, a bird's nest nestled among branches, a faint trail that hadn't existed before. The sunset itself seemed to inch along imperceptibly, as if time within the painting flowed to a different rhythm than our own. One tranquil evening, as I sat in my customary armchair, a movement caught my peripheral vision. The painting was inclining by its own accord, a nearly imperceptible motion. Rather than fear, I felt a profound curiosity mingled with a surreal calm. The motion was fluid, as if an unseen hand was tenderly caressing it. Approaching the painting once more, I did so without hesitation. Under my gaze, the canvas surface seemed to quiver ever so slightly. In the reflection of the protective glass, I caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. My grandmother's profile, faint and spectral like a faded memory, seemed to smile as she adjusted the painting to its rightful position. Since that moment, I've come to embrace these subtle changes as part of the house's enchantment. Each night, before retiring to bed, I devote a few moments to studying the painting, seeking out its new secrets. Sometimes I believe it to be my grandmother's way of signaling her presence, a silent watcher through this enigmatic canvas that shifts and evolves like a living entity. I have shared this tale with no one, choosing instead to cherish this sweet mystery within my heart. The painting still shifts its position, though less frequently now, as if it has found equilibrium between revealing itself and preserving its enigma. And so, I continue to inhabit my armchair every evening, with a cup of tea steaming in hand, listening to the rain drumming against the windows, and observing the painting as it leads its own existence, engaged in a silent discourse that only we share an understanding of. Story 18. In the quiet embrace of autumn, the rain descended gently from the heavens, creating a mystical curtain that blurred the boundaries of reality. The hour was late, and my labor lingered beyond its usual bounds. Each step I took on the damp pavement harmonized with the soft percussion of raindrops on the car roofs. The atmosphere was heavy with that distinct fragrance only rain can conjure, a blend of moist earth, decaying leaves, and the elusive crispness that accompanies a storm. Approaching the bus stop, a solitary figure captured my attention. They sat motionless on the bench beneath the transparent shelter, draped in a dark coat that melded seamlessly with the encroaching darkness. A broad-brimmed hat shielded part of their face from view. What struck me immediately was how, despite the downpour, their coat remained impeccably dry. Halting a few paces away, I endeavored to maintain a discreet presence while fixating on this peculiar anomaly. The dim glow of the street lamp cast peculiar shadows upon the figure, momentarily blurring the contours of their form as if peering through frosted glass. The rain's cadence seemed to soften in their vicinity, enveloping us in an unnatural cocoon of quietude. Glancing at my phone, I noted 20 minutes until my bus's scheduled arrival. With caution, I inched closer to the shelter, seeking refuge from the escalating rain. The enigmatic stranger made no movement, offering no indication of acknowledging my presence. Seating myself at the opposite end of the bench, I strived to maintain a respectful distance. It was then that I discerned another disconcerting detail. Though both sheltered beneath the same canopy, raindrops near them swerved off course, as if repelled by an unseen force. The rain's melody shifted in tone as it neared them, emitting a nearly imperceptible hiss. Minutes stretched languidly. I attempted to distract myself by perusing messages on my phone, yet the stranger's aura continued to captivate my focus. From my periphery, I caught glimpses of subtle movements from their direction, as though they were observing a distant specter invisible to me. A gust of wind intensified, causing the street lamp to sway, shrouding the area in deeper shadow momentarily. At that fleeting moment, the stranger turned slightly in my direction. Beneath the hat's brim, instead of eyes, I beheld two faint orbs of light, akin to the moon's reflection upon tranquil waters. My heart thrummed steadily in my chest, a blend of curiosity, overpowering fear anchoring me to my spot. The strangers slowly reoriented back to their initial position, and the moment ebbed away like a receding tide. In the distance, the familiar rumble of an approaching bus shattered the silence. Its headlights pierced the darkness, casting elongated shadows on the slick road. As the bus halted before us with a hiss of brakes, I rose swiftly. Glancing back at the bench one final time, the stranger had vanished. I detected no sound of movement or footsteps, only a void where they once sat. On slightly trembling legs, I embarked onto the bus, selecting a seat near the driver. The vehicle set into motion, and as I stole a glance through the misted window, the shelter stood vacant. Yet, for an ephemeral instant, I fancied I witnessed a shadowy figure dissipating into the rain, akin to smoke carried away by the wind. In the ensuing days, each nocturnal bus stop visit seemed altered. The street lamp's glow appeared dimmer, and the rain's patter held a peculiar resonance, as though the very air retained the memory of that enigmatic presence. The stranger eluded my sight thereafter, yet on rainy evenings since, I sometimes observe certain raindrops descending askew, deviating from their ordained path sans reason. Story 19. The soft rhythm of raindrops tapping against the window panes enveloped my grandmother's ancient abode, creating a tranquil symphony that echoed through the halls. My task was to sift through the layers of time stored in the dusty attic, a duty that felt simultaneously overwhelming and strangely calming. Each step I took on the creaking wooden stairs released a faint aroma of aged cedar and forgotten tales, guiding me upward toward the attic's hidden treasures. The space above was bathed in a gentle, diffused light filtering through a small, circular window. Dust motes floated lazily in the muted beam, pirouetting in the air and painting ephemeral patterns of memories past. The attic whispered secrets of bygone days, with every box and trunk holding fragments of lives long lived. As I wandered through the attic, my fingertips brushing against weathered cardboard boxes, the rain's melody provided a perfect backdrop to my exploration. In the far corner, partially concealed behind a stack of weathered photo albums, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A small music box, its surface dulled by time, perched atop a faded pink blanket. What intrigued me was not its appearance, but the fact that its metal key was slowly turning, as if recently wound. The subtle movement, nearly imperceptible, stood out in the attic's silence. Approaching it, I sensed a shift in the temperature, a slight chill descending upon the space. The music box's lid was intricately carved with woodland creatures, their features softened with age and handling. Curiously, my grandmother had never spoken of this particular piece, a fact that struck me as odd given her penchant for sharing stories of cherished possessions. With a trembling hand, I lifted the music box, noting its warmth against the attic's coolness. The key continued its silent rotation, defying logic. Opening the lid, instead of the expected lullaby, a different sound emerged, the faint giggle of a child, distant and ethereal, drifting through the air like a forgotten echo. Rather than instilling fear, the sound evoked a deep sense of melancholy and longing, stirring something profound within me. Nestled beneath the music box lay a diminutive porcelain doll, its serene face painted with a slightly askew glass eye, giving it an enigmatic gaze. The doll's once white dress had faded to the hue of aged ivory, its delicate lace trim resembling spun silk. What struck me most were the tiny hands, outstretched as if yearning to be held. As I studied the doll, the rain's cadence seemed to alter, transforming into deliberate footsteps traversing the attic floor. Dust particles swirled in intricate formations, briefly resembling miniature handprints before dispersing into chaos. The air grew cooler, yet not uncomfortably so, akin to a gentle breeze on a summer evening. Memories, not my own, but vivid nonetheless, began to surface in my mind. I glimpsed a young girl frolicking in the attic, her laughter reverberating off the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. These scenes felt like watercolors, soft and muted, yet carrying the weight of undeniable truth. Somehow, I knew I was witnessing my grandmother as a child, though the certainty of this knowledge eluded explanation. The music box's key ceased its turning, and the spectral laughter faded into silence. Holding both the music box and the doll, an overwhelming urge to bring them downstairs tugged at me, to infuse them with new life in the warmth below. Yet a peculiar intuition held me back. The doll's displaced eye seemed to gaze beyond me, fixated on an unseen presence. Carefully, I returned both items to their original places, arranging the pink blanket meticulously. A subtle shift in the air, akin to a sigh of contentment, accompanied my actions. The rain resumed its natural melody, and the dust settled back into its lazy waltz in the sunbeam. An understanding dawned on me in that moment. Certain toys are not meant to be forgotten, lingering in the realm between memory and reality, between past and present, playing with phantom companions in the solitary hours. That evening, as I prepared to depart, a faint melody wafted down from the attic, accompanied by the delicate patter of tiny feet dancing on aged floorboards. I chose not to investigate. Some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved, residing in that tranquil space between wakefulness and dreams, where the inconceivable becomes conceivable, and memories pirouette eternally in the aging attic's dust-laden glow. Perhaps this was why my grandmother had never mentioned the music box. Some treasures are meant to be unearthed rather than bestowed, their enchantment unveiled solely to those who chance upon them at the precise moment when the rain whispers softly and the world hushes enough to hear the murmurs of yesteryears. Story 20. The snow drifted down silently on that winter night, like a soft whisper from the sky, coating the windowsill in a layer of pristine white. Nestled in my cozy armchair, I observed the delicate dance of snowflakes in the warm glow of a lamplight, taking slow sips of chamomile tea that enveloped me in a soothing embrace. Despite the chill seeping through the ancient wooden window frames, the tea's warmth offered solace, a gentle contrast to the wintry night outside. The grandfather clock's steady ticking filled the room with a mesmerizing cadence, a tranquil melody that seemed to lull me into a state of peaceful contemplation. In the midst of this serene stillness, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the window's reflection. Amongst the swirling snowflakes, there appeared to be a faint image of a face. It was vague and ethereal, as if sketched by the frost from my own breath on the cold glass. Yet, the eyes within that spectral visage stood out, piercing and familiar in their intensity. Rising slowly from my chair, the floorboards creaking beneath me, I approached the window, causing the elusive reflection to waver before dissolving entirely. Despite its disappearance, a lingering sensation of being observed lingered, casting a subtle veil of unease over the room. As the fragrant aroma of tea mingled with a soft hint of jasmine, a scent previously unnoticed, wisps of half-forgotten memories stirred within me, like echoes from a distant past. Lost in reverie, I found myself drawn back to a summer evening long ago, shrouded in a haze of nostalgia and fleeting recollections. Though I returned to my seat, my gaze remained fixated on the window, searching for the enigmatic face that had momentarily captivated me. The pendulum of the clock swung rhythmically, its ticking now morphing into murmured whispers that eluded comprehension. Retrieving my weathered journal from a nearby shelf, its leather cover worn with age, I idly flipped through its pages, only to have a faded photograph flutter out. With trembling hands, I retrieved the image, its colors muted with time, yet still discernible. The photograph depicted a group of individuals captured in a moment of shared joy during a summer picnic, their smiles frozen in time. Among them, a figure in the background drew my gaze, an indistinct young woman with those same haunting, deep-set eyes that had peered back at me from the window's reflection. Heart-pounding, I scrutinized the photograph, fixating on the woman clad in a white floral dress, clutching a bouquet of jasmine blooms. Her expression exuded a tender melancholy, her eyes reflecting a world of unspoken secrets. Flipping the photograph over, I discovered a cryptic message inscribed in elegant script, "Don't forget me." A sudden gust of wind rustled the curtains, though I was certain all windows remained shut, and the scent of jasmine enveloped me like a gentle caress, weaving through the room with ghostly grace. Closing my eyes briefly, I found myself adrift in a sea of fragmented memories. A melodic laughter, the distant strains of a piano, the rustle of a white dress among verdant garden foliage. When I reopened my eyes, the snow continued its silent descent, the window's reflection now revealing only my weary visage. Yet as I tenderly placed the photograph back within the journal's pages, I sensed that enigmatic face would accompany me into the realm of dreams, a bittersweet presence haunting my slumber. Lying down upon the couch, cocooned in a cocoon of warmth, I allowed the hypnotic pendulum sway to lull me closer to the edge of sleep. The lingering scent of jasmine gradually faded, blending into the tapestry of memories that ebbed and flowed like a tide of forgotten whispers. Drifting towards unconsciousness, I pondered the depths of my mind, contemplating the hidden recesses where untold memories lay dormant, awaiting reawakening. In that hushed moment before sleep claimed me, a realization dawned upon me that some faces, some memories are not meant to be cast aside by the passage of time. They linger as gentle phantoms, guardians of a past obscured but not erased by the sands of time. And as I succumbed to the embrace of slumber, a crystalline laughter echoed in the wind, intermingling with the snowflakes that pirouetted in the night, carrying me into the realm of dreams where whispers of the past intertwined with the tranquility of the present. Story 21. The autumn breeze whispered softly through the rustling leaves as I meandered along the quiet country road, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The GPS had given up its guidance a few miles back, but I felt no sense of urgency. Familiar with these surroundings, or so I thought, I continued on, the road weaving gently through hills adorned with barren vineyards. The crack in my window welcomed in the crisp air, carrying the earthy scent of wet soil and fallen foliage. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch, inviting me to linger in each passing second. Turning right at a weathered wooden sign, an odd realization struck me. This road was a stranger to my mental map of the area. Pausing briefly, I tried to reorient myself as the elongating shadows cast enchanting shapes among the trees lining the path. The asphalt beneath my tires remained remarkably pristine, too smooth for a forgotten country lane, devoid of potholes or cracks, disappearing into the misty evening. Leaves twirled lazily in the air, as if reluctant to let go, as I ventured forward at a leisurely pace, my curiosity piqued by the evolving landscape. The trees flanking the road appeared ancient, their twisted branches intertwining above like a natural cathedral ceiling filtering the fading twilight. In the distance, faint lights flickered like misplaced fireflies, gracefully weaving between the tree trunks, transient as fleeting memories. The silence enveloped me, almost tangible, broken only by the soft hum of my engine and the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. As I progressed, the road underwent a subtle transformation. Its borders blurred as if painted by an unseen hand, while the shadows deepened, not foreboding but softening, as if reality itself was gently fading at the edges. Abruptly, a glint caught my eye. An ancient brass mailbox stood by the roadside, its impeccable condition belying its age. Adorned with an intricate compass rose but devoid of any name or number, it seemed to exude a faint warmth as I reached out to touch it, a stark contrast to the cool evening air. Continuing along the winding path, I observed increasingly peculiar details. A faint luminescence emanated from small milestone stones, seemingly glowing from within. Above, the sky held a hue impossible to define, a color exclusive to this forgotten realm. Stars timidly emerged, yet even they bore a foreign quality, as though glimpsing a sky from another era or dimension. After what felt like an eternity or perhaps mere moments, I crested a hill, unveiling a circular clearing paved with weathered stones. At its heart stood an antiquated wrought iron lamppost, casting a warm, inviting glow. Stepping out of my car, I was met with an eerie stillness, as if time itself paused in anticipation. From this vantage point, the distant city lights appeared distant and disconnected, veiled by an unseen barrier from this ethereal reality. Surveying the scene, I noticed the road behind me had transformed, no longer sleek asphalt, but a path worn by the passage of time. Returning to my vehicle, I retrieved a road map from the glove compartment, studying it beneath the lamppost's gentle light. Confirming my suspicion, the road I traversed was absent from the map, as though I had journeyed through a realm confined to dreams. As I folded the map, a gust of wind caused it to quiver in my grasp, revealing fleeting golden lines tracing a path that shimmered before vanishing. Remaining in that surreal space a while longer, basking in its tranquil allure, I eventually resolved to depart. The lamppost, now extinguished, left the road ahead shrouded in darkness, yet an unspoken assurance guided me homeward. As I drove towards the city, I stole glances in the rearview mirror. The lamppost reignited, its glow diminishing with each passing mile. A golden luminescence danced in the air, as if stardust had been sprinkled upon the road uncharted on any map. In the days that ensued, I embarked on numerous quests to rediscover that mysterious road, traversing the countryside in search of its enigmatic allure. Alas, the solitary lamppost and its radiant stones had vanished like a wisp of a dream upon waking. Only a faint golden trace on my aged map remained, visible only when illuminated just so, a clandestine secret awaiting rediscovery in the realm of slumber. Story 22. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my quaint country home, weaving a soothing melody with the gentle creaking of the wooden floor beneath my feet. On this autumn evening, the line between what's real and what's imagined felt delicate, almost ethereal. Outside, the leaves of the trees swayed in the darkness, casting ever-shifting shadows on the hallway's cream walls through the misty panes. Nestled in my beloved armchair, holding a cup of chamomile tea now turned cold, I idly watched as the light from the floor lamp painted a golden halo on the ground. There was a subtle shift in the air that night, a mysterious feeling that eluded definition. Perhaps it was the heaviness of the atmosphere, or the profound silence of the house that seemed to envelop me. With a slow rise, I was compelled by a flicker of movement caught in my peripheral vision. The hallway leading to the bedrooms appeared elongated, stretching beyond its usual boundaries. Shadows deepened in the corners, taking on a life of their own, denser and more ominous. Standing at the threshold of the living room, I peered into the thickening darkness that veiled the hallway's end. As I ventured forward, the temperature dropped gradually, and the familiar creaks of the floor sounded foreign, as if on uncharted territory. The ancestral photographs adorning the walls bore a new intensity in their gaze, as though the faces within them had subtly shifted. Halfway down the hallway I paused. A scent, ancient and unfamiliar, of old books and damp wood wafted to my senses, alien to my home. Turning to the window on my right, rain had etched intricate patterns on the glass, following a cryptic design beyond comprehension. And then it revealed itself. A shadow, darker than the rest, glided with unnatural grace along the opposing wall. Unattached to any visible object, it held a solidity akin to condensed mist, moving deliberately, as if aware of my presence. My breath deepened as I watched, not with fear but with a peculiar sense of recognition, as if that presence had always lingered, waiting to be acknowledged. The shadow halted by the guest room door, assuming a vaguely human form. Taking a step closer, it seemed to respond to my proximity, quivering slightly. The rain's whispers grew louder, hinting at a message I strained to decipher. The air chilled, yet not unpleasantly so, wrapping me in a cool embrace akin to silk on a summer night. The shadow resumed its dance, approaching me with fluid motions, a slow-motion ballet. I stood transfixed as it drew nearer. Just steps away, it paused. Amidst the house's silence, my heartbeat echoed, steady and calm. The shadow inclined, a silent greeting. Without understanding why, I raised a hand. Mirroring my action, the shadow extended its own, a fleeting image of a hand emerging from its misty form. Though no physical contact occurred, a warmth lingered where our hands nearly met. Then, with graceful poise, the shadow began to fade, dispersing like smoke carried by an unseen breeze, leaving behind a hint of jasmine and profound tranquility. Time seemed suspended as I lingered in the hallway, listening to the rain's fading lullaby. Returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as if untouched by the passage of time during our encounter. Since that evening, on rainy nights, I tread the hallway with a watchful eye on the shadows. Sometimes a familiar figure dances at the edge of my vision. The enigmatic presence of that shadow remains a mystery, yet it has left me not with unease, but with an understanding that some secrets require no explanation. The hallway now cradles this secret, and on quiet nights, when rain taps at the windows, I await a blend of curiosity and peace for a new rendezvous with the shadow that dances beyond the hallway's reach. Story 23. The soft patter of rain against my bedroom window had been a companion all through the night. I lay in bed, teetering on the edge between wakefulness and slumber when a steady hum cut through the tranquil sound of the rainfall. Initially, I brushed it off as just noise from the nearby road, but as time trickled by, the hum persisted. A car engine, quietly purring in the vicinity. The digital clock on my nightstand cast a gentle red hue across the room, signaling the impending approach of midnight. Intrigued, I rose from my bed, drawn like a moth to a flame, compelled to investigate the source of this peculiar sound. Gazing out through the misted window, I discerned a shadowy sedan parked across the street. Its headlights lay dormant, yet a subtle bluish light seeped from within, mingling with the wisps of exhaust twirling into the damp air. The scene unfolded before me like a frozen tableau, devoid of movement or life. The engine's persistent drone felt out of place, a discordant note in the symphony of the night. Raindrops cascading under the street lamp's glow created an intricate dance on the car's sleek exterior, rendering it almost ethereal in the darkness. My breath formed a fog on the window pane, framing the enigmatic vehicle in a ghostly mist. I found myself fixating on the minutiae, observing the water droplets clinging to its surface, the mist intertwining with the exhaust, crafting fleeting shapes that dissipated into the night. The longer I watched, the more questions swirled in my mind. Who would leave their car running unattended at this late hour? What purpose brought them to this nondescript street on such a somber night? As if in response to my silent queries, the engine's purr dipped in tone, sending a subtle vibration through the air, tangible yet elusive. The windows of the car were veiled in a thick layer of fog, concealing any glimpse of the interior. However, the opacity hinted at a presence lurking within rather than an empty cabin. My hand hovered over my phone, contemplating whether to summon help. The police, maybe, though the nature of the perceived transgression eluded me. Reason attempted to offer mundane explanations: a rendezvous, a tired driver seeking respite, a neighbor preparing for a nocturnal shift. Yet these rationalizations crumbled beneath the weight of the scene's enigma. Time seemed to warp as I stood transfixed at the window, the rain's melody persisting, the car's vigil unbroken. Subtle transformations unfolded, patterns of condensation shifting, the shapes of exhaust altering, yet the car remained a static enigma, akin to a frozen moment in time. As weariness crept over me, I tore myself away from the window, retracing my steps to the warmth of my bed. A fleeting impulse made me cast one final glance towards the enigmatic vehicle. The car stood there, engine humming, and in that moment, I could almost swear I detected a flicker of movement behind the misted windows. A silhouette, a specter, or a mere trick of the light dancing through the rain's embrace. Cocooned beneath my covers, the engine's drone now amplified, seeping through the walls, weaving into the symphony of raindrops. Drifting on the cusp of slumber, the amalgamation of sounds birthed a hypnotic melody, caressing me towards the realm of dreams. The veiled windows lingered in my mind, harboring secrets, a silent sentinel in the nocturnal hours. With the break of dawn, I hastened to the window, half expecting to find the street deserted, the nocturnal episode dismissed as a figment of imagination. Yet, etched in the wet pavement were unmistakable tire tracks where the car had rested. Beside them, a shimmering pool of water mingled with a substance catching the morning light, perhaps transmission fluid, its iridescence lending an eerie beauty to the scene. The car never graced the street again, but on tranquil, rainy nights, when the world hushed to a whisper, I occasionally catch a phantom echo of an idling engine in the distance. And in those moments of wakefulness, I ponder how many others share this nocturnal vigil, peering through rain-streaked windows, yearning to unveil the secrets veiled behind misted glass panes. Story 24. In the realm of slumber, where the veil between consciousness and dreams is as delicate as a whisper, I find myself awakening to a world that defies the norms of reality. Each morning begins with a weight upon my chest, a heaviness that cloaks me in a leaden embrace, grounding me in a place that feels both familiar and unknown. The room in which I find myself is bathed in a gentle luminescence, a soft pearl-like glow that emanates from no discernible source. The walls, ever elusive in their hue, shift and change as if playing a subtle game of hide-and-seek with my gaze. The ceiling stretches far above, reaching heights that defy logic, disappearing into a velvet darkness reminiscent of a starless night sky. Nestled upon a bed of unimaginable softness, I am cradled by silk sheets that whisper secrets as they glide across my skin. The air carries a fragrance, sweet and comforting, reminiscent of memories just beyond reach. Perhaps it is the scent of lavender, or maybe vanilla, yet it eludes my attempts to grasp its essence, morphing with each fleeting moment. Time here dances to its own rhythm, a fluid melody that sways with the shadows as they stretch and retract, casting a hypnotic spell upon the walls. The silence, never truly silent, hums with a distant cadence, like the deep breaths of a slumbering giant or the echo of my own heartbeat reverberating through the empty expanse. Stepping barefoot onto a plush carpet that cradles my every footfall like clouds in a sky of reverie, I explore the sparsely adorned room. Aside from the bed, there stands an antique desk of dark wood, a plush armchair of burgundy velvet, and an oval mirror adorned with a frame of gilded gold. The mirror, forever veiled in a misty haze, beckons with a mysterious allure, a portal to a realm unseen. Approaching the desk, my eyes alight upon an ever-changing tableau of objects. Today, a weathered leather-bound diary, a fountain pen dripping with midnight blue ink, and a steaming cup of tea await my attention. The tea, warm to the touch, whispers of forgotten hands that brewed it, though the memory eludes me. The diary's pages lie blank, yet beneath my fingertips, I sense the ghostly impressions of words, as if inked in invisible script. Settling into the inviting embrace of the velvet armchair, I notice a peculiar phenomenon unfolding before me. The wall opposite pulsates gently, as if breathing in slumber, a living entity in the guise of stone. Intrigued, I rise to investigate, but as I draw near, the wall stands resolute, devoid of movement or life. In my perpetual search for an exit, my hands trace the walls, seeking the elusive door that must surely exist. Fingers trailing over every imperfection, every crevice, I catch fleeting glimpses of a handle that dissolves like mist upon my touch. The enigmatic mirror, shrouded in mist, reflects a figure that moves with a languid grace, mirroring my actions with a subtle delay, as if caught in a dance of shadows. As the ebb and flow of time weaves its intricate tapestry, I lose myself in moments that stretch and contract, blurring the boundaries between minutes and hours. The bed welcomes me once more, its embrace tender and reassuring, cocooning me in a symphony of scents that evoke memories long forgotten. Eyes drifting shut, I surrender to the timeless embrace of sleep, pondering the enigma of this room that straddles the line between reality and reverie. Is this place a construct of my dreaming mind, or am I but a figment of its boundless imagination? In the hushed stillness of slumber, I ponder the notion of escape, wondering if the desire to leave is but a fleeting thought in a world where waking and dreaming intertwine like threads in a tapestry of endless possibilities. And so, as I drift once more into the embrace of sleep, a whisper of uncertainty lingers, a question unanswered in the eternal dance between the tangible and the intangible. The room, a sanctuary of shadows and light, cradles me in its timeless embrace, a silent witness to the mysteries that unfold in the liminal space where dreams are born and reality fades into the realm of the unknown. Story 25. The ancient house had always spoken to me in hushed tones, but on that wintry night, its whispers took on a new depth. Outside, snow fell in a silent ballet, each flake shimmering under the watchful eye of the pale moon before gracefully settling on the earth. Nestled in my cozy reading nook, wrapped in a well-loved woolen blanket, I sat by the crackling fireplace, its gentle warmth a soothing presence in the stillness of the night. The familiar creaks and groans of the old house, once mere background music to my solitude, now carried a mysterious undercurrent that pricked at my senses. At first the murmurs were faint, barely discernible over the crackling fire and the whisper of the wind outside. I set aside my book, holding my breath to catch the elusive whispers that seemed to float through the air. It was as if the walls themselves were breathing, exhaling secrets long forgotten. I reached out a hand to touch the textured wallpaper beside me, feeling a subtle vibration beneath my fingertips, like the purr of a slumbering cat. Leaning in closer, I pressed my ear against the wall, shutting my eyes to better focus on the ethereal voices that danced just beyond reach. They ebbed and flowed, like a gentle stream winding its way through hidden chambers, carrying with them a sense of familiarity and warmth. There was no hint of malice in their soft cadence, only a distant echo of bygone conversations held in the dead of night. Driven by a curiosity I could not ignore, I began to follow the whispers as they meandered through the labyrinthine corridors of the house. My bare feet made no sound on the threadbare carpets as I trailed the elusive voices from room to room. In the kitchen, they seemed to emanate from the shadows behind the gleaming copper pots. In the hallway, they reverberated from the faded landscapes that adorned the walls. Each time I thought I was on the verge of deciphering their words, the whispers would morph and shift, slipping through my grasp like elusive shadows. The grandfather clock tolled midnight, its deep chime blending seamlessly with the mysterious murmurs that enveloped me in a cocoon of sound. Standing in the dim light, I noticed a peculiar bulge in the wallpaper, as if a hidden presence strained against the fabric of reality. As I tentatively reached out to touch the protrusion, the whispers swelled in intensity, as if drawing closer to me in silent communion. The wallpaper, warm to the touch, seemed to pulse beneath my fingertips, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I heard my name whispered with tender affection. The bulge receded as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind a lingering warmth that hummed in the air. Throughout the night, I discovered more of these mysterious bulges in the walls, each one a transient portal to a realm of unseen voices and half-remembered echoes. Laughter and lullabies intertwined in a symphony of unknown tongues, weaving a tapestry of sound that wove through the very fabric of the house. The voices, though enigmatic, held me in a trance-like embrace, their gentle whispers a balm to my restless soul. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, the voices began to fade like wisps of smoke, leaving behind only a lingering sense of peace. The walls, once pulsing with hidden murmurs, returned to their silent vigil as the world awakened outside. The mystery of the voices in the wall remained unsolved, a tantalizing enigma that haunted my thoughts on quiet nights when the snow fell in soft whispers. Perhaps, I mused, the house itself was a vessel for the memories of those who had passed through its doors, their essence lingering in the very timbers and stones that composed its structure. Or maybe, on certain nights when the veil between worlds grew thin, we were granted a fleeting glimpse into the unseen realms that coexist alongside our own. One thing was certain: the voices, with their gentle lullaby of the ages, had become a cherished companion in the solitude of the night, a reminder that even in our isolation, we are connected by threads of whispered secrets that span the boundaries of time and space. Story 26. The hush of that autumn night held a unique heaviness in the air. With each step down the gravel driveway leading to the ancestral home, the crunch of my footfalls reverberated loudly in the encompassing darkness. Dry leaves twirled lazily around my feet, carried by a gentle breeze that whispered secrets through the branches of ancient trees. The house, abandoned for months since Aunt Mary's departure, awaited my inspection to ensure all was as it should be. The antique key grinded in the lock, its metallic echo resonating across the empty porch. A distinct aroma enveloped me as I stepped inside, a blend of aged wood and a mysterious essence reminiscent of childhood days spent within these walls. The twilight seeped through lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the wooden floor. Silence enveloped the interior, broken only by the steady ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Yet, within that silence lurked an eerie presence, barely perceptible. As I traversed the main hallway, the familiar creak of the hardwood floor accompanied my every move. Family portraits, gazing down from the walls with a new intensity, seemed to observe my every step. Pausing before my grandmother's portrait, a subtle shift in her smile caught my eye, an enigmatic twist that had eluded me before. And then I heard it, a faint sound, at first dismissed as a figment of my imagination, a distant echo, akin to a lullaby hummed in a faraway room. The melody, tinged with familiarity yet elusive in its recognition, beckoned me upstairs. Each stair creaked underfoot, whispering tales of bygone eras. The haunting melody grew clearer, yet remained just beyond my grasp, like a fading dream upon waking. Reaching the landing, I traced the source to the old playroom, a sanctuary of childhood memories shared with cousins on rainy afternoons. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of moonlight to filter into the room. Pushing it open gently, I beheld the familiar sights: the rocking horse, the bookshelf laden with children's tales, the weathered toy chest. But amidst the nostalgia, a new addition caught my eye, a music box perched on the windowsill, its presence unknown to me. Intrigued, I approached. Crafted from aged brass, the music box lay silent, adorned with delicate floral engravings. Strangely, the melody persisted in the air, as though the very walls were whispering it into existence. A peculiar illusion unfolded as its reflection in the window portrayed the dancer atop it in motion, a spectral waltz frozen in time. A blink, and the mirage dissipated. In that moment, recollection flooded my mind, the lullaby my grandmother had sung to us before slumber. Yet she had long departed before this room transformed into a playroom. How could her voice echo so vividly within these walls? Retrieving the music box, a warmth pulsed through me as I cradled it in my hands. Faintly etched on its base, a nearly faded inscription revealed a date, my grandmother's birth date. The melody gradually waned, melding with the house's silence until it became a mere whisper. Seated upon the old toy chest, the music box a companion in my grasp, I watched as the moon painted ethereal shadows upon the floor. Since that night, the music box accompanies me on each visit to the house. Though its tune remains unheard, on tranquil evenings, a distant echo of the lullaby lingers, as if the house harbors the echoes of melodies sung within its walls. Closing the door behind me, I pondered how certain places retain the essence of affection and tenderness bestowed upon them, resonating softly across time like an eternal echo, one that reminds us that nothing truly fades into oblivion. Story 27. The rain cascaded gently that evening, draping a shimmering veil over the pavement, reflecting the soft glow of the street lamps. After a lengthy day at work, I strolled homeward, relishing the earthy fragrance in the air and the soothing patter of raindrops on the rooftops. And then there it was, a petite book with a mysterious dark cover, abandoned on the sidewalk. Despite the rain, it appeared untouched, as if left there only moments earlier. Stooping down, I retrieved it, noting its supple texture and the richness of the leather binding. Devoid of any markings, no name or clue, except for a black satin ribbon serving as a bookmark, nestled among the yellowed pages. The weight of the diary in my grasp felt strangely substantial for its size, hinting at secrets veiled within. Sheltering the first page beneath a nearby balcony, I gingerly turned it over. The script was elegant and precise, penned in black ink that seemed freshly inked on the paper. Though the date at the top matched the present day, the year etched was 1887. The opening lines seized my attention at once. I have unearthed something that defies existence. Shadows transcend mere shadows, and time ebbs in erratic currents. I must chronicle all ere it's too late. A shiver coursed through me, not of dread, but of profound intrigue. Flipping to the next page, the narrative unfurled, weaving a tapestry of enigmatic occurrences. The author spoke of recurrent instances, objects shifting mysteriously overnight, mirrors reflecting images with a subtle delay. As I delved deeper, the rain assumed a melodic cadence, each drop falling in a choreographed sequence, as if following an unseen symphony. Surveying my surroundings, I realized the street lay deserted, with the streetlights casting perfect circles on the glistening pavement, melding into geometrical patterns unseen till then. The diary mirrored these phenomena, concealed patterns within the mundane fabric of reality, unveiled only at certain junctures, when perception broadened to encompass wider vistas. These details had begun to captivate the author post a peculiar find, an ancient brass key etched with inscrutable symbols. Just as I read about this key, I felt a metallic object in my jacket pocket. Retrieving it, I beheld a key identical to the one in the diary, antique brass, adorned with enigmatic engravings. My heart thudded steadily as I examined it under the lamplight. Subsequent pages of the diary narrated of a door, not a physical portal, but a threshold betwixt realms, perceptible solely when light struck reflective surfaces at a specific angle. The key, it seemed, wielded influence beyond conventional locks, bending reality around its possessor. Raising my gaze from the diary, I observed the streetlight shadows morphing into impossible forms, contorting and elongating unnaturally, resembling ancient scripts. The rain's cadence grew even more hypnotic, akin to a lullaby murmured by a far-off voice. The final written page bore a caution. If these words meet your eyes, the diary has sought you out. No mere coincidence, for such trivialities cease to exist at this level of reality. The key shall unveil truths, but heed well. Certain doors, once ajar, refuse closure. Gently sealing the diary, the weight of the key in my pocket palpable, each raindrop now seemed to carry a fragment of a grander melody. The flickering street lamp beams waltzed on the building walls, casting shadows that danced like ethereal figures in a shadow play. Resuming my homeward stroll, the diary hugged to my chest, the key pulsing faintly in my pocket. The world enveloped me in a dreamlike haze, suspended betwixt wakefulness and reverie. How many before me had chanced upon this diary, discovered the key nestled in their pockets? Drawing near my abode, I discerned shadows on the building wall coalescing into what appeared as a door. It had never been there before, I was certain. Or perhaps it had always lurked, concealed from sight till now. The key weighed heavier, as if cognizant of its purpose. I stood transfixed, gazing at the shadowy portal, while the rain continued its nocturnal serenade. The diary had found a new custodian, heralding perhaps a fresh chapter on the horizon. Yet that tale awaited another night, another moment suspended between reality and reverie. Story 28. In the heart of our neighborhood, as the autumn nights settle in, there is a hidden magic that whispers through the cool air. The aroma of fallen leaves dances delicately, and the sound of footsteps on the damp streets is hushed. Lately, on my evening strolls back from work, a peculiar occurrence has captured my attention. Nestled at the intersection of Maple Street and Rose Avenue stands a streetlight that behaves unlike any other. While its companions bathe the sidewalk in a steady yellow glow, this particular light harbors a secret. As I draw near, its radiance begins to wane, as though concealing a mystery from my gaze. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere malfunction, an aging streetlight in need of repair. But the pattern persisted, unraveling before my eyes. Only in my presence did the light falter, a phenomenon unseen by others passing beneath its watchful beam. Curiosity stirred within me, prompting an experiment. Leaning against the weathered facade of the Art Deco building, I observed from a distance. The light stood resolute, casting elongated shadows and imbuing the dew-kissed garden with an ethereal sheen. One step closer and a flicker. Another step, and the glow dimmed further. Approaching within 15 feet, the once vibrant light dwindled to a faint shimmer, barely illuminating the surroundings. Entering this twilight realm, a profound silence enveloped me, as if even the city's usual clamor withdrew alongside the fading light. Peering up at the glass casing, I discerned peculiar markings etched upon its surface, shrouded in the dimness. A desire to inspect closer led me to reach for my phone, but a sudden gust stirred the leaves, and a sense of movement within the light's enclosure sent a shiver down my spine. Subsequently, I altered my route to pass beneath this enigmatic streetlight each evening. Without fail, the ritual unfolded, the light dimming in my approach, the air thickening with an unseen presence, the sensation of being observed from above. Details emerged with each encounter, the subtle shift in hues, the cryptic language of light's modulation. On a moonlit night within the circle of fading light, a peculiar hum resonated, a metallic melody emanating from the pole itself. Placing my palm against the cold metal, I felt the vibrations pulsating, almost as if the streetlight sought to communicate. Documenting these encounters meticulously, I discerned a correlation with lunar phases, the light dimming more drastically during the new moon, maintaining a steady glow under the full moon's watchful eye. Noteworthy was the light's predictable behavior, always dimming for precisely 23 seconds upon my passing. Yet, what fascinated me most was how this phenomenon began to influence my actions. A silent pact seemed to form, compelling me to slow my pace, to linger beneath the dimmed glow, listening to the haunting hum that wove tales of forgotten times. I refrained from seeking a rational explanation, content to bask in the mystery that had chosen me as its sole confidant. Night after night, as I tread homeward, I sensed the streetlight's anticipation, ready to envelop me in that fleeting twilight embrace. In that transient darkness where shadows reign and the world pauses, I feel a part of something grander, an enigma unveiled solely through the interplay of light and shadow. Story 29. The night draped the house in a deep silence, broken only by the gentle rain tapping against the window panes. Nestled in my beloved armchair, I observed the shadows waltz on the walls, moving in harmony with the flickering flames in the fireplace. The warmth enveloped me like a comforting embrace, while the fragrance of burning wood mixed with the aroma of vanilla tea cradled in my hands. In that serene moment, a peculiar sight caught my eye in my niece's toy room, glimpsed through the slightly open door. An old porcelain music box, a cherished gift from Grandma, emitted a faint bluish light, unlike anything I had seen before. Slowly, I stood up from the armchair, placing the teacup on the wooden side table. Each step I took across the floor created a soft creak, blending with the rain's rhythm, creating a hypnotic melody. Drawing closer to the door, the glow intensified, yet retained its gentle touch, akin to moonlight on calm waters. The toy room was a haven of memories and enchantment. Antique wooden shelves displayed porcelain dolls adorned in Victorian attire, vibrant toy trains, and plush animals with gentle expressions. Positioned prominently on the central shelf, the music box stood surrounded by tiny crystals collected by my niece during her garden strolls. The porcelain ballerina atop the music box, usually frozen in her eternal pose, swayed slightly, as though moved by an unseen breeze. Intrigued, I noticed the room felt notably cooler than the rest of the house. My breath formed wisps of vapor in the air, while the crystals around the music box seemed to react to its light, painting miniature rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle dance, and I could almost hear a faint melody in the distance, a musical whisper from a bygone era. Reaching out towards the music box, the blue light pulsed gently. The other dolls on the shelf appeared to have shifted their gaze towards me, but in the blink of an eye, they returned to their original positions. The melody grew clearer. It was Grandma's lullaby, a tune I had believed forgotten. Slowly, the music box began to rotate on its own. The ballerina moved with an unearthly grace, her motions fluid like that of a real dancer. The crystals now cast intricate patterns on the ceiling, weaving tales of ancient times. The room filled with memories, as if time itself had condensed around this small magical object. Enthralled, I stood transfixed by the spectacle unfolding before me. The music melded with the rain's song, creating a symphony of nostalgia and hidden truths. Shadows danced to the music's rhythm, and for a fleeting moment, I felt as if I was not alone in witnessing this private exhibition. Slowly, the melody began to fade, like a vanishing dream upon awakening. The blue light dimmed to a faint glow, and the ballerina's dance slowed until it ceased altogether. Silence settled back in the room, but it was a different silence, pregnant with significance and enigma. Returning to my armchair, I lifted my now cool tea. Gazing at the dwindling embers in the fireplace, I pondered Grandma and her fondness for objects that carried stories. I wondered if she had ever experienced something akin to this, if the music box had always harbored that enchantment, or if it was a unique gift reserved for specific moments and select observers. Since that night, whenever I pass by the toy room, I steal a glance at the music box. Sometimes I catch a fleeting blue shimmer or hear the initial notes of that forgotten lullaby. Yet, perhaps it's merely memories pirouetting in my mind, just like that porcelain ballerina on that rainy night. Story 30. Silence draped the streets of the quaint hillside town like a soft velvet cloak. It was an autumn evening filled with the scent of smoldering wood and wet leaves, as tendrils of fog slink through the narrow alleys like silent phantoms. From my perch on the third floor, I observed the warm amber glow emanating from the windows of the neighboring houses. It struck me as peculiar to witness so many lights ablaze at such a late hour, yet not a soul stirred behind the misty window panes. The church bell chimed 10 times, its toll echoing with a hollow timbre, as if shrouded in a cocoon of cotton. Though I had only recently relocated to this town 3 weeks prior, never had I seen the streets so eerily deserted. Normally, even at this late hour, a lone elderly figure would be out walking their faithful companion, or the local youths would linger under the street lamp, engaged in jovial banter and wisps of cigarette smoke. Seated in my beloved armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea, I observed the absence of even the usual stray cat that frequented Mrs. Miller's windowsill. The steam wafting from the cup pirouetted in the air, forming fleeting shapes that dissolved into the room's shadows. Opting to keep only a small reading lamp aglow, it cast gentle shadows on the cream-hued walls. A sudden rustling noise diverted my attention, emanating from the hallway that led to the bedroom. Intrigued rather than frightened, I turned gradually towards the source of the sound. It persisted at regular intervals, akin to the delicate rustle of paper being dragged across the floor. Rising from my seat, I carefully placed the cup on the wooden side table adjacent to the armchair. As I approached the hallway, I discerned a chill in the air, not the biting cold of winter, but a coolness reminiscent of stepping into an ancient cathedral. The oak floor murmured softly under my weight, a familiar sound that oddly comforted me. Upon reaching the threshold of the bedroom, I paused. The door stood slightly ajar, emitting a bluish light unlike any other within the house. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, revealing a scene that gave me pause. The window was shut, yet the curtains swayed as if teased by a gentle breeze. Nestled on the floor beneath the window lay a solitary sheet of paper. Bending to retrieve it, I noticed it was a page torn from a newspaper. The date atop it read October 15th, 1954, and the headline immediately seized my attention. Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove. The article recounted a night when the townsfolk had huddled within their homes, as if bound by an unspoken pact whose origin eluded memory. Engrossed in the article, a movement beyond the window captured my gaze. Across the street, the lights in the houses flickered out one by one, akin to candles extinguished by a phantom breath. Yet, within the dim chambers, motionless silhouettes seemed to gaze towards the street. My phone buzzed in my robe pocket, a message from the building's WhatsApp group. Tonight, no one ventures forth. It is imperative. Gazing out once more, I noted that all lights had now dimmed, save for mine. Within the deepening silence, I discerned the cadence of my heartbeat slowing, as though harmonizing with an ancient enigmatic force. Seating myself on the edge of the bed, clutching the newspaper clipping, I marveled at the paper's extraordinary softness, as if it had been handled countless times. Beyond the window, the fog swelled, enveloping the streetlights in an ethereal shroud. From my vantage point, the entire main street lay deserted, a ghostly thoroughfare. Recalling the article's accounts, wherein witnesses claimed amnesia regarding the events of that silent night, I rose slowly and made my way to the light switch. Before extinguishing it, I stole a final glance through the window. The fog had morphed into sinuous, almost dancing forms, and for an instant I fancied I glimpsed figures moving within it, like phantoms adrift in a sea of milk. In the darkness, I reclined upon the bed, still clad in my attire. The silence had become absolute, punctuated solely by the steady ticking of the clock on the nightstand. Drifting into a profound slumber, I pondered whether the following morn would find me recalling this night, or if, like the town's denizens, I would remain oblivious to the cyclical enigma that wove through our lives. As sleep beckoned, the distant tolling of midnight bells filled my ears, their chimes oddly muted, as though resonating from a realm beyond time, where silence reigned as the universal tongue of all beings. Story 31. In the tranquil hush of twilight, the soft radiance of the setting sun filtered through the sheer curtains, enveloping my study in a warm golden glow. This room, adorned with weathered tomes and treasured memories, had always been my sanctuary, a place where I sought solace and inspiration. Yet, on that particular evening, an inexplicable shift lingered in the air, casting a subtle sense of unease upon the familiar surroundings. The autumn light, tinted in hues of amber and gold, seemed to caress every corner with a lingering touch, painting the space with an ethereal quality. My gaze drifted to the latest addition to the room, a portrait I had recently acquired, hanging above my antique writing desk. The painting, a relic from the Victorian era, portrayed a woman cloaked in a rich burgundy gown, her countenance veiled in an enigmatic expression that eluded my understanding. The elderly dealer who had sold me the artwork had regaled me with tales of its intriguing past, but at the time, I had been preoccupied with its exorbitant price to heed his words fully. As I settled into the embrace of my worn leather armchair, cradling a cup of fragrant Earl Grey tea that spiraled wisps of steam, a peculiar anomaly caught my attention. The woman in the portrait, whose eyes I distinctly recalled gazing askance, now seemed to pierce directly into my own. Dismissing this as a trick of shifting light and the wariness that clung to my mind after a day spent immersed in writing, I attempted to shake off the disquiet that prickled at my senses. The ancient grandfather clock in the corner murmured the passage of time with its gentle ticking, a familiar sound that typically brought me comfort. However, on this evening, each tick seemed to draw my focus back to the enigmatic gaze of the painted figure. Subtly, almost imperceptibly, I found myself stealing glances at the portrait amidst the flow of my thoughts, each time convinced that some subtle alteration had occurred. A tilt of her head, a curve of her lips, a shift in her stare. As darkness descended and the warm glow of the old brass lamp illuminated my desk, the portrait assumed a new vitality. Shadows danced upon its surface, imbuing the painted contours of her dress with a sense of depth. The once simple drawing room background now appeared to stretch into an abyss of infinite darkness, while the flickering lamplight cast playful reflections upon the gilded frame, at times creating illusions of movement within the artwork itself. Gradually, I began to discern other peculiar occurrences within my study. Books, which I had distinctly recalled closing, now lay open to pages recounting tales of vanished artistry and enigmatic vanishings. My fountain pen, securely capped in my memory, would inexplicably roll across the desk in defiance of logic. The room's temperature oscillated capriciously, chilling near the portrait and warming as I distanced myself from it. One exceptionally quiet evening poised to depart my study, a singular detail seized my attention. Within the background of the portrait, partially obscured by the woman's shoulder, I discerned what appeared to be a secondary canvas positioned upon an easel. Intrigued, I approached, squinting in the dim illumination. The inner painting within the painting unveiled a scene, one that bore an unsettling resemblance to my own study. Heart quickening, I leaned in closer, nearly pressing my nose against the canvas. Within the miniature depiction of the study, a diminutive desk, a leather armchair, and a figure seated at the desk materialized. To my mounting astonishment, the figure bore a striking resemblance to myself, captured in meticulous detail as I leaned forward to scrutinize a painting. Stepping back abruptly, a gasp caught in my throat as the woman's visage underwent a subtle transformation, a knowing glint, a faint semblance of amusement. Her eyes tracked my movements across the room, abandoning any pretense of static artistry. The corners of her mouth uplifted in a barely perceptible smile, and in the hushed ambience, I fancied I caught a whisper of laughter, akin to the rustle of ancient parchment. That night, I firmly shut the door to my study, yet the sensation of her penetrating gaze lingered, a spectral presence trailing me through the corridors of the house. As I lay in bed, contemplations swirled within my mind regarding the former custodians of the portrait, their narratives, their encounters. Had they too perceived these subtle metamorphoses? Had they too borne the weight of those observant eyes? Come morning, my study remained as I had left it, save for a singular detail. My journal lay open upon the desk, adorned with elegant Victorian script that bore no resemblance to my own hand. Inscribed upon its pages were the words, "Art, dear observer, is a realm of perpetual flux. The boundary between viewer and viewed often blurs, does it not?" Despite the lingering disquiet, I refrained from removing the portrait from its place upon my wall. Curiosity, a persistent frailty of mine, held me captive. Now, as I pen these reflections within my study, my gaze intermittently drifts upwards to encounter her watchful eyes, the enigmatic smile that dances upon her lips. And in moments of perfect serenity, when the ambient light casts enchanting shadows upon the walls and the grandfather clock maintains its unwavering cadence, I discern subtle alterations within the nested painting, new details unfurling, the scene subtly evolving. The portrait, an enigma that eludes complete comprehension, has become a companion of sorts, a mystery that I have learned to embrace. In the tranquil confines of my study, amid the ceaseless rhythm of the grandfather clock and the play of evening light, I have come to realize that perhaps we are both observer and observed, intricately entwined in an eternal waltz of perception and reflection. Story 32, The Rain's Whisper. The rain fell gently, a soft symphony on the roof of my car as I drove through the night. Each droplet painted a shimmering trail on the dark roads, reflecting the warm glow of the streetlights like whispers in the shadows. The air held a cool embrace, carrying the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil through the cracked window, inviting me to linger in its touch. Navigating the empty parking lot felt different that evening, a subtle energy vibrating in the mist that rose from the ground, swirling around the parked cars in a silent dance. Pausing before my car, I observed the flickering lights playing on the puddles, casting ephemeral patterns that seemed to hold secrets untold. In that moment, a presence made itself known, not menacing, but undeniably mysterious. A faint figure lingered a few steps away, its form blurred by the veil of mist. Though its features remained hidden, there was a tranquility in its stillness that captured my gaze. I stood transfixed, my breath suspended, as the figure slowly dissolved into the night, merging seamlessly with the surrounding dampness. No fear gripped me, only a surreal calmness, as if I were witnessing a fragment of a dream beyond comprehension. Starting the engine, I drove home leisurely, the echoes of the extraordinary moment lingering in my mind like a cherished melody. With each rainy day that followed, I found myself scanning the darkness for enigmatic shapes, not out of dread, but in search of that inexplicable serenity, that connection to something ancient and unspoken. Even the familiarity of my home took on a new aura of intrigue. Every creak of the floorboards, every flutter of the curtains, hinting at hidden narratives waiting to be unveiled. One rainy evening, the patter of raindrops against the windows inspired me to leave a lamp aglow in the living room. The flickering light cast dancing shadows that waltzed across the walls, a silent performance choreographed by the wind. Settled in my armchair, cradling a cup of warm tea, I watched the shadows' graceful movements with a tranquil fascination, as if anticipating an unseen guest. It was then that a peculiar detail caught my eye. An antique mirror on the wall reflected an ethereal luminescence, as though from an invisible source. Intrigued, I approached and peered into the mirror, only to find not just my own reflection staring back. Behind me, a faint figure materialized from the shadows, its form as nebulous as the one from the parking lot. Yet there was no fear. only a quiet acceptance, as if this presence had always lingered just beyond sight, patiently awaiting recognition. Turning slowly, I found nothing but the ambient sounds of the rain and the gentle creaking of the house settling. Returning to my seat, I pondered the event, attempting to rationalize the inexplicable. Perhaps it was a play of light, a trick of the rain and shadows conspiring to deceive the eye. Yet deep within I sensed a deeper truth, not menacing but profound, slipping through my grasp like water. Even now, when the rain descends in torrents and the world cloaks itself in a shroud of hushed whispers, I find myself seeking traces of that enigmatic presence. I slow my pace near vacant parking lots, observing the spaces between the streetlights where the darkness seems to pulse with a life of its own. Though the figure has not revealed itself definitively since, there are moments in the perfect stillness and deep silence where I catch a glimpse of something intangible. It is not fear that washes over me, but a peculiar solace, as if this presence were a forgotten fragment of my being or a memory reluctant to fade. And so, as the rain continues its gentle descent, enveloping the world in a symphony of sound and shadow, I surrender to that elusive sensation, understanding that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but simply embraced in their enigmatic beauty. Story 33. The mysterious journal appeared on my nightstand one frosty winter morning, its rich burgundy cover gleaming under the soft sunlight seeping through the curtains. Its presence was a puzzle, for I had not placed it there, yet as my fingers brushed over its weathered spine and delicate cream-colored pages, a strange sense of familiarity washed over me. The air held the crisp tang of frost, carrying with it a distant, soothing melody played by a wind chime somewhere in the unseen distance. Tracing the intricate patterns on the journal's cover, I felt the history in the gentle grooves and valleys of the design. The leather was worn smooth by time and touch, a fact I knew inexplicably. Upon opening it, a subtle fragrance of lavender and aged paper wafted out, stirring elusive memories just beyond my reach. The initial pages lay blank, pristine and beckoning, but as I turned them, elegant handwriting shimmered into view, catching the morning light. It was my handwriting without a doubt, yet I had no memory of penning these words. The entries were dated for days yet to unfold. Day after day I found myself drawn to the diary, reading my own words detailing events that had not yet come to pass. Simple occurrences at first, an unexpected reunion with an old friend, the uncovering of a lost ring beneath furniture, the distant toll of midnight church bells. Each prediction unfolded with precise accuracy, like gentle ripples spreading across a tranquil pond. With time, the entries grew more intricate. Conversations were transcribed verbatim before they took place. Sunsets mirrored the descriptions on the pages, and raindrops fell upon my skin just as foretold. Yet the diary held no ominous prophecies, only tender enigmas and subtle unveilings that wrapped each day in a serene, dreamlike aura. One entry spoke of the aroma of freshly baked bread drifting through my window, followed by a soft knock at my door. And when reality mirrored the words, a basket of warm rolls awaited me outside, the generous sender unseen. Another entry hinted at a mysterious melody to grace my garden stroll, played on an unidentifiable instrument. As the music caressed the air like delicate silk threads, its origin remained a delightful secret forever concealed. The journal's presence altered my perception of time. Mornings brimmed with gentle anticipation, evenings with tranquil reflection. I began to notice nuances overlooked before, the dance of shadows on walls, the subtle shift in the air before rain, the various shades of silence that filled my rooms at night. Occasionally, pressed flowers emerged between the pages, their vibrant hues a testament to futures yet unexplored. Their petals whispered against my skin, mingling with the ever-present scent of lavender that accompanied the diary. As weeks floated by, I observed the entries fading after their occurrences, blending into the cream-colored pages like mist dissolving under sunlight. Fresh entries materialized, inscribed in the familiar script, always balancing on the delicate line between mystery and solace. The origins of the diary remained a mystery, its choice of me an enigma. Some questions, I discovered, were meant to linger unanswered, their allure adding to their charm. The diary taught me to welcome the unknown with inquisitiveness rather than dread, to seek solace in the gradual passage of time. On quiet nights when the moon poured silver light through my window, I caught glimpses of words materializing on the pages, ink drops forming letters in clear water. I refrained from reading them as they manifested, preferring to let the mysteries of the morrow unfold in due time. Becoming my steadfast companion, the diary served as a bridge between the present and the yet-to-be. It disclosed no grand tragedies or moments of overwhelming joy, only the subtle enchantment woven into everyday life when we learn to observe. Perhaps its most precious gift lay in revealing the wonder nestled within the gentle cadence of existence, in the ethereal spaces where reality meets dreams. Now as I pen these words, I sense tomorrow's unfurling in my thoughts, poised to fill blank pages waiting to be named. The journal rests by my side, its cover warm beneath my touch, poised to unveil another day's worth of soft mysteries. Beyond my window, the wind chime resumes its melodic whisper, and I smile, aware that its tune was foretold in the forthcoming entry, scribed in my hand, yet not truly mine, in a diary that dreams of days yet to dawn. Story 34. The night draped the house in a hushed embrace, as the wind murmured softly through the leaves of the ancient tree in the garden. Nestled in the armchair in my bedroom, I observed the shadows waltzing on the walls in the flickering lamplight. It was that magical time when slumber beckoned, yet a peculiar resistance lingered within me, defying the call of Morpheus. Night after night, for weeks on end, a singular dream had woven its intricate threads with uncanny precision. The room's warmth and the rhythmic cadence of the old pendulum clock swayed me gently. My gaze fell upon the open diary resting on the desk, chronicling every nuance of that recurring dream meticulously. Each page bore witness to my neat script, narrating the familiar sequence. A spiral staircase of gray stone spiraling into the abyss, the distant melody of water droplets, and a grand wooden door adorned with cryptic symbols. Leafing through the diary's pages, a previously unnoticed detail caught my eye. In every iteration of the dream, the chill in the air seemed to intensify as I descended the stairs. My fingertips grazed the icy stone, exhaling wisps of vapor into the air. Yet what set this dream apart was the profound sense of déjà vu that accompanied me on this enigmatic voyage, as if the staircase led to a place I intimately knew, though unvisited in reality. The closed door at the staircase's base beckoned, its enigmatic symbols drawing me closer each night. Fluid shapes danced upon the wood, seeming to shift and sway under my scrutiny, almost alive. In the dream, my fingers traced the contours of these cryptic symbols, each touch eliciting a subtle vibration echoing through the door, as if it pulsed with life. That night, as I readied for sleep, a peculiar object caught my eye in the room. Nestled on the nightstand beside the lamp lay a small item previously unseen, an ancient bronze key, adorned with motifs that eerily mirrored the symbols on the dream door. Retrieving it, I marveled at its weight and the icy touch it exuded. Its presence felt oddly natural, as if it had always been a part of my existence. Drifting into slumber, a sense of anticipation lingered, hinting at a departure from the usual. The dream unfurled as expected, the spiral staircase, the haunting symphony of droplets, the air growing colder with each descent. Yet this time, as I approached the door, the key in my grasp thrummed in harmony with the engraved symbols. Drawing close, I discerned a hidden lock among the intricate carvings. With a steady hand, I inserted the key. The mechanism yielded to a soft, melodic turn, akin to a forgotten ancient tune. The door swung open gradually, revealing not a chamber but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. In the mirrored image, the steps ascended instead of descending. Eyes fluttering open in the dawn's embrace, sunlight filtering through the drapes, the key still nestled in my palm, now imbued with a warmth akin to life. Upon the open diary on the desk, a fresh page lay inscribed, not in my handwriting. The characters resembled the door's symbols, shifting and undulating like waves on an ink-black sea. Since that transformative night, the dream has eluded me. The key rests upon the nightstand, a silent sentinel, occasionally stirring with a faint vibration on tranquil nights. I ponder the mysteries concealed at the summit of that mirrored staircase, speculating if one day courage will propel me upward. For now, I content myself with observing the dancing symbols in the diary, narrating a tale perhaps beyond my current comprehension, in the veiled hours of the night. Story 35. The moonlight filtered through the thin curtains, casting dancing shadows on the old wooden floor. I sat in my favorite armchair, wrapped in the silence of the night, when my gaze fell on the old mahogany box resting on the mantelpiece. It had always been there since I inherited this house from my grandmother, yet I had never opened it. Its glossy surface faintly reflected the moonlight, and its carved decorations seemed to move imperceptibly in the darkness. I couldn't remember ever seeing it open, not even when my grandmother was alive. It was simply part of the decor, an object that existed on the periphery of my awareness, like a painting you look at every day without really seeing. But that night, something was different. Perhaps it was the way the light reflected on the inlays, or perhaps it was the particularly deep silence that enveloped the room. I rose slowly from the armchair, feeling the fabric of my wool sweater brush against the backrest in the room's almost reverent quiet. The wooden floor creaked slightly beneath my feet as I approached the mantelpiece. The air seemed denser the closer I got to the box, as though a thin, invisible mist had formed around it. My fingers brushed the smooth surface of the mahogany. It was surprisingly warm to the touch, almost as if it were alive. The carved patterns on the surface depicted intertwined leaves and branches, so finely worked they seemed on the verge of moving. For the first time, I noticed a detail I had never observed before. At the center of the lid, hidden among the carvings, was what appeared to be a tiny eye. As I examined the box more closely, a subtle, ancient scent filled the air. It was an aroma that vaguely reminded me of sandalwood, but with a deeper, more mysterious note I couldn't identify. I found myself closing my eyes, letting that scent evoke memories I didn't know I possessed. Blurred images of a woman smiling gently as she placed something inside the box, whispering words I couldn't make out. The sound of the wind against the windows brought me back to the present. I realized my hands were trembling slightly as I stroked the edges of the box. There was no visible lock, yet I knew it had never been opened. Or had it? My childhood memories of this house suddenly seemed confused, as though someone had shuffled the pages of a book. I sat down on the couch, bringing the box with me. It was lighter than I expected, almost as if it were empty. Yet, when I moved it gently, I sensed a faint motion inside, as if it contained something intangible, perhaps more like a shadow than a solid object. The warmth emanating from it seemed to intensify in my hands, and for a moment, I had the impression that the tiny carved eye was watching me. A shiver ran down my spine, not of fear, but of a strange familiarity, like when you recognize someone in a dream. As I stared at it, my grandmother's words came back to me. She never spoke of the box, but once, shortly before she passed, she had said something curious. Some questions find answers only when we stop seeking them. At the time, I hadn't understood the meaning of those words, but now, sitting in the silence of the night with that mysterious box in my hands, I began to grasp their significance. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch and dance on the walls, forming shapes reminiscent of the box's decorations. The scent had grown stronger, more enveloping, almost hypnotic. I found myself thinking of all the generations who had lived in this house, who had looked at that box without ever opening it. Was it really important to know what it held? I gently placed the box back on the mantelpiece, exactly where it had always been. The tiny carved eye now seemed to smile, as if approving my decision. I returned to my armchair, wrapped in a strange sense of peace. Some mysteries, once understood, do not ask to be solved, but simply to be guarded. The moon continued to illuminate the room through the curtains, and the night's silence now felt deeper, more meaningful. I closed my eyes, letting the lingering scent of the box lull me toward sleep. In that quiet moment between wakefulness and rest, I thought I heard a faint sound from the mantelpiece, like a sigh of relief, or perhaps it was just the wind playing with the curtains. The box remained there, a silent keeper of its secrets, part of a mystery that perhaps did not need to be unraveled. And somehow, that realization brought with it a serenity I had never known before. Story 36. The autumn breeze danced through the leaves, creating a soothing symphony that harmonized with the hushed whispers of the crowd. Seated on my cherished bench in the park, I observed the steady stream of passers-by strolling along the paved paths. The air held a crispness, carrying the fragrance of moist earth and damp wood. Though I held a book in my hands, my focus was captivated by a subtle, nearly imperceptible sensation that had lingered with me for days. It had begun subtly, a mere whisper in the wind. One morning, on my way to work, a tingling crept along my neck, as if unseen eyes were fixed upon me. I glanced back, only to find the usual throng of commuters hastening to their destinations. In the days that followed, that sensation grew, becoming more palpable, more insistent. During lunch breaks, grocery runs, moments at the coffee shop, always there. People drifted past my bench, some alone, some in pairs. A woman in a scarlet coat paused to check her phone. An elderly man ambled by with a polished cane. Yet amidst the familiar faces, I sensed a subtle shift, something indefinable. Closing my book, I rose and decided to take a stroll. The sky blushed with amber hues, streetlights casting a gentle glow. I sauntered along the main avenue, the sound of my steps mingling with the gravel's soft crunch. The sensation lingered, an unseen companion trailing at a distance. Halting before a shop window, feigning interest in the wares, I peered into the reflective glass, watching the figures pass behind me. And there it was, a peculiar sight. A face within the throng, a constant presence. Indistinct, slipping between bodies with fluid ease. I resumed my walk, more alert now. Turning down side streets, the crowd thinned, yet the presence endured. Settling on a bench in a serene square encircled by illuminated facades, I felt the chill of night descend as stars pricked the evening sky. Then came the unsettling realization. Not one gaze but many were upon me. A silent ballet of shifting gazes, a relay race of observers. Certain faces recurred, a young woman with an azure scarf, a bespectacled man in his prime, a lad with a backpack. Rising slowly, I made my way home, burdened by the weight of those unseen eyes. The streets lay nearly deserted now, yet the sensation only deepened in the nocturnal quiet. Seated by my window in the apartment, I peered out at the street below. Figures passed, pausing briefly or moving on. I pondered how many were truly bound for destinations, and how many were players in this enigmatic choreography in which I unknowingly starred. Most unnerving was their normalcy, blending seamlessly with the crowd. As city lights flickered to life, I contemplated the nature of this silent vigil. Who were they? What drove their surveillance? And why me? Unanswered questions hung in the air as night enshrouded the city in its dark embrace. Since then, I've grown accustomed to this awareness. At times, I seek to discern my watchers. At others, I feign ignorance. Yet they persist, like shadows flitting on the periphery of my existence. And in the hush of night, as I gaze from my window at the waning streets, I wonder if they too think of me, concealed in their abodes, readying for another day of this cryptic waltz of gazes and apparitions. Story 37. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, creating a soothing melody that intertwined with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I idly gazed at the recent addition hanging on the wall, an antique painting portraying an autumn landscape. Discovering it in a quaint antique shop, I was drawn to its rich hues and the enigmatic aura it emanated. Despite the golden frame showing signs of age, it gleamed in the flickering firelight, casting playful reflections on the walls. On that particular evening, as the storm outside intensified, a peculiar occurrence caught my eye within the painting. The painted leaves appeared to sway ever so slightly, as though touched by an unseen breeze. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of the shadows from the fire, but the longer I observed, the more I discerned a subtle alteration. The colors seemed to deepen, growing more vibrant than my initial recollection. The path winding through the painting, once concealed by trees, now extended further, as if transcending the confines of the canvas. Rising from my seat, I drew closer to the painting. An unusual chill enveloped the air around it, contrasting sharply with the warmth of the fire. Running my fingers across the canvas, I detected a texture unlike that of an ordinary oil painting, smooth and almost velvety. A faint aroma of damp earth and wet leaves wafted from the frame, so lifelike it blurred the line between reality and art. As I pondered these curious details, movement in the upper corner of the painting seized my attention. Amidst the branches of an ancient tree, something stirred. It was no mere play of light and shadow, but a deliberate motion, as if a hidden presence lurked among the painted foliage. My heart fluttered, not with fear, but with an insatiable curiosity. Stepping back, I observed the brushstrokes shifting direction, crafting new pathways and forms in the landscape. The trees swayed gently, as if swayed by an ethereal breeze. Emerging from the foggy distance, a faint silhouette of a small structure materialized. The rain outside whispered softly, harmonizing with the painting's mystical dance. Resuming my seat, I became wholly engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. The room expanded, deepened, as if the painting were stretching its boundaries into the tangible world. Throughout the night, the painting underwent a gradual metamorphosis. Autumnal hues intensified and faded in a mesmerizing cycle, unveiling shades unseen before. The distant stone house grew clearer, its chimney emitting smoke and warm light spilling from illuminated windows. I pondered if inhabitants dwelled within that painted abode, and if they could perceive me, seated in my armchair, peering through that enchanted window, masquerading as a painting. Strangely, the notion didn't unsettle me. Instead, it brought a tranquil sense of discovery, a secret conduit where reality intertwined with fantasy. As the night waned on, the painting divulged its mysteries with patience. Figures appeared to traverse the path at times, only to dissolve like ephemeral shadows among the trees. With each attempt to focus on these apparitions, they dissipated gently, akin to fading dream memories upon awakening. As dawn tinged the sky with hues of pink, the painting gradually reverted to its original state. The leaves stilled, the colors settled, and the distant house vanished into the morning mist. Solely the lingering scent of damp leaves remained in the room, a testament to the nocturnal revelations. Since then, every evening finds me ensconced in my armchair, awaiting patiently. Sometimes the painting unveils its secrets, while on other occasions, it remains silent like any ordinary artwork. Yet I am aware that behind that canvas lies an entire realm, one that stirs only when the world slumbers, and solely for those with the patience to observe steadfastly. Story 38. In the soft glow of my reading lamp, the mahogany shelves of my private library basked in a gentle light that cast soothing shadows. The rain outside tapped a familiar rhythm against the window panes, a lullaby that had become a nightly companion. Nestled in my favorite leather armchair, the scent of aged paper and wood polish enveloped me in a comforting embrace. Yet, on this particular evening, A subtle shift in the air hinted at something amiss, though I couldn't quite put my finger on it at first. My gaze wandered over the meticulously arranged volumes, each one a treasure carefully placed according to my organizational system. The leather-bound collections gleamed softly in the warm light, their golden titles catching the occasional glint. It was then that I noticed it, a gap between two books that shouldn't have been there, a void where a single volume had seemingly vanished with precision. As I rose from my chair, the soft creak of the leather beneath me echoed in the room. The wooden floorboards whispered under my feet as I approached the elusive shelf. Running my finger along the dust-free gap, a chill prickled my skin, emanating from the mysterious void. The neighboring books stood undisturbed, my cherished 19th century supernatural literature collection, except for the missing volume I had acquired just the month before. The oddity deepened as I realized that I lived alone, with no one else granted access to my sanctuary of books. The library remained locked when I was away, and I distinctly remembered seeing the book in its place that very morning during my usual inspection. Contemplating this enigma, another anomaly caught my attention. The books flanking the gap were spotless, while a fine layer of dust cloaked the surrounding volumes. Drawing nearer, a faint, sweet aroma wafted from the empty space, a blend of old parchment and an elusive essence I couldn't quite place. Perhaps hints of vanilla or aged leather, with an underlying floral note that teased my senses. I cautiously pulled out a neighboring book, hoping to uncover the missing volume hidden behind, but only the solid back of the bookcase greeted my touch. Replacing the book, a subtle shimmer of light danced in the gap, reminiscent of moonlight on water, a mesmerizing sight in a windowless room. Curiosity piqued. I reached into the space, encountering an unexpected warmth that seemed to pulse with a gentle vitality. The rain outside whispered its serenade against the glass, now weaving a melodic pattern that hinted at an unknown language. Entranced, I found myself fixated on that empty space, the lamp's light bending around it in ethereal patterns that played at the edge of my vision. Throughout the evening, I couldn't help but steal glances at the void, each time noticing subtle changes, depths seeming to stretch beyond physical bounds, faint motes of light flickering into existence only to vanish when I focused on them. Hours slipped by as I sat in contemplation, the rain softening to a gentle mist outside, the night deepening around me. Heavy-lidded, I observed the shadows in the room shifting, flowing toward the empty space as if drawn by an unseen force, a phenomenon so gradual I questioned its reality. When I finally decided to retire for the night, I performed my usual rounds of securing windows and doors. Pausing to extinguish the reading lamp, a startling sight halted my hand. A single page had materialized in the gap between the books. The paper, aged and faintly luminescent, bore elegant script unknown to me. Before I could decipher the words, they faded like morning mist, leaving behind blank parchment that dissolved into nothingness. The missing volume remained elusive, yet I continued to search for it each night. In moments of quiet solitude, when rain returned and shadows stretched, I found myself drawn to that vacant space between the books. On rare occasions, a phantom scent lingered in the air, a reminder of the enigmatic perfume that had first captivated my senses. The gap persisted, defying all attempts to fill it with another book. Any volume I placed there mysteriously returned to my desk by morning, as if the space itself yearned for its lost occupant. I came to embrace this lingering mystery, this pocket of uncertainty within my orderly library. Perhaps some stories are destined to wander, carrying their secrets to realms beyond our reach, leaving behind only questions and the faint scent of endless possibilities. Story 39. The gentle moonlight seeped into my room, painting delicate shadows on the wooden floor. I've always been a light sleeper, attuned to the moments when the world holds its breath in the silence of night. On this particular evening, The autumn wind played a soft melody through the trees outside, a calming rhythm against the window panes. It was during one of my midnight strolls through the ancient house that I stumbled upon it. A subtle shift in the wallpaper pattern along the hallway. Initially, I brushed it off as a play of shadows, the illusions that dance in the dark. But as my fingers trailed along the wall, the texture transformed beneath my touch, turning sleek and polished, reminiscent of aged wood rather than the familiar textured wallpaper. This revelation became a nightly ritual. As the sun dipped below the horizon and tranquility settled over the world, I would wait with bated breath. The metamorphosis always commenced with a change in the air, a gentle drop in temperature, mingled with hints of cedar wood and something ancient, evoking memories of dusty tomes and forgotten chambers. Gradually, the door materialized, like a photograph developing in slow motion. The outline emerged first, barely discernible against the wallpaper, then detail by detail, it unfolded. An ornate wooden door adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and morph whenever I tried to focus on them. The brass doorknob shimmered with a welcoming glow, as if lit from within rather than by external light. Night after night, I would sit in the hallway, entranced by the door's gradual manifestation. Sometimes I'd bring a cup of chamomile tea, its warmth blending with the enigmatic scents accompanying the door's appearance. Though my fingers often hovered near the doorknob, I refrained from touching it, sensing that turning it would herald a profound change, one I wasn't prepared to embrace just yet. During these nocturnal vigils, I began noticing other subtle shifts in the house. The shadows grew deeper, their movements purposeful. The usual creaks and settling noises of the old abode adopted a rhythmic quality, akin to a distant lullaby. The air thickened with potential, pregnant with the weight of untold tales yearning to be unveiled. On exceptionally quiet nights, I fancied hearing faint sounds from beyond the door, not eerie, but rather intriguing. The rustle of pages in an unseen book, the faint ticking of a non-existent grandfather clock, and at times, a distant humming of an unfamiliar melody. Delving into the house's history yielded no information about the door, yet uncovered anecdotes of past inhabitants, recounting strange dreams and serene nights. One former resident, an elderly lady who had dwelt in the house for decades, inscribed in her journal about a portal to tranquil slumber that materialized solely in the darkest hours. Her musings were dismissed as the ramblings of a solitary widow, but now I comprehended them with clarity. As weeks turned into months, the door became my nocturnal companion. When sleep evaded me, I'd sit by its side, feeling its comforting presence. Sometimes I'd read by its soft illumination, other times simply ponder in silence, attuned to the subtle sounds emanating from beyond. The door exuded no menace or malice. Instead, it exuded tranquility, as if safeguarding something precious rather than concealing something sinister. One remarkable night, as I sat near the door, a new revelation dawned upon me. The carvings on the wood appeared to narrate a tale. Figures traversing forests, scaling mountains, sailing across seas. Yet each time I tried to follow their journey to its culmination, the patterns shifted, commencing a fresh story. It was as though the door itself was a storyteller, weaving endless narratives for those patient enough to observe and wait. Years have drifted by since I first encountered the door, yet its handle remains unturned. At times, I ponder if that's why it persists in appearing, because I've honored its enigma, granted it the privilege of preserving its enigmas. The door serves as a reminder that certain queries are best left unanswered, certain mysteries more enchanting when left unexplored. On restless nights, I still find myself in the hallway, tea in hand. The door unfailingly materializes, right on cue, enveloping me in its familiar warmth and solace. And as I sit in the soft luminescence, I realize that perhaps the door's true essence isn't to be opened at all. Perhaps its essence lies not in its hidden contents, but in the serenity it bestows upon those who merely acknowledge its presence in the tranquil hours of night. Come morning, as sunlight floods through the windows and the door retreats into ordinary wallpaper, I sometimes question its reality. Yet night descends once more, accompanied by that familiar shift in the atmosphere, that subtle alteration in reality. And I am reassured that certain marvels in this realm exist solely for those willing to sit quietly in the shadows and await the emergence of enchantment. Story 40. The hush of the night enveloped me, broken only by the gentle hum of the refrigerator and the rhythmic ticking of the kitchen clock. Seated on the plush couch in my apartment, I relished the tranquility of 2 a.m., a time when the universe seemed to pause just for me. A soft glow from the reading lamp painted delicate shadows on the walls, while wisps of steam from my chamomile tea waltzed lazily through the air. It was amidst one of these serene moments that a peculiar sight caught my eye in the apartment adjacent to mine. Never before had I paid it any mind, but it struck me then. In the span of 6 months, not a soul had entered or exited that door. No sounds seeped through, no lights flickered within. Yet, on that particular night, a faint light seeped through the crack beneath the door, akin to the soft flicker of a candle. Intrigued, I set my cup down on the coffee table and rose from the comfort of the couch, compelled by this unexpected anomaly. Drawing closer to the dividing wall, I pressed my ear against its cool surface, hoping to catch even the slightest sound. The silence was profound, yet an intangible shift lingered in the air, a weightiness that stirred a sense of unease. Returning to my routine, I found myself increasingly drawn to the mystery of the neighboring apartment in the following days. Details I had previously overlooked now stood out vividly. No accumulation of mail by the door, a spotless doorknob amidst dusty surroundings, and on quiet nights, a faint rustling that hinted at elusive footsteps. Like a creeping vine, curiosity coiled within me, urging me to delve deeper. Researching the building's history revealed a 20-year pattern of regular rentals for the enigmatic apartment, yet no concrete recollection of its occupants. The elderly janitor, with a face etched with kindness, disclosed receiving rent in discreet envelopes left anonymously in his mailbox each month. One night, roused from slumber, I discerned the distant strains of a piano drifting through the wall. So faint were the notes, they seemed more ethereal memory than tangible reality, a melody steeped in melancholy and anticipation. Hastening to the wall, I strained to listen, only for the music to abruptly cease, leaving naught but the echo of my own frantic heartbeat. The following day, encountering the woman from the upstairs abode on the staircase, I inquired about the nocturnal piano melody. Her gaze bore a mix of pity and understanding as she affirmed the absence of a piano in that apartment. "How can you be so certain?" I probed. With a tender smile, she divulged her father's involvement as the building's architect, explaining the spatial constraints that precluded a piano within. Rather than satiating my inquisitiveness, this revelation stoked the flames further. I began noticing more peculiarities. The door's stoic refusal to emit warmth on chilly evenings, the perpetually dry doormat amidst rain-soaked counterparts. One evening, returning late from work, I beheld the slightly ajar entrance to the mysterious apartment, a first occurrence. Heart pounding, I stood at the threshold, the same soft glow beckoning from within. Frozen in indecision, torn between curiosity and caution, I eventually retreated, sensing an unspoken wisdom that some enigmas are best left unsolved. Entering my own abode, the next morning revealed the neighboring door securely shut, as if the previous night's events had been but a dream. Subsequently, each night upon my late return, I paused before that enigmatic door. Sometimes a distant melody lingered in the air, other times a flicker of light danced within. I refrained from unraveling the enigma further, finding solace in the enigmatic presence that dwelled beyond the barrier. In a world fixated on explanations and classifications, Is there not a certain solace in acknowledging the existence of realms that defy our comprehension? Story 41. The autumn garden lay veiled in a delicate shroud of mist on that morning when I set out to gather the fallen leaves. The crisp air enveloped me, carrying the earthy aroma of moist soil and the lingering fragrance of chrysanthemums I had carefully planted weeks ago. Silence reigned supreme, broken only by the gentle whisper of dried leaves underfoot and the sporadic chirping of an early bird. As I worked near the weathered stone bench, a glimmer amidst the fallen foliage caught my eye. A faint, silvery shimmer beckoned me, akin to a dewdrop capturing a sunbeam. Kneeling down, I gingerly brushed aside the damp leaves, revealing an antique necklace. The piece exuded elegance, boasting an oval pendant adorned with intricate floral motifs and a small azure gem at its heart, radiating light in a mesmerizing dance. The necklace felt weightless in my grasp, its cool surface sending a chill through me. It was unfamiliar, belonging to none I knew. Having dwelled alone in that house for over 2 decades, I could not recall any neighbor donning such exquisite jewelry. The blue gem retained its unique luminosity, almost as if imbued with a mystical radiance. That night, after tenderly cleansing the necklace, I positioned it on the nightstand beside my bed. Falling asleep, I watched as moonbeams filtered through the window, casting ethereal shadows upon the walls. Throughout the night, I stirred from slumber, haunted by a distant melody, a melodic strain akin to a music box serenading from within the house. Sweet and wistful, the tune dissolved upon my waking focus. At dawn, I observed the necklace had shifted on the nightstand, as if rearranged in the night. In daylight, the blue gem appeared dimmer, yet a faint warmth now emanated from the metal, a departure from its prior cold touch. Curiosity piqued, I delved into researching its origins. In the days that ensued, subtle alterations within the house unveiled themselves. Objects on the kitchen table seemed displaced come morning, as though scrutinized during the night. Family portraits adorning the hallway wall appeared askew each passing day. The nocturnal melody persisted, growing clearer, more recognizable, yet eluding precise location. One evening, as I sat engrossed in a tome, the necklace resting nearby, I distinctly discerned light footsteps echoing from upstairs, dainty and tentative, akin to a child's cautious tread. Ascending the stairs noiselessly, I discovered no one in sight. However, in the guest room turned storage space, a mysterious wooden box awaited my gaze, adorned with the same floral motifs as the necklace. Within, nestled upon a cushion of faded velvet, lay a time-worn photograph of a young woman sporting an identical necklace. Inked on the photograph's reverse were a date and a cryptic inscription, "To remember the happy days in the garden." From that night forth, the music box melody serenaded more frequently, its once unsettling presence now comforting. It seemed as though the very walls of the house hummed a lullaby, a soothing harmony permeating the quietest nocturnal hours. At times, amidst autumn twilight in the garden, a vague figure seemed to flit among the trees, a specter of memory striving to materialize. The identity of the woman in the photograph eluded me, as did the necklace's mysterious appearance in my garden. I've come to embrace this enigma, akin to the ebb and flow of seasons or the inexorable march of time. The necklace remains perched upon my nightstand, and on serene nights, when the moon casts its brilliance and the wind murmurs through the foliage, faint laughter intertwines with the music box melody, an echo of joyous days lost to time's passage. Story 42. The autumn rain whispered against the window of my study, a gentle lullaby as I delved into my work. The world outside seemed to hush, cocooned in a symphony of raindrops that played a soothing melody. The warm glow of my desk lamp bathed the aged manuscripts in a golden light, each page holding a piece of the city's history within its weathered folds. And then she appeared. A solitary figure moved through the square, her scarlet-red umbrella, a vivid contrast against the muted hues of autumn. There was a grace to her steps, a rhythm that danced in harmony with the rain's gentle percussion. Each evening, like clockwork, she crossed the square, a mysterious presence that captured my attention. Her face remained hidden beneath the shadow of the umbrella, a veil of rain adding to her enigmatic aura. But one night, as she paused in the center of the square, her gaze turned towards my window. For a fleeting moment, I thought I glimpsed a smile gracing her pale features, illuminated by the soft glow of the street lamps. And then she vanished into the mist. In the days that followed, strange occurrences began to unsettle my quiet sanctuary. Water droplets adorned the manuscripts as if someone had trailed their fingers across the pages. The delicate scent of antique roses lingered in the air, a subtle perfume that defied explanation. And one evening, a forgotten photograph appeared on my desk, depicting the square from decades past, with a figure holding a red umbrella amidst the crowd. As I delved deeper into the archives, the story of Sarah Thompson unfolded before me. A young librarian, her life intertwined with the very building I now inhabited. Her tragic fate on a rainy night mirrored the echoes of the present. And as I immersed myself in her tale, the scent of roses grew stronger. The rain outside transforming into a gentle melody that seemed to beckon me closer. The document stirred as if touched by an unseen presence, pages fluttering in a ghostly breeze. And when I raised my eyes, there she stood, closer than ever before. The red umbrella was folded now, revealing her kind eyes and serene smile. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of connection and understanding. After that night, the woman with the red umbrella never crossed the square again. Yet on rainy evenings, when the archive was cloaked in silence and shadows danced along the walls, her presence lingered. The echo of her footsteps, the fragrance of roses, they remained as testament to her enduring spirit. And as I perused the ancient documents, I often discovered fresh water droplets upon the pages, as if she had just passed through, leaving her mark on history. I pondered whether Sarah still watched over the books she cherished, her spirit intertwined with the essence of the library. This tale, a secret shared between myself and the shadows of the library, remained untold to others. And whenever the rain tapped gently on the windows, I couldn't help but smile, knowing that somewhere in the tapestry of time, a woman with a red umbrella continued her eternal journey. Story 43. The hush of the night was broken by a distant, delicate tune. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a woolen throw draped over my knees, a forgotten cup of chamomile tea cooling on the nearby table, I glanced up from my book. The notes drifted through the air like ethereal snowflakes, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. It was a piano, I was sure, playing a melody that eluded recognition but felt oddly familiar, akin to a distant memory of a forgotten dream. The house lay shrouded in darkness, save for the soft glow of the lamp beside me, casting a warm circle of light. Shadows waltzed on the walls, swaying to the enigmatic music's rhythm. Rising slowly, the blanket slipped to the floor with a gentle whisper as I treaded across the wooden floor towards the living room window. Beyond, the night lay tranquil and mute. The full moon bathed the garden in a silvery gleam, illuminating the trees' swaying silhouettes in the nocturnal breeze. No signs of life stirred in the neighboring homes, all veiled in darkness. Yet the music persisted, seeming to emanate from all directions and none at once. I wandered through the house, room after room, in pursuit of the elusive melody that shifted subtly with each step. In the kitchen, it appeared to waft from the living room. In the living room, it hinted at originating from the staircase. Upon the stairs, the sound seemed to cascade from the upper level. It was a mesmerizing play of echoes and reverberations that beckoned me in a silent waltz through the familiar spaces of my abode. Ascending to my bedroom upstairs, I noticed the door slightly ajar, though I was certain I had left it wide open that morn. Moonbeams filtered through the sheer curtains, painting intricate patterns on the floor. The music now rang clearer, more defined, as if I drew near to its wellspring. Pausing at the threshold, I surveyed the room intently. My antique music box, a keepsake from my grandmother resting on the bedside table, gleamed in the dimness. I had long believed it broken and never dared to open it. Yet now, in the stillness of the night, its diminutive ballerina pirouetted slowly, casting a dancing shadow on the wall. The tune it played mirrored the one that lured me there, yet intensified, as if the entire house had become a chamber of resonance. Approaching cautiously, my heart pulsating in harmony with the music, I noticed the music box seemed to glow brighter than usual, as if emitting its own inner light. As I extended my hand to touch it, I discerned the surface was tepid, almost warm. The ballerina continued her dance, but her countenance, once a plain porcelain oval in my memory, now bore distinct features. Features that I recognized. It was my grandmother's face, flawlessly rendered in miniature, wearing that same gentle smile from my youth. The miniature figure's eyes seemed to meet mine fleetingly, and in that fleeting instant, the melody shifted, morphing into a lullaby she used to hum to me as a child. I stood frozen, enveloped in the music like a familiar embrace. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of tranquility and longing. The notes filled the room, gradually diminishing in intensity, like waves receding from the shore. As the music finally faded away, the music box closed itself with a soft click. Silence descended once more upon the house, but it was a different silence, pregnant with significance. Descending to my armchair below, I retrieved the blanket from the floor, enfolding myself once more in its comforting warmth. The book remained open to the page I had left, but my mind could not grasp the words. My thoughts lingered on the music box and my grandmother. I pondered how many other melodies lay ensnared in those silent gears all these years, awaiting the opportune moment for release. Since that night, on occasion, when the house grows exceptionally quiet and the full moon casts its glow upon the garden, a sweet, familiar melody fills the rooms. I no longer seek out its origin. I simply shut my eyes and listen, understanding that some enigmas need not be unraveled to be comprehended. Story 44. The gentle flicker of candlelight cast a soft glow, painting intricate patterns on the walls of my bedroom. Raindrops played a delicate melody on the window panes, lulling me into a peaceful state. I found solace in these quiet moments, surrounded by the embrace of vintage wooden furniture and the familiar scent of leather-bound books. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere stirred my senses. Seated at my antique writing desk, a peculiar sound caught my attention, a faint scratching coming from the wall beside me. Initially dismissing it as the house settling, I couldn't shake the feeling of purpose behind the rhythmic noise. Curiosity piqued. I leaned in closer, tracing the source of the sound to a specific spot on the aged wallpaper. With cautious fingers, I peeled back a section of the wallpaper, revealing a hidden world beneath. Etched into the plaster were mysterious symbols, meticulously carved with precision. They formed a cryptic language of their own, a visual symphony waiting to be deciphered. Intrigued, I reached for my notebook and began transcribing the enigmatic markings. As I sketched, the symbols seemed to come alive, shifting and transforming under the dancing candlelight. Each symbol told a story of ancient wisdom or perhaps celestial mysteries. The rain outside provided a soothing backdrop to my exploration, amplifying the aura of mystique that enveloped the room. Delving deeper, I uncovered more symbols hidden beneath the wallpaper, each unveiling a new layer of intrigue. The symbols seemed to pulse with a faint glow, as if whispering secrets only I could decipher. The rain's rhythm synchronized with the patterns on the wall, as if nature itself was part of this enigmatic dance. Approaching midnight, a gentle hum replaced the scratching, a melodic resonance that filled the room with an ethereal presence. Hours slipped away as I meticulously documented the symbols, their allure growing stronger with each new discovery. Shadows danced playfully across the plaster, imbuing the room with a sense of otherworldly wonder. As exhaustion weighed heavy on my eyelids, I reluctantly retired to bed, the rain's serenade lulling me into a dream-filled slumber. Whispers lingered in the air, soft and comforting, like echoes of ancient tales shared between kindred spirits. With the morning light filtering through the windows, I revisited the symbols, now subdued in the daylight. Running my fingers over them one last time, I realized that some mysteries were not meant to be unraveled, but cherished in their enigmatic beauty. Behind a painting, the symbols remained, a silent testament to the hidden wonders that resided within the mundane. On quiet, rainy nights, the familiar scratching sound would return, a reminder of the secrets that lay just beyond reach. The message on the wall remained a mystery, a tantalizing enigma that continued to captivate my imagination. Some secrets, I learned, were meant to be felt rather than understood, their allure enduring through the passage of time. Story 45. The autumn breeze whispered secrets as I wandered the deserted streets on my journey homeward after a long day at work. The streetlights painted the wet pavement with pools of golden light, casting reflections like scattered treasures in the puddles below. In the hushed evening, sounds seemed to linger longer, footsteps echoing as if reluctant to fade, and the gentle rustle of fallen leaves composing a haunting melody that hung in the misty air. It was on an ordinary Tuesday that I first glimpsed him, standing motionless at the bend where Main Street curves past the weathered bookshop. Clad in layers of worn clothing, he seemed almost a part of the shadows. Yet, what struck me was not his stillness or his tattered attire. It was how the other passers-by naturally veered around him, creating a ring of untouched space, as though guided by an unseen force. My usual path led me directly past his corner, and as I drew nearer, I found myself unconsciously swept into that same orbit, my steps tracing a wider arc without my volition. And when he turned to meet my gaze, it was his eyes that held me captive. Not the expected hues of browns or blues, but abyssal blackness, like polished onyx capturing the glow of the streetlight, absorbing rather than reflecting its warmth. Each evening thereafter, he stood there, a silent sentinel in the same spot, never once asking for alms or sustenance. No outstretched hand or cup for charity, only those obsidian eyes observing each passerby with a gaze both gentle and disquieting. On quiet nights, when the city's clamor faded into whispers and the breeze stilled, I fancied I could discern a soft, unfamiliar hum emanating from him. A melody, ancient and cosmic, stirring echoes in my very soul, evoking visions of distant galaxies and primordial songs. One rainy night, a shift occurred. Approaching his corner, bracing for another encounter, I spied a change. His hand raised, not beseeching but pointing skyward through the rain-laden clouds. Without thought, I halted, following his gesture. The raindrops felt laden with a weight beyond mere water, each one carrying a message unspoken but deeply felt. When I met his gaze again, his lips moved, uttering words that bypassed my ears, resonating directly within my mind. "You see it too," he murmured, a statement and a query intertwined. His voice echoed the same ancient, unearthly timbre as his humming, a sound that both comforted and unnerved. That night, my dreams wove tapestries of black-eyed sentinels watching over slumbering cities, of unspeaking guardians stationed on myriad corners through time. I dreamt of melodies shaping existence and rain bearing secrets from realms beyond the stars. Awakening, I found my window etched with delicate frost patterns, a frost that defied the autumn's warmth. The following evening, he was absent from his post, nor did he return the next day or the day after. His vacant space held a weighty significance, a void pregnant with unspoken meaning. Sometimes, when the streetlights flickered just so on quiet nights, I glimpsed what might be his reflection in the puddles pooling at his corner. Those black eyes still watched, now seeming to peer outward from beneath the water's surface. Other pedestrians continued to instinctively steer clear of that specific spot, unwittingly upholding the unspoken tradition of the circle of emptiness. And on rare occasions, when the wind carried that haunting melody, I would pause, gazing up at the sky, pondering the enigmatic messages whispered by the rain. He was unlike any other beggar with black eyes, for I realized he was not a beggar at all. He embodied something else, a presence that chose that corner to observe, to await, and perchance to remind us of the mysteries that dwell just beyond our grasp. Still, I traverse that corner each evening on my way home. Sometimes, I halt to listen for that ageless lullaby, and occasionally, when the light dances upon the puddles just so, I discern those black eyes staring back at me from every reflection. And in that moment, a strange solace settles within me, knowing that whatever he was, whatever he symbolized, continues to watch over our tranquil streets as the world turns towards night. Story 46. Night had draped the ancient countryside house in a cloak of profound stillness. Nestled in my cherished armchair beside the crackling fireplace, I observed as shadows waltzed on the walls, while the flames leisurely devoured the logs. The comforting warmth enveloped me like a snug embrace, as the autumn wind outside tenderly brushed against the tree leaves. Amid this moment of utter serenity, a peculiar sound reached my ears, a clear, childlike laughter resonating from the upper floor of the house, a laughter akin to silver bells. Pausing to listen, I let the joyful sound intertwine with the crackling of the fire. There was an innocence to it, a musical quality that filled the air. Yet, having dwelled alone in this abode for over 2 decades, I had never entertained children. Intrigue began to stir within me, a gentle stream replacing the drowsiness that nearly engulfed me. Rising from the armchair with deliberate movements, I relished the sensation of my feet meeting the aged Persian rug. The floorboards murmured softly under my weight as I made my way towards the staircase. The flickering candlelight in the living room cast a warm and inviting glow, casting my shadow on the walls in a silent dance. Ascending the stairs, I noticed the air growing cooler, not a chilling cold, but a tender caress on the skin, akin to the breeze near the ocean. The laughter echoed once more, closer this time, emanating from the guest room. A room seldom used, adorned with antique furniture, draped in white sheets that swayed gently, moved by an unseen draft. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a silvery light to filter through, distinct from any other illumination in the house. Not moonlight, too warm for that, nor electric lamps. It pulsated gently, akin to a quiet heartbeat. Pushing the door open, the ancient wood hummed a familiar tune. The room unfolded before me, bathed in that enigmatic luminescence. The draped furniture formed soft, comforting shapes, resembling clouds in a clear sky. And there, perched on the window ledge, I beheld something that caught my breath. Not a defined figure, but a play of light and shadows resembling a child. The laughter echoed once more, unmistakably from that luminous presence. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of marvel. The light child toyed with the beams it emitted, crafting luminous patterns on the walls as if painting with light itself. Drawing closer, the room's temperature oscillated gently between cool and warm, like waves lapping at the shore. As I approached, the figure bore a familiarity about it. In its fluid movements, I recognized echoes of my childhood play in solitude. A realization dawned upon me with the sweetness of a forgotten memory. The crystalline, pure laughter belonged to my childhood self. Time seemed to stretch as I witnessed that surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent play, punctuated by that melodious laughter, now a reverberation from the past. I refrained from speaking or disturbing, lest I disrupt the peace and nostalgia enveloping the room. Gradually, the silvery light dimmed, akin to a winter sun setting. The child's form grew increasingly ethereal until only a faint glow lingered. The final laughter I heard was a whisper, a tender farewell before dissolving into darkness. I lingered in the room for what felt like an eternity, cocooned in a tranquil silence. The draped furniture stilled, the air resumed its normal temperature. Yet something had shifted. The guest room, once a repository of dusty memories, now harbored a precious enigma. Returning to my armchair beside the fireplace, the embers smoldering gently, I realized I would never unravel the mystery of that night. Was it a dream, a memory, or perchance a profound message from the past, manifested through a child's laughter in the shadows? Since that night, whenever I passed the guest room, I paused to listen. On the stillest nights, I catch a faint echo of that crystalline laughter, a tender lullaby guiding me towards slumber. And with a smile, I let the mystery endure, a cherished secret between myself and the child who laughs in the darkness. Story 47. The hotel corridor glowed in a soft amber light filtering through honey-colored glass lampshades. It was the late hour, and the stillness of the night was only interrupted by the gentle hum of air conditioning units. I made my way towards the elevator, the wheels of my suitcase gliding silently over the plush burgundy carpet. The weariness from a long day of business meetings hung heavy on my shoulders. Pressing the elevator button, I stood there, watching my blurred reflection on the metallic doors. The digital numbers above the elevator ticked away slowly. 6, 5, 4, casting a soft green glow that danced on the walls. As the doors opened with a soft chime, I stepped into the compact space adorned with mirrors and dark wood. My destination was the 7th floor, the pinnacle. I pushed the button and leaned back against the wall, closing my eyes for a moment. The elevator began its ascent with a gentle, steady rhythm. The mechanical sound was barely audible, a soothing exhale. When I opened my eyes again, a peculiar sight greeted me in the mirror ahead. It seemed as though my reflection lagged behind my movements, a subtle delay that sent a shiver down my spine. Dismissing it as fatigue-induced trickery, I shook my head. The elevator glided to a halt, and the doors slid open. Stepping into the corridor, I sensed immediately that something was amiss. The carpet beneath my feet had transformed from burgundy to a deep green. The wall lamps had changed, taking on an antique charm with an Art Deco flair I hadn't noticed before. Glancing at the elevator display, it confirmed I was on the 7th floor, yet everything felt different. The hallway stretched longer, narrower, and the air carried a scent of old books and ancient wood. The room numbers appeared peculiar, 7A, 7B, 7C, deviating from the standard sequence. Turning to retrace my steps, I found the elevator doors had sealed shut. Pressing the call button yielded no response. The display above remained dark, as if the elevator had vanished into thin air. The silence grew palpable, almost tangible. Slowly traversing the corridor, I tried to make sense of my surroundings. The light seemed to pulse gently, as if drawing breath. Each door I passed looked identical, yet each whispered a different tale, hiding secrets behind their dark wood facades. At the far end of the hallway, a figure caught my eye, seated in an antique armchair. An elderly doorman in a vintage uniform, his white hair immaculately styled. As I drew closer, he looked up from his book, a kind smile playing on his lips. "Lost, are you?" he inquired in a soothing, familiar tone, as if expecting my arrival. "I believe I am," I replied. "I was headed for the 7th floor, but this isn't right." "Ah, but this is the 7th floor," he interjected with a cryptic smile. "Just not the one you sought. You see, this elevator has a way of guiding weary travelers to where they truly need to be, not necessarily where they believe they should go." Surveying my surroundings anew, intricate details emerged. Golden-framed photographs adorned the walls, capturing smiling faces in bygone attire, while a clock displayed time in reverse, its hands tracing a mesmerizing dance. "Fear not," the doorman continued, gently closing his book. "The elevator shall return when the moment is ripe. In the meantime, why not rest a while? Time is but a fleeting companion here." Nestling into the armchair beside him, I felt the weight of exhaustion melting away. The once eerie silence now cradled me like a warm embrace. The doorman resumed his reading, and I found myself entranced by the shadows that waltzed across the walls, weaving a hypnotic tapestry. Time became a fluid concept, slipping through my grasp. Minutes melded into hours, or perhaps hours into minutes. The backward tick of the clock hummed a tranquil melody, lulling me into a peaceful reverie. At some indiscernible point, the familiar chime of the elevator beckoned. "Ah," the doorman remarked without lifting his gaze, "I believe your path homeward awaits." Rising to my feet, a peculiar serenity enveloped me. Approaching the elevator, I turned to express gratitude to the doorman, only to find the armchair vacant. His book lay upon the armrest, its weathered cover gleaming faintly in the ambient light. The elevator doors whispered open. Stepping inside, the journey was swift this time. As I emerged, I stood once more in the familiar corridor with its burgundy carpet and contemporary fixtures. Reaching my room, I slotted the key into the lock. Before entering, I cast a final glance towards the elevator. The digital display flickered momentarily, revealing not a number but an unfamiliar symbol, before returning to its usual state, 7. Since that peculiar night, whenever I ride an elevator in a hotel, I ponder whether it will transport me to my intended destination or to where my soul yearns to be. And on the hushed nights, a faint rustle of pages echoes in the air, as if an ancient tome is turned by unseen hands in a realm suspended between floors. Story 48. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed midnight, its resonant tone weaving through the old house like a lullaby. Nestled in my beloved armchair, enveloped in a cozy woolen blanket, I savored the melody of the winter wind dancing through the window's crevices. The soft light from my reading lamp cast a warm embrace, while the room's corners lingered in a comforting shroud of darkness. Reading before bedtime had become a treasured ritual, especially on these long winter nights, offering me a tranquil sanctuary. The house settled into its usual symphony of gentle creaks and whispers, akin to an old companion dozing off. Yet tonight, a subtle shift in the silence caught my attention, a whisper of the unknown lingering between familiar sounds. Setting down my book, I raised my gaze, allowing my senses to expand beyond the circle of light. The atmosphere had altered, not drastically, but in a way that prickled the skin with subtle awareness. A faint chill wafted in, akin to the hush before snowfall, despite the clear night outside. My eyes gravitated towards the partially ajar hallway door, positioned to capture the comforting chimes of the clock. It stood exactly as I had left it, creating a wedge of shadow beyond. However, as I observed, a peculiar quality about that slice of darkness piqued my curiosity. It appeared denser than usual, as if the shadows had coalesced into a tangible presence. The longer I stared, the more I discerned a delicate layering within the darkness, like silk swaying in a gentle breeze. While the radiator hummed, ushering warmth into the room, it skirted around that specific corner, as though something subtly redirected its flow. Leaning forward in my chair, not out of fear but of quiet intrigue, I found myself captivated by the shadow's response to my attention. It grew more defined, yet remained enigmatic, akin to a word lingering on the edge of memory. Marking my place in the book with a silk ribbon, I set it aside. The leather chair softly creaked as I shifted, but I remained seated, allowing my eyes to adjust to the interplay of light and shadow. The darkness behind the door seemed to sway gently, akin to curtains stirred by an unseen breath, though the room remained still. The grandfather clock maintained its steady tempo, its ticks harmonizing with subtle shifts in the shadow's form. Matching my breath to this serene rhythm, I felt a tranquil calm envelop me. The shadow moved with a subtle grace, as if communicating in a language beyond words. It evoked images of sunlight filtering through deep waters, its motions fluid and mesmerizing. A comforting warmth spread through the room, distinct from the radiator's artificial heat, akin to the soothing presence of a slumbering cat. The shadow's movements took on a purposeful cadence, a silent dialogue of observation and response. At times, it extended tendrils into the room, only to retract them with a graceful fluidity. Other moments saw it condense, then unfurl like a nocturnal blossom. Within the shadow, intricate details emerged, defying conventional darkness. Patterns and swirls danced, hinting at unfathomable depths, their transient shapes defying classification. Yet, there was no menace in these manifestations. They felt like offerings, secrets shared in the silent tongue of shadows. The clock struck 1, ushering a subtle shift in the air. The shadow began to wane, not vanishing entirely but retreating, akin to a friend bidding farewell after a cherished visit. Watching it merge back into the hallway's ordinary darkness, a sense of tranquil completion lingered. The room felt altered, imbued with a significance unspoken yet deeply felt, as if blessed by the ephemeral presence of my nocturnal visitor. The door remained ajar, framing only the familiar darkness. Resuming my book, I held on to the peculiar peace left in the shadow's wake, basking in its gentle memory. Sleep beckoned at the edges of my awareness, and I embraced it, knowing my dreams would be colored by the shadow that moved like liquid and whispered like an old friend. Each night, I leave the door slightly open, inviting that wedge of shadow. On quiet evenings, I glimpse the familiar darkness gathering, and I smile, ready to share another tranquil hour with my shadowy visitor from the depths. Story 49. Winter nights hold a unique power over me, especially when the mist blankets the world in a hushed embrace. In my cozy study, cocooned in the softness of a woolen blanket, I watched as the fog painted everything outside my window in a shimmering silver hue. The gentle light from the lamp on my desk cast a soothing glow, casting playful shadows on the walls adorned with shelves of books. Amid this tranquil scene, a curious sight caught my eye in the reflection on the glass. A small, mysterious wooden box with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and dance with each passing glance. Though unfamiliar, a sense of déjà vu washed over me as I gazed at it perched on the edge of my desk, as if it belonged there all along. The wood of the box appeared to pulsate faintly in the dim light, as if alive with a hidden energy. Drawn by an inexplicable curiosity, I rose from my chair, the blanket slipping to the floor with a soft rustle, the floorboards whispering beneath my weight. A nostalgic fragrance of aged wood and beeswax enveloped me as I neared the box, stirring memories long forgotten. When my fingertips grazed its surface, a warmth unlike any other greeted me, sending a shiver down my spine. The ever-shifting carvings seemed to narrate a tale of their own, morphing from moonlit forests to tempestuous seas, then to star-strewn skies in a realm untouched by time. Seated once more, bathed in the lamp's gentle light, I scrutinized every detail of the enigmatic box. It dawned on me, with a chill creeping down my spine, that this same box had visited my dreams in various guises over the past weeks, always cloaked in the same veil of mystery that now enveloped it in reality. In the stillness of the room, even the ticking of the grandfather clock seemed to slow, as if holding its breath in anticipation. The shadows cast by the lamp twisted and twirled on the walls, crafting intricate ballets of darkness. Lifting the box, I marveled at its unexpected weight, defying its diminutive size. Without a visible lock, I sensed an inherent significance concealed within. As my gaze traveled over the carvings, they subtly converged towards the lid's center, forming an unfamiliar pattern that seemed to pulse under my touch. The mingling scents of beeswax and another elusive fragrance, ancient and mysterious, intensified. Then a soft, hypnotic hum resonated from within the box, akin to a forgotten lullaby, lulling me into a trance. As weariness crept over me, my eyelids heavy with sleep, the lamp's light pulsed in tandem with the enchanting melody. When I awoke hours later, still seated at my desk, the mist outside had dispersed, unveiling a starlit sky. The box had vanished, leaving behind a shadowy imprint on the desk, as if it had graced that spot for eons. Uncertainty gripped me. Had it all been a dream? Yet, a faint carving on the back of my hand, akin to those on the box, softly glowed in the dimness. Since that fateful night, the box revisits my dreams in ever-evolving forms, as if striving to impart a cryptic message I struggle to decipher. Each morning, the carving on my hand metamorphoses, hinting at a message slowly unfolding over time. I ponder if others share this ethereal connection, bearing unseen marks of a mystery unraveling solely in the realm of dreams. The line between dream and reality blurs, the box serving as a conduit, bridging worlds closer than perceived. As the scent of beeswax wafts through the air, I sense the box beckoning in the twilight of dreams, harboring untold secrets waiting to be unfurled. Story 50. In the stillness of the night, the hush of my footsteps reverberated through the time-worn wooden corridor. Each step I took caused the floorboards to sigh under my weight, harmonizing with the gentle pitter-patter of raindrops dancing on the window panes. The air was heavy with a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of aged wood and weathered paper. Standing before the door at the far end of the hallway, leading to a room untouched for months, I hesitated. The lock glistened faintly in the soft glow of the wall sconces, beckoning me with a subtle allure. I vividly recalled securing the door last time, turning the key thrice and testing the handle. It was a routine, a ritual that had always brought me comfort. Yet, on this particular evening, an unspoken difference lingered in the air. A chill seemed to envelop the space around the door, and a fine layer of dust had settled on the brass handle, forming intricate patterns that captured my gaze. Drawing nearer, I observed the dust arranged in delicate concentric circles, almost as if an invisible hand had traced them. The wood of the door emitted a faint warmth, a sensation only discernible by pressing my palm against its surface, a curious anomaly given the room had remained sealed without any source of warmth within. Leaning in, I strained to listen intently. Amidst the profound silence, a distant sound, akin to the slow rhythmic breaths of one in slumber, seemed to caress my ears. Retrieving the key from the pocket of my robe, I felt a strange warmth emanating from its metal. With deliberate care, I inserted the key into the lock, aiming for silence. The key glided in effortlessly, but upon attempting to turn it, a resistance met my touch. A surge of curiosity mingled with anticipation, quickening my pulse, not out of fear but a yearning to unravel the enigma before me. Turning the key in the opposite direction, it yielded with unexpected ease, emitting a faint click. Upon swinging open the door, a waft of warm, fragrant air enveloped me, reminiscent of freshly brewed vanilla tea. Moonbeams filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a silvery luminescence upon the room. Everything appeared unchanged, yet somehow transformed. The books on the shelves seemed to form intricate patterns previously unnoticed. The antique armchair had shifted slightly toward the window, beside it, an empty porcelain cup, a presence unrecalled. Approaching the mahogany desk, my fingertips skimmed its polished surface. Dust lay unevenly, as if cryptic messages had been inscribed and then erased. Nestled beside the inkwell lay a yellowed parchment, bearing a single sentence inscribed in a script akin to my own, though unfamiliar. The words upon it read, "Time flows differently here." As I absorbed the message, I felt my breath synchronize with the gentle sway of the curtains, despite the absence of a breeze. The room's silence seemed alive, throbbing with myriad whispers too faint to grasp. Sinking into the plush velvet of the armchair, I gazed at the room's reflection in the window. Fleetingly, a blurred figure seemed to flit in the shadows behind me, yet upon turning, only the moon's elusive glow met my eyes. Eyes closed briefly, the room subtly shifted upon reopening them, as if every object had subtly rearranged. The cup on the table now exuded warmth, wisps of steam curling upwards. Rising slowly, a sense of enigma clung to the air as I made my way to the door, my footsteps silent upon the wooden floor. Pausing at the threshold, I cast one last glance back. The room pulsed softly, akin to a slumbering entity. Closing the door gently, I turned the key in the lock, the final click echoing like a tender lullaby in the hallway's silence. Since that night, a hint of vanilla tea lingers in the air whenever I pass by, accompanied by the phantom rustle of pages turned by unseen hands. The door remains closed, harboring secrets best left undisturbed, entwined in the sanctuary of silence. Story 51. The snow fell softly that evening in my quaint antique shop. The flakes pirouetted behind the windows, basking in the warm glow of vintage lamps, weaving a tapestry of serenity. The aged wooden shelves murmured tenderly, in harmony with the unhurried beat of the pendulum clock. An aroma of ancient books and beeswax enveloped the air, a scent that whispered tales of bygone eras. As I arranged the volumes, the doorbell sang a crystalline melody, announcing a visitor. A chilly breeze crept in, carrying a few snowflakes that dissolved on the wooden floor. I turned, expecting a familiar face, but was met with a tall figure cloaked in darkness, absorbing the light around them. Their face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat and a gray scarf, they exuded an enigmatic aura. "Good evening," I greeted, masking a subtle unease that tingled down my spine. The figure glided through the aisles, their gloved hands caressing the objects with ethereal grace. Each movement held a hypnotic allure, a silent dance that beckoned an unseen rhythm. I watched, transfixed, as the light seemed to bend around them, casting shadows that clung with unusual density. Pausing before an antique mirror, their fingers traced the golden frame methodically. The silence thickened, broken only by the languid ticking of the clock, each beat stretching time itself. Approaching cautiously, I tried to catch their reflection in the mirror, yet saw only the shelf behind them, a distortion that unsettled me. "May I assist you in finding something specific?" I inquired, my voice a mere whisper. Slowly, the figure turned towards me, shadows masking where features should be. Retrieving a faded piece of paper from their coat, they unfolded it delicately on the counter. The script, elegant and archaic, listed peculiar items: a mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that opens forgotten doors. A chill crept through the shop, my breath crystallizing in the frigid air. The objects seemed to hum faintly, as if recognizing a kindred presence. "I regret to say I do not possess these items," I confessed softly. The figure stood motionless, then nodded solemnly, tucking the list away with a fluid grace. Drifting towards the exit, they paused before leaving, a whisper escaping the depths of the scarf, more a thought than a voice. "You will." Not a query, but a prophecy. The bell tolled as they departed, its echo resonating in the distance. Outside, the snow fell in suspended animation, time holding its breath. That night, after closing, I inspected the antique mirror. Its reflective surface hinted at hidden depths, a secret veiled within its silvered glass. The pendulum clock, the keeper of hours, had ceased its eternal rhythm at the moment of the figure's arrival. Since then, each evening as shadows lengthened and light waned, I find myself gazing at the door, awaiting the bell's chime. Every object in the shop seems to share this anticipation, as if we all sense the figure's inevitable return. In an antique shop, every item whispers a story, and perhaps, just perhaps, some objects await the dawn of their own tale. Story 52. The grandfather clock in my study announced midnight with its deep, familiar tone, each chime resonating through the tranquil air like gentle ripples on a pond. Nestled in my weathered leather armchair, a beloved book lay open on my lap, while the soft patter of rain against the window panes provided a soothing backdrop. The old house murmured softly around me, its ancient wooden framework settling into the stillness of the night. My gaze wandered to the hallway door, its shadowed wooden outline illuminated by the warm glow of my reading lamp. There was a subtle shift in the air tonight, a hint of something different about that door, though I couldn't quite pinpoint the change. Perhaps it was the brass handle catching the light in a new way, or the wood grain appearing subtly altered. Despite residing in this house for 15 years, the door now seemed strangely unfamiliar to me. Standing up from my chair, I marked my place in the book with a delicate silk ribbon. The floor felt cool beneath my slippers as I approached the door, the temperature dropping noticeably as I drew nearer, as if a breath of winter had crept into that specific corner of my home. My fingertips brushed against the handle, unexpectedly warm against the chill of the air. The door swung open effortlessly, revealing the typical hallway beyond. The faded wallpaper, the worn carpet, the familiar array of framed photographs adorning the walls. Closing the door with a shake of my head at my own imagination, I returned to my seat. Perhaps it was the result of reading too many mystery novels, I mused to myself. That night, my dreams were filled with doors, appearing and disappearing in fantastical settings, each bearing the same warm brass handle as the one in my hallway. Morning arrived, and I carried on with my daily routines, scarcely sparing a glance for the hallway door as I passed through. It wasn't until dusk began to fall that I noticed a peculiar change. The door seemed to have aged overnight, its color lighter, the brass handle acquiring a weathered patina. Approaching it with a newfound curiosity, I observed the wood, the hinges, each detail now different from the night before. Night after night, the door underwent subtle transformations, sometimes appearing older, sometimes newer, each change meticulously documented in a journal with sketches and descriptions. But the door never altered while under my watchful eye. It was during the deep hours of the night, when the house lay in silence and my attention wandered elsewhere, that the metamorphoses occurred. One evening, determined to unravel the mystery, I decided to keep vigil and watch the door through the night. Positioning my chair directly in front of it, I brewed a pot of strong tea and settled in. As the hours ticked by, the lights flickered briefly at 3:17 a.m., and in that fleeting darkness, I sensed a shift in the room's atmosphere. When the light returned, the door had transformed once more, from warm oak to rich mahogany, delicate silver inlays dancing across its surface. Drawn to the door, I noticed a carved crystal handle in place of the brass one. The air hummed softly, and to my surprise, I realized there was no keyhole, never had been one in any of its iterations. The absence of the keyhole stirred a strange unease within me, a detail that seemed to defy logic. The following day, I combed through my journal entries, searching for any mention of the missing keyhole, yet found none. The question lingered, a nagging uncertainty at the edge of my thoughts. Each night, as I sit in my study, I ponder the enigmatic door and its nightly transformations. Sometimes, I catch fleeting glimpses of alternate hallways beyond, with different decor and photographs, only to find my own hallway upon opening the door. I've toyed with the idea of rearranging the photographs, but an instinctual reluctance holds me back, a silent warning against delving too deeply into the unknown spaces between reality and possibility. The door continues to change, each night unveiling a new variation. I've grown accustomed to its quiet evolution, finding comfort in its subtle shifts. Perhaps it's not the door that changes, but my perception of it. Maybe both are true, or perhaps neither. One thing remains certain. As the grandfather clock tolls midnight and the rain taps gently against the windows, I eagerly anticipate the unveiling of the door's next form, and the mysteries it may choose to reveal or conceal in the tranquil hours before dawn. Story 53. The gentle glow of my desk lamp traced delicate shadows on the worn surface of my grandfather's vintage writing desk. Raindrops tapped a soothing rhythm on the window panes, serenading the quiet evening hours. Amid the old letters I was sorting through, a peculiar sight captured my attention. Nestled among the aged envelopes and faded postcards was a pristine white envelope, untouched by time, its paper crisp and unmarked. The touch of the paper felt strangely familiar, yet subtly altered, like a well-known object with a newfound aura. My name, elegantly scripted in deep blue ink that shimmered in the lamplight, adorned the envelope without a postage stamp in sight. But what truly seized my breath was the date inscribed in the corner, December 27th, 2025, precisely 1 year ahead. As I turned over the envelope, my fingers quivered slightly. The unbroken seal, imprinted with dark red wax in an intricate design that seemed to shift under my gaze, held a mysterious allure. The air carried scents of old books and leather from my grandfather's desk, intermingled with hints of lavender and a metallic tang, akin to the prelude of a storm. Placing the letter on the desk, I watched as rain-dappled shadows danced upon its surface. The slow chimes of the grandfather clock in the hallway resonated through the quiet, each toll hanging in the air, elongated. Amidst the chimes, a faint whisper of paper sliding against paper teased my senses, though the envelope remained motionless. Breaking the seal cautiously, I discovered a single sheet of paper within, meticulously folded. The same blue ink adorned this page, yet the handwriting, my own, appeared hurried, urgent compared to the elegant script on the envelope. The scent of lavender and ozone intensified, sending a tingling sensation through my fingertips as they grazed the paper. The letter commenced simply, "By the time you read this, you'll have already made the choice." The words seemed to pulse gently, breathing with an enigmatic life of their own. Each line unfolded a narrative of decisions yet to be made, paths untraveled, and repercussions unencountered. The lamp's light seemed to fluctuate in tandem with my reading, a subtle dance with the shifting rain patterns against the window. As I delved deeper into the letter, the room's ambiance transformed. The words painted a future that felt both inevitable and fantastical, narrated in a voice unmistakably mine, yet altered by experiences unexperienced. The final paragraph halted mid-sentence, hinting at an interruption or a deliberate omission by the writer, my future self. Beneath the unfinished line, a postscript emerged in a different, darker ink, slightly smudged. "Remember, the choice comes at midnight. The door will only open once." Glancing at the grandfather clock, I noted it was 5 minutes to midnight. The rain had ceased, leaving behind a profound stillness, punctuated solely by the soft ticking of seconds passing. Clutching the letter, it seemed to grow weightless, almost ethereal, as if on the brink of dissolving. Rising slowly, I approached the window, moonlight streaming into the room, casting silver hues. The ink on the page began to fade, words vanishing like stars at dawn. By the stroke of midnight, the paper lay blank, leaving behind only the lingering scent of lavender and the warmth of endless possibilities. The envelope eluded me in subsequent searches of the desk. Yet on quiet rainy nights, hints of lavender and ozone lingered in the air, and my fingers tingled with the ghostly memory of that paper. I pondered the choice alluded to in the letter, whether it lay in the past or loomed in the future. Perhaps both truths coexist, suspended like the letter itself, between what was and what could be. The grandfather clock continued its unwavering countdown of seconds, each tick a reminder of time's relentless march, or so we assume. But on nights like these, when rain returns and shadows waltz across my desk, I find myself gazing at the door, awaiting midnight, contemplating whether, in some distant moment ahead, I might be composing a letter to my past self, bridging the chasm between reality and potential. Story 54. The night held a unique flavor, that of autumn seeping into your very essence and whispering promises of endless nights. Nestled in the cozy armchair of my study, I tuned into the soft wind outside, serenading the leaves with a gentle touch, crafting a harmonious, natural symphony. Amid the tranquility, a subtle noise echoed from the depths of the basement, reminiscent of old paper rustling. Initially, I attributed it to the usual settling of the house, the nocturnal preparations every structure undertakes. Driven by curiosity rather than fear, I rose leisurely from my seat. The warm glow of the desk lamp draped me in a golden aura as I ventured towards the basement door. The wooden steps whispered ancient secrets beneath my weight, the air growing cooler as I descended, carrying traces of damp earth and forsaken books. In the basement, shadows waltzed to the flickering rhythm of the light bulb, painting the walls in an eerie dance. The space, familiar with neatly arranged boxes and shrouded furniture resembling slumbering phantoms, appeared altered that evening. A detail seized my attention. A door in the far corner, cloaked in darkness where the light struggled to penetrate. Simple in design, the door bore no distinctive embellishments, a feature I couldn't recall ever encountering despite numerous hours spent organizing in the basement. The brass handle gleamed, seemingly polished recently. Intrigued, I inched closer, the chilled floor pulsing beneath my steps as if alive. Upon nearing, I discerned a colder air enveloping the door, exhaling an icy breath. My fingertips grazed the weathered wood, sensing its ancient irregularities. The door seemed to quiver at my touch, as though sentient of my presence. The basement's silence deepened, only broken by the echo of my heartbeat. Tentatively, I grasped the handle, surprised by its warmth amidst the frigidity. Turning it slowly, the door swung open noiselessly, revealing a wisp of silvery mist gently swaying, as if stirred by invisible currents. Emitting a soft, hypnotic glow, the mist exuded a fragrance reminiscent of spring blooms or freshly brewed tea. Transfixed, I hesitated between exploration and caution. The mist danced before me, morphing into fleeting shapes that eluded definition. Familiar faces and unknown landscapes flickered, akin to glimpses through a reality-shrouding veil. Taking a step back, I closed the door gently, the lock clicking as if rousing the room from its enchantment. Familiar sounds returned, the clock's ticking, the wind's whispers, a distant dog's bark in the tranquil neighborhood. Ascending the stairs slowly, I carried with me the sensation of an extraordinary discovery. In the ensuing days, I revisited the basement, but the door had vanished, replaced by an unyielding brick wall. Yet, during the quietest nights, when wakefulness merges with slumber, I still detect that distant melody. I ponder if the door lingers, concealed somewhere, awaiting rediscovery by another soul. Some doors, I've learned, open only at specific junctures when time and space intertwine in unfathomable ways. Perhaps it's best that way, for the enigma of that basement door taught me that not all queries necessitate answers. Some mysteries are more exquisite when shrouded, akin to dreams fleeting against reality before dissipating into the silver haze of memory. Story 55. The soft rustle of paper sliding through my fingertips reverberated in the tranquil attic, enveloped in the hush of the setting sun's glow filtering through a dusty window. Golden beams pirouetted in the stagnant air, casting a spell of serenity. Amidst the relics of the past, I stumbled upon a weathered envelope, its ancient seal marked with faded red wax. My name elegantly inscribed on its coarse surface in a script unknown to me. Nestling into an antiquated wooden chair that groaned under my weight, I inhaled the fragrance of time-worn books and weathered wood, while a gentle breeze whispered through the leaves of a grand tree outside. The envelope felt weighty in my hands, as though it bore secrets beyond mere words. With delicate care, I broke the seal, the crackling of aged wax echoing in the stillness. Unveiling several pages as delicate as gossamer, adorned with the same graceful handwriting, the date atop revealing a time 50 years prior to my existence. The opening lines seized my attention instantly. My dear future grandchild. The ambient light gradually dimmed around me, yet I made no move to illuminate the room, for the words on those pages seemed to emit a soft, ethereal glow. The missive narrated the tale of a woman, my grandmother, a stranger to my reality. She unveiled a unique family legacy, a rare gift that surfaced under specific celestial alignments. On nights when the moon rained full and the northern wind whispered its secrets, some among us could glimpse beyond the veils of time. Not with clarity, but through sensations and blurred visions, akin to reflections on rippling waters. My grandmother chronicled her foresight of my existence, of this moment in the attic, reading her words. A chill traversed my spine as I delved deeper into her revelations. Her prose grew intimate, unveiling her attempts to safeguard the family using this enigmatic gift, navigating them through trials. Yet, every glimpse into the beyond exacted a toll from her life force, she confided. In the attic's silence, time seemed suspended, shadows cavorted on the walls, intertwining with the memories etched in those aged sheets. The epistle prophesied events in my life, some already etched in my past, others awaiting fruition. As I progressed, the handwriting subtly shifted, becoming more labored, as if each word demanded greater effort. The final page proved the most cryptic. My grandmother foretold a pivotal choice I would confront, a juncture when the gift would stir within me. Pausing, I lifted my gaze to the window. The night had descended, the full moon piercing through clouds, an imminent storm heralded by a gust of wind rattling the panes. Returning to the last page, her parting words gleamed as freshly inked. When you hear the call, the letter concluded, you will know what to do. The gift is not a curse, but a responsibility. Just as I have done for you, you must also pen a letter. A missive never meant for delivery, yet fated to reach its recipient when the stars align. Tenderly folding the pages, I returned them to the envelope. The wind now howled, the floorboards groaning beneath me. Approaching the window, my reflection melded with the moon's, casting a bewitching illusion that gave me pause. Fleetingly, I glimpsed another figure in the reflection, an elderly woman with a gentle smile. Blinking, she vanished. On the desk beside the window, a blank sheet of paper and a pen materialized out of thin air. Seating myself once more, the silvery moonlight bathing the room, the north wind murmuring its secrets, I grasped the pen and commenced to write. My dear future grandchild. Story 56. The park was cloaked in autumn fog, a gentle shroud of gray silk, as leaves twirled lazily in the damp twilight breeze. Walking along the gravel path, I inhaled the earthy fragrance of the wet ground, my steps whispering softly. The mist veiled the street lamps, casting ethereal halos that barely lit the way ahead. And there it was, a dark coat, neatly folded on a weathered wooden bench, untouched by time's passage. The park was deserted, and the coat sat there with an air of deliberate placement, as if it held a secret waiting to be unraveled. Approaching cautiously, I observed the woolen fabric absorbing the moisture in the air, still warm to the touch as though recently shed. A sense of curiosity, not fear, tingled through me. I checked the pockets, seeking clues to the owner's identity, but found only a lone bus ticket from 1985. Time seemed to stand still as I held this relic of another era, its yellowed paper oddly pristine. Settling on the bench beside the coat, I let my mind drift, enveloped by the thickening fog. A hint of lavender and pipe tobacco drifted from the coat, evoking memories of days long gone, of faded photographs and forgotten tales. Upon closer inspection, I discovered faded initials JM stitched inside with golden thread. The park's silence was broken by a distant melody, old and haunting, as if carried on a whisper from the past. Rising to trace the music's source, it seemed to elude me, a phantom sound surrounding me from all directions. Returning to the coat, I noticed a subtle shift in its position, a button catching the light differently. Despite being alone in the park, the garment appeared to have moved in my absence. Time slowed to a surreal pace, shadows swaying gently in the lamplight, the music fading in and out like a half-remembered dream. Who was JM, and why had they left their coat behind? Perhaps a professor seeking solace in nature, a musician seeking inspiration, or a soul releasing a fragment of their past. Lost in contemplation, a gentle breeze brushed my shoulder, a fleeting touch of the unseen. Turning, I found only swirling mist, the coat now weathered with age, the fabric worn and colors faded. Respecting the mystery, I left it undisturbed and walked away. The music briefly crescendoed, a waltz unfamiliar yet strangely familiar, echoing in the fog. Returning the next morning, the bench was empty, save for the lingering impression of where the coat had rested. Beside it lay a fresh bus ticket, dated for that very day. Even now, on misty evenings, I catch a whisper of that haunting melody, a hint of lavender and tobacco in the air. Sometimes, the streetlights play tricks, casting shadows that hint at the figure of a gentleman strolling away in the park. But as I strain to see more clearly, only the dance of leaves in the twilight remains, a secret shared only with the fog. Story 57. In the dim glow of the flickering candlelight, I made my way down the weathered steps of the ancient cellar. Each creak of the wooden stairs echoed through the cool, musty air, a sound that had become as familiar to me as the rhythm of my own heartbeat during my daily visits to retrieve Grandma's cherished preserves. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere stirred a sense of unease within me. The candle flame danced erratically, defying the stillness that hung heavy in the air, while a thin film of dust cloaked every surface, despite my recent visit. Shadows stretched and swayed on the stone walls, reaching eagerly into the darkness that beckoned from the depths below. Pausing midway down the stairs, a peculiar sensation gripped me, urging a blend of curiosity and apprehension to surface within my mind. The shelving that typically held Grandma's preserves appeared to extend farther than usual, disappearing into the obscure distance beyond the reach of the flickering light. The silence enveloped me, broken only by the steady rhythm of my own breath and the distant drip of water seeping through the ancient stones. Compelled by an insatiable curiosity that overshadowed my growing trepidation, I pressed onward. The jars of preserves, normally a familiar sight, now bore labels with dates long past: 1980, 1960, 1940, some so faded they were unreadable. The air grew colder, carrying the scent of damp earth mingled with the faint aroma of aged manuscripts. The shelves stretched endlessly, revealing walls adorned with intricate patterns of ancient bricks and enigmatic symbols etched into the stone with a precision that defied logic. Coming to a halt before a singular shelf, a jar of dark glass caught my eye. Its label, remarkably intact despite its age, displayed a date that defied all logic: 1820. With trembling hands I lifted the jar, and in the profound stillness of the cellar, a ghostly whisper, wordless yet profound, brushed against my senses, a murmuring echo of time itself, whispering secrets of ages long past. Turning slowly, I glimpsed faint ethereal figures flickering in the shadows, like wisps of memory striving to take form. Sensing a growing urgency, I resolved to retrace my steps. But as I made my way back towards the stairs, a disconcerting realization dawned upon me. The distance I had traversed had inexplicably multiplied. The light at the stairwell, now a distant speck in the velvety darkness, akin to a solitary star in a moonless sky. Striving to maintain composure, I ascended the stairs, each step a deliberate act of will, my pulse a steady drumbeat in the silence. As I climbed, the shelves began to shift once more, transitioning back to the familiar surroundings of the cellar. The dates on the jars reverted to the present, the walls resuming their mundane appearance. The jar from 1820 remained in my grasp, a tangible reminder that the surreal journey had not been a mere figment of my imagination. Emerging into the warm, welcoming light of the kitchen, I placed the jar on the first step, casting a final glance into the recesses of the cellar. For a fleeting moment, a spectral movement stirred in the depths, a distortion of time and space that hinted at untold mysteries. That night, seated at the kitchen table with a steaming cup of tea cradled in my hands, I pondered the enigmatic events that had transpired. The jar now bore a simple label, Blackberry Jam, 2023, yet when I unsealed it, a fragrance unlike any other wafted forth, a scent redolent of time itself, ancient and sweet. evoking memories of a bygone era. Since that fateful night, every descent into the cellar has been tinged with a sense of anticipation, a whisper of the unknown lingering in the shadows. The staircase remains unchanged, the shelves stocked with familiar preserves, yet in moments of dim light and profound silence, I sense the cellar beckoning, as though it harbors more temporal secrets waiting to be unveiled. And perhaps one day, I shall summon the courage to venture down that seemingly endless corridor, to explore the depths where time loses its grasp, and uncover the mysteries that lie beyond the veil of reality. Story 58. The gentle evening wind whispered through the open window, carrying the delicate fragrance of night-blooming flowers from the garden into the room. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I found myself entranced by the flickering shadows cast by a solitary candle on the walls. Beside me on the small table rested my beloved old Polaroid camera, a cherished relic passed down from my grandmother. Though it had languished unused for so long, a mysterious urge stirred within me to pick it up that very night. The weight of the camera in my hands brought a sense of familiarity and reassurance as I inspected it in the dim, flickering light. Without conscious thought, my fingers found their way to the shutter button, a motion ingrained by countless repetitions. Almost instinctively, I aimed the lens towards the darkest corner of the room and captured the moment with a soft click. As the flash of light briefly illuminated the space, the mechanical whir of the photograph developing filled the room. Patiently, I watched as the colors slowly materialized on the blank surface. Yet as the image took form, a peculiar anomaly caught my eye. In the corner I had captured, a vague, ethereal figure seemed to materialize. Indistinct and ghostly, it hovered like a wisp of smoke, assuming a faintly human shape. My initial reflex was to glance towards the corner of the room, but there was nothing but darkness and stillness. Intrigued by this mysterious manifestation, I decided to take another photo in the same direction. This time, the figure that emerged was more defined, appearing to have moved closer to the lens. A semblance of a face began to take shape, though its features remained hazy and enigmatic. A subtle chill crept down my spine, yet it was not fear that gripped me, but a profound sense of wonder and curiosity. Compelled by an unseen force, I continued to capture image after image, each unveiling the figure drawing nearer and becoming increasingly distinct. It was as if the entity utilized the photographs as a conduit to materialize, each snapshot granting it more solidity in our world. With each successive photo, the blurred contours gradually sharpened, revealing what seemed to be attire from a bygone era reminiscent of the 1940s. An eerie silence enveloped the room, the air thick with an unseen presence that I could sense but not see. The temperature seemed to drop imperceptibly, and the candle flame flickered in a draught-less room. Spellbound by this silent communion, I proceeded to capture the unfolding spectacle, each click of the shutter a deliberate act of surreal connection. In the final photograph of that fateful evening, the figure loomed so close that it almost engulfed the frame. Clear as day, a gentle smile graced the woman's visage, her eyes seemingly peering directly into mine through the glossy surface of the Polaroid. There was a striking familiarity in that smile, stirring dormant memories from the depths of my childhood. It was only when I rose to retrieve an old photo album that I realized my hands trembled ever so slightly. Leafing through the weathered pages, I stumbled upon the revelation I sought, a vintage photograph of my grandmother in her youth, captured by the very same Polaroid. The smile mirrored the one immortalized in the final photograph I had taken that night. Arranging the photographs in chronological order on the table, a silent narrative unfolded before me. A bridge spanning two realms, woven through the lens of an ancient camera. I refrained from revisiting the experiment, allowing the Polaroid to rest undisturbed on its shelf. Yet, on tranquil evenings suffused with the golden hues of twilight, I find myself drawn back to those captured moments. At times it appears as though the smile in the photograph shifts imperceptibly, as if my grandmother seeks to impart a message across the fragile veil separating memory from reality. In those fleeting instances, the boundary between the world of reminiscences and the tangible present grows as fragile as the surface of a freshly developed Polaroid, beckoning me to linger in the realm of dreams. Story 59. The winter twilight draped my bedroom walls in shades of purple, as a gentle rain tapped against the window panes in a mesmerizing melody. The flickering candle on my antique vanity mirror, a cherished token from my grandmother, cast dancing shadows that swirled in the dimming light. The fragrance of burning firewood wafted from downstairs, mingling with the sweet scent of wax, enveloping the room in a warm and inviting embrace. During a moment of tranquil reflection, amidst the soothing ambience, a peculiar sight caught my attention. As I stood before the mirror, tidying my hair, a fleeting glimpse of a tall, slender figure seemed to glide behind me, an ethereal presence moving silently through the air. Startled, I turned swiftly, only to find emptiness in the room. I peered back at the mirror, dismissing the vision as a mere trick of light and shadow. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the reflections surrounding me. Whether it was the gleaming surface of a polished table, the window glass at dusk, or even the small mirror in my car, each seemed to capture fleeting images of that enigmatic presence. It was as if a parallel world of reflections existed, where this silent figure observed me with a patient curiosity. Featureless yet radiating a soft luminosity akin to silvery mist, the figure at times hinted at a gentle smile or subtle gestures, as if attempting to communicate wordlessly. No fear gripped me, only a peculiar sense of familiarity, as though this presence had always lingered on the periphery of my existence, awaiting my recognition. On a particularly tranquil evening, engrossed in a book in my cozy armchair, the figure within the window's reflection appeared unusually distinct. Instead of fading upon direct gaze, it lingered, almost tangible. In the hush of the room, a faint rustle, like silk stirred by an unseen breeze, reached my ears, though the air remained still. Slowly rising, I approached the window, and to my astonishment, the figure mirrored my movements from the other side of the glass. Details emerged, flowing, ethereal attire and movements of unearthly grace, as if dancing on unseen currents. Extending a hand towards me, the figure elicited a response, drawing me into an unspoken exchange. In that moment, a profound realization dawned upon me. Whenever the figure manifested, a profound tranquility enveloped the room. Sounds dulled, hues softened, and time itself seemed to stretch languidly, as if bridging the realms of reality and reverie. The presence seemed to carry a fragment of a serene realm, where the boundaries between wakefulness and dreams blurred. Purposefully seeking out reflections, no longer driven by fear or curiosity, I yearned for the serenity that the figure unfailingly brought. It appeared during moments of stillness, when my mind transcended worries and distractions, offering solace precisely when needed. Over time, the figure within Reflections became a silent companion in my daily existence. I refrained from unraveling its true essence or the rationale behind its presence, recognizing that certain enigmas need not be unraveled. The mystery itself held a value beyond any explanation. Even now, as the setting sun casts elongated shadows across the room, I pause to observe the reflections that surround me. In those tranquil interludes, when the world seems suspended in quietude, I catch a glimpse, a luminous figure pirouetting amidst the mirrored surfaces, imparting a profound tranquility and a gentle reminder that some mysteries are best left unsolved. Story 60. The vintage store exuded a unique allure as dusk settled in. Wandering through its narrow passages, I found solace in the soft creaking of weathered floorboards beneath my steps, and the way dust motes pirouetted in the warm glow filtering through lace curtains from ages past. A symphony of scents enveloped me, the aroma of leather-bound books, the scent of polished wood, and the whispers of memories lingering in forgotten treasures. It was then that I caught it, a delicate melody, barely there, drifting among the shelves like a whispered secret. The notes, clear yet distant, harked back to a time when music was etched onto vinyl and set free into the world through brass horns. Intrigued, I followed the sound, drawn by its haunting familiarity, even though I couldn't quite place the tune. In the farthest corner of the store, beyond shelves adorned with tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with watchful eyes, stood a majestic mahogany gramophone. Its brass horn arched elegantly upwards, capturing the fading light of day. The turntable spun leisurely, yet no record adorned its surface. As I drew nearer, the music neither grew louder nor softer, maintaining its ethereal essence. The shopkeeper, a silver-haired woman with kind eyes, materialized beside me so quietly that I nearly startled. "Lovely piece, isn't it?" she whispered, her voice echoing the gentleness of the phantom melody. "It arrived last week as part of an estate collection. Odd thing, though, we've never wound it up." I inspected the mechanism closely. The winding key lay still, yet the turntable continued its mesmerizing dance. The music, a waltz perhaps, or a nocturne, wove through the air like gossamer threads, luring me deeper into its enigma. My fingers traced the grain of the wood, discovering an unexpected warmth beneath its polished veneer. "Would you like to bring it home?" the shopkeeper inquired, her gaze holding a knowing glint I couldn't quite decipher. "Some objects choose their owners, you see, and this one seems quite smitten with you." That night, the gramophone found its place in my study, positioned by the window where moonbeams could caress its brass horn. I devoted hours to examining every detail. The intricate scrollwork on its base, the faint maker's mark worn smooth by time, the impeccably balanced arm meant to cradle the needle. The music persisted, soft and intermittent, akin to a radio signal from a bygone era. Some evenings it played what sounded like classical compositions, while on other occasions it was jazz standards that might have filled ballrooms a century ago. Each melody appeared to carry emotions within its notes: elation, yearning, sorrow, anticipation, as if the gramophone had absorbed the sentiments of every listener who had ever tuned in. Gradually, I began noticing subtle shifts in my home. Books would be slightly askew, as if someone had been perusing them while I slumbered. The curtains would flutter on calm nights. Occasionally, the air would bear the faintest whiff of perfume, a blend of lavender and vanilla, despite my solitary existence. On a particularly tranquil evening, as rain tapped softly against the window panes, the music transformed. Instead of its usual ethereal distance, it grew clearer, more tangible. I recognized the piece, Debussy's Clair de Lune, though I had never encountered it performed in this manner. The notes seemed to conjure images in the air: moonbeams on water, leaves twirling in a midnight breeze, lovers strolling along gas-lit streets. As I shut my eyes, allowing the music to envelop me, I sensed a gentle weight on the cushion beside me, as though someone had settled there to listen in unison. The fragrance intensified, and the air assumed a peculiar heaviness, akin to the instant before snowflakes descend. Upon reopening my eyes, the pressure lingered, yet all I beheld were shadows playing on my furnishings. The music softened once more, reverting to its customary distant quality, but something had shifted. The gramophone no longer felt like a mere relic. It had transformed into a conduit between realms, a custodian of tales yearning to be recounted. Now each night I sit in my study as darkness enfolds me. Sometimes I read, other times I merely listen. The gramophone spins its cryptic melodies, and occasionally I sense that tender presence beside me. I have refrained from attempting to rationalize it or capture the music with any recording device. Some mysteries, I have come to realize, are meant to be lived rather than deciphered. The shopkeeper was correct. Certain objects select their custodians. And in selecting me, the gramophone has imparted something invaluable, the awareness that music, memory, and enchantment intertwine in ways we may never wholly grasp. As another melody drifts through the air, I grin, understanding that amid the notes lies a truth that speaks directly to the soul, transcending the necessity for words or rationale. Story 61. The soft, rhythmic symphony of raindrops tapping against my window had become a familiar companion to my late-night writing rituals. Each droplet painted shimmering paths down the glass, weaving an ever-changing tapestry of liquid light. The cozy amber halo from my desk lamp enveloped me in a warm embrace, casting the rest of the room in soothing shadows. I found solace in tracing the meandering trails of raindrops, discovering hidden narratives within their crystal-clear journeys. But on this particular night, a subtle shift in their dance caught my attention. The water seemed to flow with an otherworldly grace, as if guided by an unseen force. Initially, I brushed it off as a trick of fatigue, the rain's gentle lullaby nearly pulling me into the realm of dreams. Yet the peculiar patterns persisted, growing more defined with each passing moment. Droplets avoided certain areas on the glass, forming dry spaces that gradually outlined a figure before my eyes. Intrigued, I leaned in closer to the window, my breath hitching at the sight. The reflection not only mirrored the rain outside, but also revealed the dimly lit interior of my room behind me. Within that dual reflection of glass and water, I noticed a curious discrepancy in my own image. It moved out of sync with my actions, a split-second delay creating an eerie sense of detachment. The rain's gentle cadence swelled, its ethereal melody filling the room with a hypnotic hum. Mesmerized, I watched as my reflection reached out to touch the glass, a gesture my own hand had not initiated. The motion flowed with a fluid elegance, reminiscent of a dancer performing an unknown routine. A subtle warmth spread across my skin, contrasting the cool night air by the window. Slowly, imperceptibly, my reflection began to transform, its features evolving into something both recognizable and enigmatic. The eyes that met mine held a profound wisdom, a depth that transcended time itself. Motionless, I observed as my reflection morphed into a being beyond gender, age, or era, a being of eternal essence. The rain wove intricate patterns around this enigmatic figure, creating a shimmering frame of liquid silver. I marveled as the droplets defied gravity, swirling in perfect circles around the mysterious reflection. A flicker of my desk lamp momentarily dimmed the room, plunging it into a fleeting darkness. In that ephemeral moment, I sensed a presence beside me, tender and comforting as a mother's touch. As the light steadied, my reflection reverted to its familiar mimicry of my movements. Yet the rain continued its ethereal dance, a reminder of the extraordinary visitor that had graced my window. I sat in silent contemplation for hours, the lingering presence a gentle echo in my mind, like a cherished melody. With the approaching dawn, the rain gradually waned, leaving behind only mundane streaks on the window pane. Now, on nights draped in rain, I find myself drawn to that window, pen and paper forgotten on my desk. In those rare moments when the rainfall transforms the glass into a perfect mirror, I catch glimpses of that ethereal counterpart gazing back at me. We share an unspoken understanding, my reflection and I, acknowledging the enigmatic allure of unexplained mysteries. The rain persists in its descent, each drop carrying the promise of another fleeting encounter. And in the tranquil interlude between observer and observed, I ponder if, in a parallel existence, another version of myself sits by their own window, yearning to glimpse my world through the gossamer veil of rain. Story 62. The weariness of a long day's toil lingered as I entered my study. The soft glow of the desk lamp cast amber hues, painting gentle shadows on the shelves adorned with books. The familiar scent of aged paper and ink encircled me, a comforting presence as I settled into my worn leather armchair. Resting upon the polished wooden desk, my grandmother's gift, my old diary, lay where I had left it that morning. Its brown leather cover and yellowed pages held my deepest musings. As I reached out to peruse its contents, a peculiar sight met my eyes. The last page I had inscribed was no longer blank. Delicate script, unlike my own, adorned the page with words unknown to me. The ink appeared fresh, as though just penned. Leaning in, my breath slowed, deepening. The narrative described an autumn evening, detailing the very room I occupied in that moment. The gentle patter of rain tapped against the window, weaving a hypnotic melody with the whisper of pages stirred by an unseen breeze. The lamp's light flickered, casting playful shadows that danced upon the walls. Enthralled, I delved further into the mysterious prose that foretold my every action. Curiosity beckoned him to turn the page, the text proclaimed, and as I read those words, my fingers instinctively obeyed, flipping to the next leaf. A jolt coursed through me as fresh words materialized before my eyes, as if an invisible hand transcribed in real time. The ink flowed effortlessly, capturing the sensations I experienced at that instant. The warmth of the lamp against my skin, my breaths growing heavier, even the subtle shiver down my spine, all depicted with eerie accuracy. Rising from my chair, my gaze remained fixed on the pages unfolding before me. The sentences now described the books on the shelves, citing titles I had no recollection of owning, yet were undeniably present. The narrative unfurled with a mesmerizing cadence, akin to a clock's pendulum marking time in a hushed chamber. Seating myself on the corner couch, I observed the diary still open on the desk, its pages gently shifting. The rain's rhythm intensified, enveloping me in a cocoon of sound that seemed to isolate me from the world beyond. The room exuded a newfound warmth, as if the enigma I encountered birthed its own realm, distinct from reality. I closed my eyes briefly, lulled by the rain's soothing symphony. Upon reopening them, the diary remained, altered in some ineffable manner. The words now bore a personal, intimate essence, recounting memories I believed forgotten, moments unshared with any soul. Approaching the desk with deliberate steps, the dialogue between the pages and me deepened, morphing into a heartfelt exchange rather than mere storytelling. It felt as though the diary sought to connect with me through my own recollections. As the evening waned, a sense burgeoned within me, hinting that this silent discourse unveiled profound truths. No fear gripped me, but rather a blend of curiosity and tranquility. Each word unveiled felt like a step towards comprehending an elusive enigma. When the clock's pendulum struck midnight, I realized I had remained transfixed for hours, engrossed in the peculiar communion with the diary. The final words etched on the page were simple yet enigmatic. Some mysteries require no unraveling to be understood. Tenderly closing the diary, I savored the familiar texture of its leather cover beneath my fingertips. The rain persisted outside, now a companion rather than a backdrop. I pondered if come morning the words would linger or dissolve like mist at dawn. Retiring to bed, I stole a final glance at the study. The diary lay serenely on the desk, seemingly untouched by the extraordinary events. Yet a change had transpired, not in the external realm, but within me, as if those self-scripting pages had unlocked a gateway to a comprehension eluding definition. Night draped the study in its silent embrace, the lamp's amber glow a witness to a mystery that may forever elude resolution. And perhaps as I shut the door, that was the essence. Some mysteries hold more value shrouded in enigma. Story 63. The rain cascaded down onto the roof of the old house, a soothing symphony of nature that serenaded the night into a peaceful slumber. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea turned tepid between my palms, I found myself entranced by the tranquil melody that enveloped the quietude around me. Amidst the gentle patter of raindrops, a subtle shift in the orchestration caught my attention. A whisper of sound, faint and almost imperceptible, weaving its way through the rhythm of the rain. It was a delicate cadence, like the soft footfalls of a phantom, emanating from the depths of the basement below. Initially, I dismissed it as merely the house settling, an expected symphony of creaks and murmurs that often accompanied the aging timbers of the structure. Yet there was an eerie precision to the pattern of those phantom footsteps, a cadence that echoed with an uncanny resemblance to that of human gait. Slowly rising from my seat, I placed the cup on the nearby table, feeling the residual warmth of the wooden floor beneath my feet, a lingering embrace of the day's fading heat. Approaching the basement door, a chill crept into the air, an icy breath that seemed to seep from the depths below. The brass handle, frigid to the touch, yielded with a resounding click that reverberated through the silent expanse of the house. Descending the staircase, each step a cautious descent into the unknown, I trailed my own footsteps, mingling with the spectral echoes that had beckoned me forth. The musty scent of the basement enveloped me, a tapestry woven of aged wood, damp earth, and other indefinable essences, as I ventured further into the shadowed realm below. Illuminated sporadically by flashes of lightning through the skylight, the shelves adorned with relics of yesteryears cast twisted silhouettes that danced in tandem with the rain's cadence. It was amidst this macabre ballet of shadows that I beheld a peculiar sight. A series of ethereal footprints etched upon the dusty floor, ghostly imprints of moisture, as if left by a figure with waterlogged souls pacing in circles at the room's heart. Intrigued, I approached the enigmatic traces, seeking to unravel the mystery they held. A movement, subtle and stealthy, flickered at the periphery of my vision, drawing my gaze to the darkest recesses where light dared not tread. In that obscure corner, a presence stirred, languid and deliberate, beckoning me with a silent allure. Heartbeat quickening, not with fear, but with a peculiar blend of wonder and recognition, I advanced toward the enigmatic entity. As I neared the shadowed enclave, the air grew colder, a palpable chill that whispered of ancient secrets veiled in darkness. The phantom footsteps, once distant echoes, now surrounded me in a spectral dance, a symphony of unseen souls traversing the unseen paths of the abyss. Amidst this ethereal waltz, a revelation dawned upon me. The ghostly footprints upon the floor, woven in a spiral design converging towards the room's center. Following the spiral's arcane path with reverent eyes, I beheld a marvel. The freshest prints, still glistening with moisture, as if born anew from the abyss. Time seemed to stand still as I watched these ephemeral traces fade into the chill of the basement, dissolving into the void from whence they came. The phantom footsteps, once clear and distinct, now melded seamlessly with the rain's ceaseless cadence, a harmonious union of the unearthly and the mundane. Ascending the stairs once more, a sense of tranquility enveloped me, a profound peace born of witnessing a ritual as old as time itself, hidden within the bowels of the ancient house. That night, as I prepared for slumber, the rain's melody took on a new resonance, a harmony that echoed the spectral footsteps of the basement's depths. Drifting into dreams, I pondered the enigma of those unseen souls, wondering if they would return with the night's embrace, beckoning me to unveil the mysteries they concealed in the dust-laden shadows of the past. Story 64. The rain whispered its gentle lullaby on the windows of the cozy establishment, harmonizing with the soft clinking of cups and the murmurs of the few lingering patrons. Seated at the bar, I observed the play of light as it pirouetted on the polished surface of the dark wood. Jack, the bartender, moved with a deliberate rhythm, his hands caressing the glasses in a hypnotic dance. Yet, there was a new depth in his gaze that evening, a hidden world I had never before glimpsed during my routine visits. His dark eyes held secrets, shrouded in the act of preparing my usual lavender tea. Amidst the soothing scents of lavender and aged wood, Jack's hands betrayed a subtle tremor as he served me. The air was a tapestry of fragrances, blending the floral notes of tea with the rich aroma of coffee. Jack's attention, however, kept drifting to a solitary figure in the farthest corner, a figure unmoving, blending into the shadows like a specter. With a measured grace, Jack refilled my cup, his voice tinged with a hidden tension as he inquired if I desired anything more. It was then that a jarring detail caught my eye. A faint reddish stain marred the otherwise pristine cuff of his shirt, a crimson whisper in the dim ambience of the bar. Time ebbed away, marked by the steady cadence of the rain outside, a hypnotic symphony that enveloped the space. As the other patrons vanished into the night, leaving behind vacant seats and forgotten cups, the enigmatic figure in the corner remained a silent sentinel. Jack busied himself with meticulous tasks, a facade of calm masking a growing disquiet that lingered in the air like a ghostly echo. And beneath the counter, tucked away amidst gleaming bottles, lay a weathered notebook, its secrets veiled in aged pages. In a moment of solitude, I perused the notebook, its contents a tapestry of names, dates, and cryptic annotations. Numbers danced alongside meticulous symbols, hinting at a hidden narrative woven within its pages. The sound of approaching footsteps drew my attention, and the mysterious figure rose from their seat, a silent departure that carried a weight of unspoken truths. A fleeting exchange passed between the stranger and Jack, a silent communication pregnant with unspoken words. The bartender's hands, once steady, now trembled imperceptibly as he tidied the bar. His gaze drifted, lost in a realm of distant memories or forgotten regrets. As I prepared to depart, Jack halted me with a gentle gesture, his voice a hushed murmur. "There are tales," he began, his words a fragile thread in the tapestry of the night, "that linger within these walls, burdens that grow heavy in solitude." His eyes, weary yet alive with hidden depths, held mine in a silent plea. The notebook lay as a silent witness to untold truths, a repository of mysteries waiting to be unveiled. A faint smile graced Jack's lips, a melancholic curve that hinted at untold stories. "Return," he whispered, his voice a soft echo. "Perhaps I shall share a tale, or perhaps not." Stepping into the night, the rain's gentle cadence a comforting backdrop, I glimpsed Jack through the window, a solitary figure amidst the dimming lights. Behind the facade of routine lay a world of enigmas, a realm of secrets too profound to fathom. The shadows embraced the establishment as I departed, pondering the countless tales that lay concealed behind bar counters, guarded by silent sentinels like Jack. The rain persisted, a steady companion in the starless night, its whispered secrets mingling with the mysteries that lingered within the walls, a symphony of tranquility and intrigue that wove through the fabric of the night. Story 65. The November rain softly tapped against the windows of Grandma Rose's attic, creating a soothing natural rhythm that always brought me a sense of calm. It had been years since I returned there, now that she had passed away, to sort through her belongings. The fragrance of aged wood and yellowed books lingered in the air, while the dwindling twilight seeped through the partially closed shutters, casting whimsical shadows on the vintage wallpapered walls. Tucked away in a corner, cloaked in a thin film of dust, I stumbled upon Grandma's old brass record player, always kept gleaming like a mirror. A relic from another era, it boasted a mechanical arm adorned with intricate floral designs and a turntable that remained impeccably preserved. Beside it, a collection of vinyl records neatly organized in weathered cardboard sleeves. As I perused the records, my fingertips paused on one in particular. Its cover was plain white, devoid of any title or author, save for a delicate golden border that shimmered in the dim light. Although unfamiliar, I knew every record in Grandma Rose's collection by heart. Intrigued, I resolved to play it. The record player sprang to life with a faint, familiar hum. Carefully, I positioned the record on the turntable and lowered the arm. Initially, only the customary crackle of vinyl filled the room. Then the music emerged. It was a melody foreign to my ears, a waltz performed on the piano, yet there was an enigmatic quality to how the notes intertwined. The music seemed to shift subtly with each rotation of the record, as if the notes were rearranging themselves into fresh harmonies. I shut my eyes, surrendering to the spell of that peculiar composition. Amidst the music, I fancied catching a whiff of jasmine, Grandma Rose's beloved flower, although it was impossible given the wintry season. When I opened my eyes, the shadows in the room moved in a peculiar manner, no longer adhering to the natural path of twilight's glow, but swaying to the mysterious melody's tempo. Before me, on the wall, a figure's shadow danced distinctly, though I was alone in the room. The waltz persisted, yet now I could discern, concealed within the piano notes, the faint sound of a laughter I recognized well. It was Grandma Rose's laughter, as clear as ever in my memory. A shiver coursed through me, not of fear, but of a curious blend of nostalgia and awe. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window. In the glass's reflection, I glimpsed the room behind me, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw Grandma Rose, youthful and radiant in her favorite dance attire, twirling at the attic's center. Upon turning around, of course, she was nowhere to be found. The record played on until its conclusion, and as the final note faded into silence, the room felt altered, cozier, more vibrant, as if that brief musical interlude had roused dormant memories within the house's very walls. That night, as I returned the enigmatic record to its white sleeve, I noticed a detail I had overlooked before. Inscribed on the inner rim in Grandma Rose's graceful script was a date, her wedding day. Beneath it, in nearly imperceptible letters, a message: music is the key to our most cherished memories. Since then, whenever I revisit the attic, I seek out that particular record. Sometimes it reveals itself readily, while on other occasions, it seems to hide amidst the other vinyls. Each time I play it, the melody carries a subtle variation, as if containing infinite renditions of the same memory. I have never deciphered whether it was a special gift for Grandma Rose or something more enigmatic. Yet one thing remains certain. On those rainy evenings when the record player spins that cryptic melody, the attic brims with a delicate enchantment, and momentarily the boundary between present and past, reality and memory, thins to the fragility of an aged photograph. Perhaps in those fleeting moments, Grandma Rose continues to dance, forever young, forever joyful, in an eternal waltz. Story 66. The gentle night wind whispered secrets, carrying the scent of earth and night blooms. Nestled in my cozy armchair, I tuned into the ancient house's rhythmic breath. The wooden structure murmured, as if yearning to share its tales of old. Amid the tranquility, a mysterious sound captured my attention, a steady, hypnotic beat echoing from the upstairs corridor. It resembled a door knocker swaying in the breeze, yet its regularity was oddly captivating. The soft glow of the reading lamp painted dancing shadows on the wallpaper, conjuring fleeting figures that seemed alive. Setting aside my book, I remained motionless, fixated on the persistent sound. Rather than irksome, it held a melodic quality in its constancy. Rising slowly, my footsteps hushed by the plush Persian rug, I advanced towards the staircase. Each creak of the ancient steps seemed like the house's whispered response to my curiosity. The rhythmic beat persisted, guiding me through the dimly lit hallway where moonbeams filtered through tall windows. Upstairs, the air turned cooler, carrying hints of aged wood and beeswax. Following the sound, I reached the closed door of the old library. The brass knocker continued its rhythmic dance against the sturdy wood, despite the absence of any wind. All windows were shut. Mesmerized, I observed the knocker's autonomous movements, as if an unseen force guided its patient taps. Drawn in, I approached, almost entranced by the steady rhythm. The sound grew clearer, with subtle variations hinting at an enigmatic musical pattern. Reaching for the cold brass handle worn smooth by generations of touch, I found the door unlocked yet strangely resistant to my push. It wasn't obstructed, but rather seemed gently held back from within. The knocker persisted, indifferent to my presence, as if enacting an ancient ritual. Seating myself by the door, I leaned against the wall, surrendering to the hypnotic beat. Lost in time, I let the wordless story envelop me, my thoughts drifting through misty visions of ancient tomes and forgotten lore. The sound merged with my breath, with my heartbeat, blending seamlessly with the night's natural rhythm. As dawn's soft light bathed the hallway, the knocker stilled, as if frozen in time. Rising slowly, my limbs tingling from hours spent on the floor, I approached the door again. This time, it yielded effortlessly to my touch. The library appeared unchanged, every book in its place, the morning air holding the dust in suspension. But on the antique desk, basked in sunlight's first embrace, lay an open book I didn't recall leaving there. Its pages gleamed pristine, as though anticipating a story yet unwritten. Since that night, the brass knocker fell silent, but on hushed evenings, a faint echo of its rhythm lingers in the air, as if the house yearns to recall a forgotten melody. Story 67. The hush of the night was pierced solely by the rhythmic clinking of the train's wheels on the tracks. I found myself in the furthest car, enveloped in a soft glow that barely lit the space from the gentle fixtures dangling above. The air held a gentle warmth, and the steady movement of the train birthed an almost hypnotic trance. Outside the window, the mist swayed lazily in the darkness, conjuring fleeting shapes that dissolved into the night. It seemed I was the sole traveler in that carriage, or so I believed. My reflection in the window mingled with the obscurity beyond, crafting the illusion of an indistinct presence watching from the other side. The cadence of the rails held a soothing quality, akin to a mechanical lullaby coaxing me toward slumber. It was then that a peculiar sight caught my eye in the glass reflection. A shadow loomed behind me, a figure seated a few rows back. I had no recollection of anyone boarding, yet here was an unmistakable presence. The train pressed on through the night, and the constant hum of the wheels seemed to murmur ancient, forgotten tales. I pivoted slowly, aiming not to arouse attention. The carriage was bathed in an amber hue, casting elongated shadows over vacant seats. The figure I had glimpsed in the reflection remained motionless, draped in what appeared to be a dark cloak, their face obscured by the brim of a wide hat. Time appeared to linger as I surveyed the silent observer. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy, as if saturated with memories foreign to me. The passenger made no move, uttered no word, merely sat there, as though an intrinsic part of the train itself. I resolved to rise, feigning a trip to the restroom at the rear of the car. Drawing nearer to the enigmatic figure, I observed that their cloak seemed to swallow light, absorbing every gleam. The aura surrounding that presence chilled the air, a faint fragrance of lavender and aged books lingering. Passing by the seat occupied by the mysterious traveler, I felt as though time had paused briefly. The clatter of the wheels receded, as if from another realm. And then, a disconcerting detail caught my eye. Beneath the dark cloak, there was no movement, no visible trace of breath. Reaching the end of the car, I hesitated, torn between advancing to the next car or returning to my seat. The corridor stretched endlessly, the dim lights casting hypnotic patterns on the floor. Upon glancing back, the seat where the mysterious figure sat was vacant. In its place lay an aged train ticket, yellowed with time. Trembling, I picked it up. The date imprinted on it was from half a century past, on that very day. The ticket exuded warmth, as though recently handled. I settled back into my seat, clutching the ticket between my fingers. The train continued its nocturnal journey, the wheels' cadence once more a reassuring presence. Outside, the fog thickened, and amidst it, faint outlines of figures seemed to walk parallel to the train, as if accompanying its nocturnal voyage. Drifting into weariness, I pondered how many others had crossed paths with that mysterious passenger on the final train of the night. The ticket I held stood as the lone tangible trace of that surreal encounter, yet even it began to fade, like a dream slipping away upon waking. The train pressed on through the night, bearing its enigmas and passengers, both seen and unseen. And as slumber beckoned, a hint of lavender lingered in the air, accompanied by the echo of retreating footsteps down the car's corridor. Story 68. The soft patter of rain on the rooftop tiles wove a hypnotic melody as I readied myself for the night. Each droplet slid gracefully down the window panes, casting playful shadows on the walls of my cozy study. The remnants of a once roaring fireplace still whispered a faint scent of charred wood from the night before, while the gentle glow of the desk lamp enveloped the room in a comforting warmth. In the hush of that perfect stillness, a sound pierced through the tranquility, a ringing that shouldn't have been, for the old rotary phone on the shelf had long been disconnected since the days I opted to rely solely on my cell phone. Yet its crystal clear chime danced in the air, unmistakable and eerie. I rose from the plush armchair, setting down the book I had been engrossed in on the nearby side table. The Persian rug beneath my feet absorbed the sound of my steps as I approached the shelf. There it sat, the black phone, a relic passed down from my grandmother, faintly gleaming in the dim light. The ringing ceased as I extended my hand towards it, the receiver chilling my fingertips, its aged Bakelite scent triggering childhood memories of watching my grandmother dial numbers with the rotating disc. Shaking off what I assumed to be a trick of exhaustion, I turned back towards the armchair, only to have the phone ring once more. This time, the sound felt more urgent, as if demanding my attention. Slowly, I pivoted, fixing my gaze on the mysterious instrument with a mixture of curiosity and unease. With each ring, the receiver trembled ever so slightly, catching the light in a mesmerizing dance of reflections. Counting each ring, 1, 2, 3, 4, I found myself drawn to answer on the fifth. The ensuing silence was profound, broken only by the steady rhythm of raindrops outside. Bringing the receiver to my ear, I felt the cold bakelite against my skin. No dial tone greeted me, no electronic hum, just a void, as if I had plunged into the absence of sound itself. Then a breath, slow and steady, reached me from the other end, carrying a familiarity that stirred long-buried memories. It echoed the way my grandmother used to breathe as she dozed off in her cherished armchair, the phone always within arm's reach. "Hello?" I murmured, my voice a mere whisper against the rain's percussion. The breath on the line hesitated, as if waiting. Gradually, it transformed into a deep sigh, heavy with a melancholy that tugged at my heartstrings. Holding the receiver close, I listened to that breath, now harmonizing with the rain's cadence. No fear gripped me, only a curious blend of peace and nostalgia. It felt as though that suspended moment between reality and reverie was narrating a tale that transcended words. The breathing persisted, punctuated by pregnant pauses that seemed pregnant with significance. I closed my eyes, allowing the sound to envelop me like a familiar embrace. Time seemed to slip away, and when I finally opened my eyes, the room appeared different. The lamp's glow felt more embracing, the air redolent with the scent of lavender, my grandmother's beloved perfume. Reluctantly, I returned the receiver to its cradle. The phone fell silent, yet now exuded a comforting presence, as if it had delivered its enigmatic message. Sinking back into the armchair, I watched the phone in the soft light, the rain outside continuing its melodic lullaby intertwined with memories. Since that night, the phone has remained still, untouched by ringing. Yet, on rainy evenings when the silence grows too profound, I swear I catch a faint breath, a familiar sigh traveling across time. In those fleeting moments, a smile tugs at my lips, for I understand that some connections transcend mere physical wires. They persist, unbroken by the simple act of unplugging. Story 69. In the tranquil embrace of a heavy rain, its rhythmic symphony tapping on the roof like a soothing lullaby, I settled in for another solitary evening in my aged country home. The droplets traced sinuous paths down the window, their dance illuminated by the flickering candlelight I had summoned to push back the encroaching darkness. Outside, the wind murmured through the garden, a gentle whisper that rustled the leaves in a natural melody. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I absent-mindedly traced the delicate swirls of vapor rising in the air. The house spoke in its customary language, the soft groans of aging wood, the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the entryway, the faint whistle of wind slipping through unseen crevices. Everything appeared ordinary, yet an intangible unease began to weave its tendrils into the fabric of my tranquil evening. As I sipped my tea, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Through the hallway mirror, the upstairs bedroom window seemed to emit a soft glow, as though a candle flickered within its confines. But I knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that no light dwelled in that room. Placing my cup gently on the nearby table, I rose from my seat and made my way towards the staircase. Each step groaned beneath my weight, a sound familiar from years of residence in this ancient abode. That night, however, every creak carried an unfamiliar cadence, as if the very house sought to impart a message. The air grew chilly as I ascended, a thin film of moisture clinging to the walls of the upper hallway. Pausing before the bedroom door, I hesitated briefly before pushing it open. The brass handle chilled my fingertips, nearly freezing them, as the door swung ajar with a quiet squeak, revealing the room shrouded in shadow. The window, the same one reflected in the mirror, remained firmly shut. Yet to my astonishment, the lock began to shift of its own accord, gliding slowly as if guided by unseen hands. The window commenced its gradual ascent, inch by inch, devoid of any visible force propelling it. The breeze that wafted in lacked the strength to justify such movement, carrying with it a sweet age-old fragrance akin to dried blooms and ancient timber. Approaching the window cautiously, I observed raindrops pirouetting into the room, forming intricate patterns before alighting gently on the wooden sill. To my wonder, these droplets defied gravity, swirling in midair before finding their resting place. While enraptured by this inexplicable display, a movement drew my gaze to the window glass, where ghostly writing materialized as if an unseen hand traced letters upon the fogged surface. The words unfurled slowly, a cryptic message obscured by the mist. The curtains stirred gently, though no draught stirred the room, their billowing akin to the tranquil breaths of a slumbering being. Moonlight, filtered through rain-laden clouds, cast dancing shadows upon the walls, each shadow a silent narrator of untold tales. I extended a hand towards the window, the chill air from outside brushing against my fingertips. Just as my hand neared the glass, the window closed with a gentle hush, the same deliberate slowness with which it had opened. The lock clicked softly into place, dispersing the ancient scent that had permeated the room. I stood rooted in place, captivated by the continuing patter of rain outside. The room had reverted to its usual appearance, yet an intangible shift lingered in the air. It felt as though the house had offered me a glimpse into another realm, a parallel world visible only at the juncture where reality and mystery intermingle like gossamer threads. Since that fateful night, whenever rain falls, I find myself ensconced in my armchair, watching the reflection of the window in the hallway mirror. Sometimes it remains still, a silent sentinel, while on other occasions it opens gradually, a wordless ritual that has woven itself into the fabric of my existence. The source of this phenomenon remains a mystery, a secret shared solely between myself and these ancient walls. On the stillest of nights, when the wind whispers through the trees and the rain descends in a gentle cadence, I almost sense a familiar presence hovering nearby, an unseen guardian choosing to coexist within this space, manifesting through a window that opens of its own accord. Story 70. The night lay hushed beneath a delicate mist that twirled like a ghostly waltz through the air. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a plush burgundy throne, beside the grand antique-looking glass, I lost myself in the pages of a book, bathed in the gentle glow of a vintage lamp. The pendulum clock's steady beat echoed through the room, lulling me into a trance, while the crackling warmth of the hearth cocooned me in a snug embrace. It was in this moment of serene perfection that a peculiar sensation caught my attention. Just a fleeting notion at first, akin to glimpsing movement in the corner of one's eye. I tore my gaze from the book and studied my reflection in the old mirror. The golden frame, adorned with intricate floral designs, shimmered softly in the flickering firelight. Yet as I peered at my mirrored self, a subtle shiver slithered down my spine. Something was amiss, imperceptibly so. Tilting my head, I noticed a faint delay in my reflection's movements, as if it sought to mimic me rather than naturally mirror my actions. I tried to brush it off as fatigue or the whims of the flickering flames, but the disquiet grew the longer I stared. Raising my right hand, the reflection hesitated, mirroring my gesture with a fraction of a second's delay. A smile tugged at my lips, and the reflection's grin followed suit, just a hair's breadth behind. The fireplace's crackling now sounded ominous, as if harboring a hidden message. The room's air thickened, pregnant with a subtle tension that urged me to breathe with deliberate care. A melange of scents, candle wax, ancient musk, and the essence of forgotten tomes swirled around me. Leaving the armchair with measured steps, I watched as my mirrored self mimicked my movements with an unnatural fluidity, like a dancer executing a rehearsed routine. Its eyes held a depth beyond my own, hinting at secrets veiled from my understanding. Drawing closer to the mirror, I discerned more unsettling disparities. The room and the reflection bore subtle differences from mine, books rearranged, unfamiliar objects scattered about. An aged photograph, once depicting a serene seascape in my reality, now depicted a blurry visage fixated on me. The pendulum clock's swing persisted, but in the reflection, time moved languidly, as though the mirror realm danced to a different tempo. Shadows cast by the fireplace cavorted on the walls, conjuring silhouettes that whispered of unseen company. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the mirror's icy surface, and my reflection mirrored the action, almost beckoningly. Our fingertips met on the chilled glass, my skin registering the frostiness while my reflection bore an expression hinting at a wholly different sensation. Stepping back, I watched as the mirrored image hesitated momentarily, as if contemplating whether to follow my lead. When it did move, its actions diverged further from mine, as if forging its own volition. Hastily, I draped an old velvet cloth over the mirror's surface, a shield against that uncanny doppelganger. Yet, as the fabric obscured the reflective glass, a cryptic smile seemed to flicker across my mirrored self's countenance, a smile alien to my own. Since that fateful night, the mirror has remained veiled. In the quietest hours, faint rustlings seem to emanate from behind the velvet shroud, as if an alternate existence unfolds in a mirrored realm identical to mine. And in the stillest moments, when the house slumbers in profound silence, I ponder whether that reflection still lingers, a phantom twin leading a parallel life within a world of silvered glass. The truth eludes me. Was it reality or a trick of the mind? Each time I pass a looking glass now, doubt unfurls within me. Is the reflection truly mine, or has something learned to mimic me so flawlessly that reality blurs into illusion?